Okay. Mayor, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Costa Mesa. Welcome to the Joint City Council and Successor Agency to the Redevelopment Agency and Housing Authority for the meeting of Tuesday, July 21st, 2020. I now call the meeting to order, and it is time for our national anthem. Tonight, our Pledge of Allegiance and national anthem will be led by Councilmember Chavez. Can everyone please mute your microphones?
Hello, everyone. Can you please stand for your heart? Today we'll be hearing from Miss Vida Musia from the Pacific Symphony.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much. And at this time, it is the time for the moment of solemn expression. It will be led by Pastor Jordan Hansen from Newport Mesa Church. Ms. Green, is Mr. Hansen on the call?
Just 1 minute. Let me and find him. Pastor Hansen, if you're on there, could you raise your hand, please? Oh, there you go. Got it. All right, you may proceed.
These are tough times. Our prayers are with each of you, and we're grateful for your leadership in our city. On behalf of Newport Mesa Church, I just want to say thank you. Dear Lord, I pray that you would give us wisdom during this time. These are tough times. People are hurting, and it doesn't seem like there is a right answer. But God, I pray that you would help us move forward regardless of our orientations or opinions, that the city of Costa Mesa would be blessed, that people would be helped, and we would be able to move forward together. Help us stay Costa Mesa strong. Amen.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much. We'll have the roll call. City Clerk, will you please do the roll by voice roll call?
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Guinness.
Here.
Councilmember Mansour.
Here.
Councilmember Marr.
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds. I see you.
See you.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens. He was here. Mayor Foley.
Present.
Let me check on council.
We'll try to get him online. I know he was here. Okay, at this time, Ms. Barlow, do we have a report from the closed session?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There is no reportable action taken in closed session this evening.
All right, thank you so much. And we have 2 presentations tonight. The first presentation is to thank all of our donors who have really helped out our city and supported our city team, both our city hall staff team as well as our public safety teams. We have had so many restaurants and donors really just contribute during this COVID crisis to feed our Costa Mesa family. And so we did some, I don't know if you can see it, but we did some certificates. Let's see if you can see it. Oh, I don't know, it's hard with this. Okay, there, a little bit, you can see it. In recognition of and with heartfelt gratitude for your support of Costa Mesa's essential government workers in a time of confusion and stress, knowing that local businesses are taking that extra bit of care to ensure our essential workers are fed, safely prepared, packaged, and delivered meals are certainly a comfort. For this intangible, crucially important morale boost, the Costa Mesa Police Department is thankful to you. And then we have these from our various departments, depending on who donated the meal and for which group. And so I just wanted to take a moment and read all the names of all the businesses that have been supporting our City Hall team and our public safety teams. It's pretty incredible. Basil Mediterranean Grill, Blase Pizza, Boscat Kitchen, Brimmer White Brown and O'Mara, Carl's Jr., Chick-fil-A, CJ Sigerstrom and Sons, Descanso Restaurant, Dick Church's, Dough and Arrow, Evertech Automotive, Fork, Knife and Spoon, Gina's Pizza, Gonzalez Northgate Market, Haynes and Boone, Home Depot, Johnny's Pizza, Law Offices of Keller and Anderley, Law Offices of Jeffrey Verdon, Miguel's Jr., Newport Harbor Elk Lodge, Pizza Hut, Plum's Cafe and Catering, Redemption Church, Rooster Cafe, Shirley's Bagels, Social Costa Mesa, Sugarfina, Torelli Realty, Wahoo's Fish Tacos, West Coast School of the Arts, Bee Candy, Coastal Loans Frontline Foods, Frontline Friends, Mother of Young Adults, Phillips 76, Starbucks, the Allison Family, Tito's Vodka, Tom Volts, and we weren't getting vodka at City Hall, don't worry, U.S. Bank, and Yogurtland. Thank you to all. Oh, and you know who else is not on here? Everett Dory. Thank you to all of these donors who have really done a great job of helping our city staff stay fueled, because let me tell you, they don't stop working. Okay, we have another presentation tonight, and that is going to be from, we're going to start with our Costa Mesa City Manager, Lorianne Farrell-Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor Foley. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we have the distinct pleasure of recognizing one of our team members that has made the decision to retire after a very illustrious career, 3 decades of service to many of the cities in the region. And we're just very sorry to see him go, but very thankful for the work that he's done for us and for the region as a whole. And so tonight is Barry Curtis's last council meeting. And so, Barry, we just wanted to tell you what an incredible professional you have been, what an inspiration you are to the leadership team. You have led development services during such an incredible and historic time, and done it with such poise and grace and leadership ability that's really been remarkable just to watch firsthand. And so we're really sorry to see you go. I can share that when Barry shared with me that he was leaving, I was kind of overwhelmed with the emotion, because he's such a strong member of the leadership team, so easygoing, someone that, you know, we can reach out to basically anytime, and just so incredibly responsive, and such a key part of the work that we've been doing with our business community during this really difficult time. And so I know that council members will have comments to make as well. But Barry, I just wanted to let you know that on a personal note, I've only worked with you for a year, but COVID years are like, they're like tenfold. And so I feel like we've been colleagues for a long time. I just have an incredible amount of respect for you. And I'm so happy for you and your retirement, and you deserve it after 3 decades of service, working for Irvine, Seal Beach, and of course for us in Costa Mesa. But, you know, we're sorry to see you go. We wish you nothing but the best success. And thank you for all the work that you've done with the department, working with our mayor on the Restore Costa Mesa effort, working with me on so many critical initiatives. And I'll just say, you know, in most cities, the Development Services Department is one of the departments that residents and businesses will complain about the most. And I will say that from the moment that I arrived in Costa Mesa, I heard just incredible things time after time after time of just how responsive our department is and how creative we've been in terms of solutions. And I know that a lot of that is a testament to you, Barry. And so we're sorry to see you go, but so thankful for the service that you've provided. And with that, I'll turn it over to the mayor before I get more emotional, but just really happy for you, Barry. You deserve it. I'm happy for you, sad for us, and we'll be calling on you. So don't think you're getting away too far from us. I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. I echo all of those statements, and I'm very nervous about the fact that Barry Curtis is not going to be working for the city of Costa Mesa anymore. He's been an integral member of our Restore Costa Mesa recovery team, working with our local businesses to find, quick solutions. He has such great experience that he's able to come up with on the fly the answer, which that's very hard to find, and so it's going to be whomever we select is going to have big shoes to fill. And I know, though, that you've trained up your department very well, and you have a great team that you've, in most cases, kind of hand selected. And so you, I know, are leaving us at least with a great team who are well informed. They have their own experience levels, and they have a level of creativity that I think is really something that Costa Mesa prides itself on. And so in these COVID days, creativity is what it's all about, because we have to find creative ways to keep these businesses open. So I'm going to read this proclamation just real quickly. It's a beautiful proclamation. I'm going to figure out how I can make it so that you can see it. Let's see. Okay, so here's the proclamation. It's a lovely proclamation, okay? There we go. And then also, before I read the proclamation, it's hard to do virtually. Normally I would be handing this to you. You're getting your tile, which is our city tile. When people retire, they love our city tile. So, okay, now I'm going to try to read this. Whereas, with more than 29 years of experience as a professional planner, Barry Curtis, AICP, has served as the Director of Economic and Development Services for the City of Costa Mesa since the 5th of July, 2017. He got hired on my birthday. And whereas his strong leadership, approachable personality, and tempered sense of humor has created a thriving atmosphere for his staff and their professional development, and whereas during his tenure, Barry has overseen vital adjustments to the city's municipal code, including 4 general plan amendments, 5 rezones, and the institution of regular zoning code revisions, as well as the implementation of the state-mandated accessory dwelling unit accommodations and voter-ratified measures X and Y. And whereas Barry has established a lasting impact to the city, its framework by managing significant development projects, such as the plant in Sobeca, the press, Education First International Language, Van's headquarters expansion, and over 80 other development projects. And whereas Barry has worked tirelessly to ensure compliance with city regulations regarding sober living homes, cannabis manufacturing and distribution, and wireless facilities. And whereas his professionalism and creative approach to problem solving were essential to the city's response during the COVID-19 crisis, where Barry led the efforts to provide relief to renters through an eviction moratorium, to allow for creative uses of outdoor space for businesses, and to create the city's Business Assistance Collaborative. And now, therefore, I, Katrina Foley, Mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby express my sincere appreciation and recognize Barry Curtis for his dedicated service and commitment to the citizens of Costa Mesa, and do hereby wish him a wonderful and adventurous retirement. Dated this 21st day of July, 2020. Barry, we are going to miss you so, so much. And I know you're not going to miss these late night Zoom meetings, but we hope that when we get out of COVID that you'll come and celebrate a lot of these projects that you've worked on with us. So I'd like to give you a moment just to say a few words if you'd like.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Lorianne. I appreciate it. Working with the City of Costa Mesa has been the highlight of my career. It's wonderful people, both in the public and the electeds and appointeds that I work with and the staff that I work with. And you make me sound great. The people I work with make me look great. It's not me. You know how it works. It has been a joy to work here, though, and this is a great community. It's a community I've loved since I was a little kid. I grew up next door in Huntington Beach, but I spent a lot of time in Costa Mesa and had friends I played water polo with and baseball with that lived in Costa Mesa. So it's bittersweet to leave. I'm excited to move on to the next step, but I will miss all of you. I'm not going anywhere. So as you said, or maybe it was Lorianne that said, I'm always happy to take phone calls, and I'm looking forward to COVID being over so I could come and say goodbye personally and also spend some time with folks in Costa Mesa again. But really just thank you all so much. I appreciate it. It's kind of overwhelming.
Thank you. Truly thanks. Okay. Now at this time, would any other council members want to say anything? Seems like appropriate. Councilmember Marr, then Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, then Councilmember Guinness.
Thank you. Okay, Barry, I've been thinking about what I could possibly say to you because you have been incredibly influential on my time in public service. And I've been thinking about this debate over journalism, over this like attempt to be super objective, but also to what extent do we allow journalists to let their moral compass out, to let the sort of the sum of their life experiences shine through in what they report on. And I think government is sometimes the same way, where we expect people to be rigid, absolutely unbiased at all times, completely, subject to the whim of the council. And what I have loved about working with you is that you let your moral compass and the sum of your life experiences shine through. And it has been for the betterment of Costa Mesa. And so thank you so much for being the person that you are. I'm going to get emotional, for working as hard as you have and for bringing us so many of the things that like you have believed in and you have thought would be good for this community.
Thanks, Andrea.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yeah, Barry, I'm certainly going to miss you. I remember the first time that we worked together on a project, I think was back in, I don't know what happened the first couple months, but back in September of 2017, when we had that big meeting over at the fairgrounds over the small lot ordinance. And I think that was the first time I saw you in action, and I was blown away. I was like, how can this guy who knows so very little, has been with the city for such a short period of time, have such a depth of knowledge about this kind of arcane issue of the small lot ordinance, and you handled that meeting so well. And that was a very kind of a dicey meeting in terms of the public, and you handled that issue all the way through to the end very well. And every single item that was in those recitals that the mayor read, it's like typical Costa Mesa, trial by fire, and then the fire keeps coming and coming and coming. So one thing after another. It was the rezoning of the spot zoning, and then we had the wireless issue, and now we're going to talk about cannabis tonight, and just one thing after another. But I'll tell you, you can handle everything, and everybody said creativity. I agree with that. But I will always admire you and look to you as a role model for your leadership abilities, because you had a way of bringing people within your organization up and fill roles and fill leadership roles with Jennifer and Dan and so forth, and put this department in a position where it's a strong department. And even though you're awesome, nobody is indispensable, but you've created a great organization and a great department. It's very admirable. It's very rare to have somebody with those leadership skills and the humility that you have and the ability to build people up. We're going to miss you. The community's going to miss you. Congratulations. I'm just honored to have worked with you. And I mean that sincerely.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, Councilor Guinness and then Councilor Mansour.
Okay, I'm going to try not to repeat what's been said, but I probably will. But as a planner, it had been a source of distress for me that our department seemed to have, well, let's face it, it was sort of in disarray. We had people coming and going. Somebody'd be there for a year. We'd have an interim this, an interim that. And then we got Barry, and Barry rebuilt the department with good people, not just people where you felt he found, oh, good, we finally found somebody to fill that slot, but it was just basically a warm body. But you have found great people to build a great team. And one of the things that I really appreciate is there are planners who are very good planners, but they're not really into the esoterica of planning, the arcane aspects of planning. And actually it seems funny because you might think that people who are into that thing would be like the people, you know, looking for the commas and the dots and everything. But once you get into all that stuff, that's where the creativity starts, because you know all the parts. And I feel like Barry knows all the parts. And he's fun to talk about planning issues with, because he actually is into planning. And he's built staff that is into planning, not just doing their job, but is actually interested in various aspects of planning. And to me, that's really, really exciting to have people like that around. And that's why I was just devastated when I heard you were leaving, because I thought, oh, I don't know how we replace you. So I hope we could find somebody with half your enthusiasm and your knowledge and your creativity. I don't know how we're going to do it, but thank you so much for the time you've spent here, and I have really enjoyed having you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy.
Councilor Mansour.
Thank you, Barry, for all your work. I know we're all very grateful, and everyone's said a lot already. We certainly all wish you the very best in your retirement. You know, we've always asked a lot of you, and you've always delivered. And I guess tonight's no different. We're going out with a bang with a big meeting tonight. So what a good send off for you. But no, I want to thank you. I've appreciated your leadership, appreciated the work you've done, appreciate how you approach everything, and I sincerely wish you the very best.
Thank you, Ellen.
Councilmember Reynolds and then Councilmember Chavez.
Did I get the volume working now?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. To Barry, echo everything. I'm getting nervous here. I feel like we're making Barry feel so good. I'm nervous all the other staff are going to take off too. We should compliment you more when you're working for us. But Barry, I've learned so much from you. We've heard really nice things that I certainly echo of you as a planner and as a leader. I think I've really appreciated our conversations from the perspective of a dreamer and dreaming of what we know Costa Mesa can become, really harnessing the creative, eclectic energy, these visions of a walkable community. I'll admit, when I learned years ago that we were getting a planner to lead our planning division from Irvine, I got very, very nervous. Because I don't think of Irvine as a eclectic, walkable community. So I love that your home base is Seal Beach and that your heart was in some of the visions we shared about, again, a connected, sort of community-centered, walkable city. And I appreciate all of the lessons and ideas you shared with me and everything that you did here at the city to move that vision forward. So thank you. We'll really miss you.
Thanks, Sandra.
Okay. Councilor Chavez.
Yeah, getting a bit teary-eyed myself, just hearing everyone praise you, Mr. Curtis. And I really do feel like, you know, this all is really well-deserved praise. You know, every time I've had a question on anything, you've always had an open door or open phone call, or open texting line, open email line. And, you know, just your service to the city, I think we will miss the most. But personally, I will miss our small interactions, our one-on-one meetings on you know how a building gets, how a project goes from idea to actual creation and everything in between. And I always appreciate the encouragement you've given me when I first walked in City Hall. a bit nervous at 23. So thank you so much for all you've done for our city. Thank you for all you've done for our community, and thank you so much for all you've done, in your entire service to Orange County. So thank you, Barry.
Thank you, Manuel.
All right, well, thanks so much. We got a whole night ahead of us, so you got lots of fuel to get through the meeting. Anyway, thank you so much, Barry. We have your cell phone, so don't worry, we'll still be calling. All right, thanks so much. We do appreciate you. I think that's obvious. Okay, now tonight I would also like to turn it over back to our city manager just real quickly, because while we have one team member retiring after 29 years of service in public service, we have another team member joining us. So we need to keep that, balance. Maybe we can have 2 team members join next time. So Ms. Farrell Harrison, did you want to introduce Jason Mentor?
Yes, I'm going to lean in because I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I wanted to introduce this evening our new Parks and Community Services Director, Jason Minter. His first day on the job was July 6th. He comes to us from the city of Torrance, 13 years there at that city and 20 years in public service. We're really excited to have him join the team as well. I can tell you that Jason was the unanimous recommendation from the expert panel that was involved in the selection. We did do a search through a professional firm and a national search, and he was head and shoulders above the other candidates. And then we put him through the second test, which is the kind of fitness for Costa Mesa test with our leadership team. And a couple of our department heads, 3 of our department heads interviewed him, as well as did Yvette Aguilar, who's with us at that time, because she knows the department well and the staff, and was tasked with get us someone who's the right fit for Costa Mesa, a right fit for the team and for the staff. And again, unanimous selection by our own internal panel as well. And so we're really happy to have Jason join our ranks, and he's been already fitting in just beautifully with the team. And so we're just excited to have a new director, and we know that it's an important position for the city, for the community, for all of us. And so even though we're going through a difficult time with COVID, we're glad to have someone new with this level of depth and breadth and experience that has come so highly regarded. And so just wanted to welcome Jason tonight, as this is his first meeting, and he's here on screen.
Hi, Mr. Mentor. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight, and welcome to Costa Mesa. Thanks. We're excited to have you on our team. I know that personally, I looked you up after we got the announcement, and looks like you are all about community engagement, which I know that many of our council members really support and will value. And you have a lot of great experience working to find creative ways to play in our community. So we can't wait to get to work with you. And I'd like to just give you a brief moment to say hello to the community.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for the welcome. I really appreciate both Lorianne and Susan giving me this opportunity. Yes, you mentioned I worked for the city of Torrance, and I bounced a little bit around Southern California. So I've been in Irvine and Los Alamitos and cities. So I do look forward to planting my roots here in Costa Mesa, and hopefully getting to know each of you as the council, and like you mentioned, really hearing what the community has to say about where Costa Mesa is going from here. So I really do appreciate this opportunity. Everyone that I've met so far, in masks or on Zoom calls, has been super welcoming. It's not an ideal situation to come in and be the new person, but everyone's been, super amazing, and I really appreciate it and feel really welcome. And that is a great start for my stay here in Costa Mesa. So thank you, everyone, and I look forward to working with you.
Okay, thanks so much. Well, now we're going to get down to business. Next up is our public comments. At this time, we will hear from members of the public about items that are not on our agenda. And if you would like to speak, please raise your hand in the Zoom, or you can press *9 if you're on a telephone, and then we will recognize you. So Let's see, Ms. Green, do we have any speakers who want to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. The first one will be call-in user 1. I'm allowing you to speak. Call-in user 1.
Thank you. I'm sad that Barry's leaving, and I'm sad as a member of the public that he's helped so many times, that I'm not able to bring a load of cupcakes and celebrate his departure. And he will be missed, because every time you called him, he would explain everything to you, walk you through it, and was just wonderful with the public as well. And having to do with the public, I'm a little concerned with some of the transparency with these COVID times. Public information requests aren't flowing very well. In fact, I have one that's over almost 3 months old, and I still haven't received. And I think the council is underserving the community in the sense that when the public makes an attempt to call in, as we're doing now, and you dial 30 numbers in and stay on hold for this entire time, that once someone speaks, that the council members shouldn't independently criticize as they did in the last council meeting and make a comment about the individual calling in for political grandstanding. If we're interested in our city and we give enough time to devote it to issues, I think maybe the council should at least be respectful to the individuals, especially we're going through a hard time with this COVID as well. Barry, I owe you cupcakes.
Thank you. Next speaker is the phone number ending 321.
Good evening, Mayor Foley and City Council. My name is Tyler Miller, Vice President of G&W Towing in Costa Mesa. Recently, the city proposed a new towing contract that includes 3 tow service providers instead of 2. The RFP that was released reflected that only 1 or 2 service providers would be chosen, and the rates we proposed reflected 1 or 2 service providers. We would like to respectfully ask the staff to review the proposed rates now that the city of Costa Mesa will be contracting with 3 towing service providers instead of 2. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is that Ms. Barlow? I think would work on that probably. The next speaker is Michael Joy Del Rey. Or Michelle Joy Del Rey, maybe?
Yes, Michelle Joy
Okay,
Del Rey.
sorry about
Thank you. No problem, no problem. Hello, Mayor Foley. Last year, I proposed having the City Council vote for a proclamation naming September 16th Glories of Sobriety Day in honor of Faith Strong. With concerns about the negative news regarding treatment centers at that time, you wisely countered with having a certificate last year and asked me to make the proposal again. And with COVID-19 taking center stage in the media right now, isn't this the perfect timing for making a proclamation this year? And as a reminder, Faith Strong's legacies include serving on the board of directors and being a major contributor to New Directions for Women there in Costa Mesa for 30 years, along with all of her other accomplishments. And so I'm making that proposal, and I have sent it to you through email as well. Is there any other support that I can give you in making your decision?
You know, I haven't seen that yet, but if I will get it to our team who handles our certificates and proclamations.
Okay, wonderful. You didn't see it because it was only sent today. So I appreciate that you gave me an opportunity to speak tonight, and we'll consider it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next speaker is Derek Graham.
Yes, hello, everybody. Hello, Mayor Foley. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to bring it up because I'm not familiar with the agenda, and my apologies for that. But
so I'm going to pause your time for just a second. So this is the time for public comments that are not about any of the items that are on our agenda. So if you're calling in to speak about an item on the agenda, then you'll just wait for the time that that agenda item comes up.
Perfect. I'd like to wait then. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, next speaker is a phone number ending in 904.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Foley, honorable council members, and city staff. This is Jeff Harlan, East Side resident and member of the city's Planning Commission. Just here with a quick comment before you get to the items at hand tonight. First, I want to extend my gratitude to Barry Curtis. He's been a consummate professional and a trusted colleague and friend as long as I've been on the commission. I'll save my specific words of praise for him for another day, maybe even a few words of embarrassment, but I'm certainly going to miss him. Second, during these trying times, I want to thank the council for its focus and dedication to the business of keeping our city moving forward. I know it has not been easy and there's much work ahead, but your leadership has been a welcome source of stability. And I especially appreciate the diligent work of our city staff over the last several months. I've witnessed this firsthand, and everyone has really pulled together. It's no small feat to keep our city operating well, and I genuinely appreciate it. I understand you have a packed agenda tonight, so I don't want to take up too much time. There's several items impacting both the short and long-term economic health of Costa Mesa. Many families in our city are struggling right now, and they are looking to this council's judgment and wisdom to guide us out of the various crises we face. I trust you will champion the well-being and dignity of workers in our city and support working families who need leadership and empathy more than ever. Thank you for continuing the fight on our behalf.
Thank you. Thanks for calling in. Next speaker is Rob Dixon.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I just wanted to make a brief comment because of the packed agenda. There was a social media post that basically it talked about the applicable fines for not wearing a mask in public, which are part of the proclamation made back in March. I would just encourage in future social media posts to add the additional information or a link to the proclamation or a link to the nuances in that order so that there's not any confusion. As you may have seen on Facebook, there was quite a bit of confusion about what that actually applied to. And so I think we should just, it would be great if we had a little more information when we do a social media post so that there's no confusion. And also, I was not aware that Barry was leaving, and that's sad for the city. I was really impressed with Barry when he came on, and it was a great taking the baton and running with it and really fitting in his position and doing a wonderful job. So congratulations, Barry. I wish you a great career. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. And Ms. Barlow is going to give us an update when she does her city attorney report regarding sort of the proclamation. I'm sorry, not the proclamation, the resolution and the orders. But we will definitely take that to heed. Any other speakers, Ms. Green? I don't see any in the list here.
Madam Mayor, I have no others either.
Okay, a last call for public comments. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand in the Zoom or press *9. And if you are on a cell phone or a phone. Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. And at this time, we'll move to council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. Council members, we're going to start with Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And like usual, thank you everyone for attending today's meeting. I see a lot of familiar faces on the agenda list. So hello to everyone. Happy to see all the regulars back as well. I have missed you guys. First and foremost, I wish I would have had a great 4th of July. Really want to thank our PD and fire departments for a great job this year and keeping us safe in all these festivities we had. I also want to give a quick shout out to our Assemblywoman, Kaya Norris, because today she had a food drive for Save Our Youth in my district in District 4. We always appreciate when our state officials support us locally here in Costa Mesa. So thank you, Kaya Norris, for doing that. And along that vein, like I said last time, if you or anyone you know is in dire need of food, every Saturday we have Power of One Foundation at the OC Fairgrounds from 8 to 12 p.m. You get a lot of great food if you need food for you or a member of family. No questions are asked. Just pull up in your car, open your trunk, and you'll get some amazing food. You know, it's times like these when we really should take care of one another in Costa Mesa, and really happy to see them stepping up and ensuring everyone here has food if they need food in our wonderful city. Alongside that, I do want to raise a concern to staff. Multiple people have reached out to me regarding an interesting conundrum. It looks like people are getting rent increases, and people are typically scared because they're confused because, as you know, we have a rent eviction moratorium. So I'm a little confused how that would work for them if they're getting a rent increase, but they can't be evicted. So if at some point, if I can give me an update on that, that would be awesome because people are concerned about that. And lastly, I just think it's really important as a young person on the council to remind all my fellow 20-year-olds to be careful and take this COVID crisis seriously. We are approaching 1,000 cases in Costa Mesa. It is not a joke. It is in our community. It is pervasive, and it's really incumbent on us as the young folks to take it seriously because, you know, just because we won't die of it doesn't mean a member of our family, someone we're close to, won't be in a better position. So really encourage everyone to keep wearing their masks, keep doing that social distancing. It really is incumbent on us to make sure everyone is safe in our city. So with that, guys, thank you for being here and have fun in our meeting today.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. And next up is Councilmember Mar.
Thanks, Councilmember Chavez, for reminding everyone about the food distribution. That was on my list to talk about as well. They're going strong for the next few weekends, and it's been really incredible to see the support from the community in terms of volunteers as well. And recently, they received a contribution from the Chargers organization. So lots of community support stepping up to make that continue to happen week after week. I won't pull the item, but I will direct your attention to the consent calendar where the good work of our sustainability manager is evident. This is exactly the sort of thing that this is relating specifically to applying for a grant from the VW fund that was set up after the VW scandal. This is exactly the sort of thing that I was hoping the sustainability manager in the city would be able to do, secure additional grant funding, find more ways to be more efficient, reduce carbon, and be more green within the city. So very excited about her work. Not that it matters. My comment specifically was about members of council grandstanding on the back of public comment. It wasn't about public commenters, but anyway. Raja has been busy. I just want you to scroll down the agenda item and recognize that like 90% of these items are coming from his department. So Barry, we're keeping you busy until your last day as well, but huge thanks to all of city staff who just continues to work so hard. I know we got some criticism for taking a week off, but it is very clear that nobody at City Hall took any time off. And then last but not least, I was hoping we could close the meeting in memory of Congressman John Lewis.
Yes, thank you. We plan to do that. Thanks so much, Councilmember. Okay, Councilmember Mansour.
Thank you. Just one item. Ms. Barlow, if we could make sure we follow up, there was a request from Tyler Miller with G&W just to make sure he gets clarification or review on the contract that was out. Ms. Barlow?
Yes, sir. Yes, I made a note.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Guinness. You're on mute.
Okay, I have a couple of things, and I may actually be asking for something that's about to happen, but we received the after action report on the 4th of July regarding the efforts of our police and fire departments and all the work they did and also the enforcement actions they took. And so I would just like to request that we have the after action report as part of our as a public agenda report. And I suspect it's already happening, but thought I'd ask just in case. And then we've all been focused on COVID-19, but there are other health issues that we really need to be aware of. I personally have had more mosquito bites than I've ever had in all the years I've lived in California, which is like 90% of my life. And vector control is finding way higher counts in all the mosquito traps. So I'm going to beg you, other people are going to beg you to wear masks and social distance. I'm going to beg you to please dump out standing water. If you have standing water anywhere on your property, please, please, please dump it out. It can be just a small amount in a saucer under a flower pot. And unfortunately, even a flower pot in your house can breed mosquitoes. So please do not allow standing water. We are not only ahead of last year or worse than last year in our mosquito counts, we also are seeing West Nile positive samples way earlier than last year. Fortunately, none yet in Costa Mesa. However, there are many cities in Orange County that already have West Nile virus positive mosquitoes. City of Irvine had a West Nile virus positive bird. If you find a dead bird, don't just put it in the trash. Please call vector control to come and get the bird, because then they could test it to see if it was carrying West Nile. And we also are now being afflicted with day biters, the Aedes mosquito. If you are bitten by a mosquito during the day, that's another one. Please call Vector, because that's important that we track that, because they carry different diseases. And it looks like Andrea's looking for mosquitoes. But this is a huge health thing, and we're so focused on the COVID-19. Let's not forget the other things that we need to do to keep ourselves healthy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I ask you also, as the vector control representative, or who's vector control representative now? Yeah.
That's why I go on and on about it.
I thought so. You could check into also, because in front of my house, they put one of the, it's like some kind of a beetle bug or something that they're concerned about in the trees. So if you could check into that for us.
That's the ag department.
Oh.
Because I had that too.
Okay.
It's not vector.
Okay.
It's a different organization. It's the little box thing.
Yes.
Yeah. That is the Agricultural Extension Department. And they are out there, a different department. They communicate with each other, but they handle different things.
Okay. I just want to make sure we don't have a problem with our trees.
Yeah. Actually, they're more looking for insects that might infect agricultural species. And in particular, I have several in a loquat tree that I have in my front yard, and I don't have it to be a fruit-bearing tree. It's just an ornamental, but it's a good place for them to test for those sorts of things. But speaking of in front of your house, if you have a drainage pipe in front of your house where the water drains down and you see mosquitoes coming out of that, please, call Vector or call me, and we'll get somebody down there to treat it, because that's another health hazard.
Thank you. Thanks for that update. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Oh, we always learn a lot on these from the public and from each other. Thank you, Councilmember Guinness, for sharing that. I want to add some thanks to our public services team. Councilmember Marr mentioned everything on the agenda. Wanted to give thanks for something not on the agenda, and that I hope will be good for our residents over on the Joanne and Darrell streets. Thank you, Public Services, for looking into some challenges with street sweeping. I've already notified some residents about a street sweeping schedule change that should alleviate some parking issues. So I appreciate you looking into that. We want to thank residents who have continued to engage on the safety and equity issues and sharing ideas for different data analysis and dialogue opportunities. And I look forward to bringing some recommendations there related to some sustained change to improve equity across our city. We've had a couple of comments so far on the community engagement. And one thing I've been thinking about is we've heard a lot of new voices since we've had these Zoom calls. It's probably a combination of more people being home and being online. I'd love for us to, I know we're a ways from, I think, getting back to City Hall, but I'd love for us to look into ways for people, members of our public, to still be able to participate through the call-in process, even when we do go back to in-person public meetings. And then finally, in communications, street safety continues to be an issue, probably the most common conversation or complaints that I receive related to cars traveling too fast, running red lights, people not feeling safe, walking or biking in their community or on main streets. Regardless of where people are in the city, it just seems to rise as the most common issue I hear about. So I'm excited to share two community-driven efforts to start addressing these issues. One, I think we'll hear more about publicly pretty soon. The Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets, a community advocacy group, won a grant with our local planning organization, SCAG, almost $10,000 to do some outreach and a demonstration project, and they're going to be focusing on the West 19th Street corridor. So I'm really excited to see a lot of community engagement there through COVID-safe processes, of course, and the recommendations that they developed through that process with SCAG. Also, Costa Mesa was selected as one of the cities for the California Walks and Berkeley Safe Track Organization's Community Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Training Program. It's a bit of a mouthful. So we've been working with them to develop a community education and outreach event around bicycle and pedestrian safety. Look for that coming. I believe the date's going to be August 28th. It'll be a Zoom event, but a community event to talk about safety issues in Costa Mesa. So thanks to all of the residents who've engaged in that, and thanks to our transportation manager, Jennifer Rosales, who's been participating in that effort as well.
Hey, thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem, thanks for all your great work on that, Arliss. Councilman Reynolds. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Foley. So I really appreciate the comments of Councilmember Marr. I had the same reaction to the consent calendar. I'm not going to pull anything, but there's a ton of good government in there. A lot of good work by so many departments. And in particular, it did stand out to me, the consent calendar item number 10, where we're applying for a grant to get an $80,000 electric bus. And, you know, there was a time, there's some people in the community that kind of criticized us a little bit from a budgetary standpoint about hiring our energy and sustainability manager. And you know, I really relied on, and I'm glad I did, on the subject matter expertise of Councilmember Marr and Reynolds and listened to them. And I'm sure glad I did, because just on this item, kind of buried in a consent calendar, is we're going to save more money than we spend on the sustainability, energy and sustainability manager. But most importantly, we're moving toward a completely zero emission fleet. And that's really something to be proud of as a city for a lot of reasons, both fiscal and environmental. I want to talk about masks, though, spend some time talking about that. And then I got a brief motion for you. So, you know, we're in the kind of the second wave of the shutdown as a result of COVID. We've had some pretty bad milestones, and we're likely to have another one tomorrow. We went over 30,000 cases today in Orange County. We went over 500 deaths, including 20 deaths. This is the first time in the United States of America that we've had 1,000 deaths in one day. It's not good. And we had to shut these businesses down. Our businesses are suffering. And our businesses are suffering because without good health, without good physical health, you can't have good economic or fiscal health. It's one leads to the other. And just to give you an idea, these are the two metrics that the county and the governor is going to look at. We're supposed to have 25, what's called our positivity rate is supposed to be 25 per 100,000 residents or less. We're now at 183. We want to be at 25. We're at 183 as of today. Alternatively, if we have a positivity percentage amount that goes down to 8%, then we could possibly get off of this economic situation that we're in now. We're at 12.4 today. So what can we do about it as a community? And by that, I mean the city, which we have control over, but also our region. There are three things. We can wear a mask, we can social distance, and we can wash our hands. Our city is now committed to addressing the first of those. We talked about, and that was a reasonable comment, by the way, by one of our commenters about needing to be more clear. And we're going to address that to a certain extent. That was a reasonable point that was made. Being more clear about what we're doing, and we will work on that. But we will be doing more enforcement. We will be doing more signs. And the reason we're doing it is we're not going to open these businesses. We're not going to go back to school unless we improve our health. And the one thing we can do to address that is wear masks. And we've been serious about it. We were the first city to have a mask mandate, and now we're going to be the most aggressive city at enforcement because we need to get those kids back to school. We need to get those businesses open. And most importantly, we need to prevent people from getting sick and dying in our community. Now, enough about that. Not taking any of it back. Not smiling a bit here. No jokes. But I do have a motion. I think we should flip new business item. I moved that we flip new business item 6 and 7 because the mayor needs to be recused on new business item 6. So if we do 7 before 6, then she can leave after the item 7, which is the cannabis item. So I move that we flip the community workforce agreement item and the cannabis item.
Second.
Okay. Is there call for the question?
Well, wait a minute.
Okay,
Normally-
Councilmember Guinness. Well, before, if
Normally,
you're gonna
if we
wait,
were in the
Councilmember Guinness,
chambers-
can you wait? Councilmember Guinness, hold on, wait till I recognize you, because I need to recuse myself if you're gonna discuss this, okay? So, I
Even
will,
change the agenda?
I don't know, Ms. Barlow?
Oh, well.
I just wanna make sure I do it correctly. Ms. Barlow?
No, if the only thing is talking about timing as no substance, it's not a problem.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Guinness, Councilmember Guinness.
Now, normally, if we were in the chambers, we'd kind of look around and say, well, there's a whole bunch of people waiting for this item versus nobody waiting for that item. So we'll put that one at the end that nobody's there for anyway. Is there any way at all to tell about any queues or anything?
It's hard to know because there's the attendance list it looks to be based just on recognition of people, that there are people from both items. However, because we're on this Zoom situation, a lot of people, as I've noticed over the last 15 weeks, they aren't even on the call at first, and then they come in later when they think that item is coming on. So I don't know how we would know.
Okay, because I know people watch online and then call when it's getting
Right.
close.
Okay. Any other discussion? Anyone? Any other hands raised? None. Okay. Call for the question by voice vote. Ms. Green?
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
No, I'd like to leave it the same.
Councilmember Guinness?
I believe we should leave it the same. My feelings aren't real strong, but I believe that once the agenda is published, it's only fair to kind of leave it unless there's something really pressing.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2 with council members Guinness and Mansour voting no.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you have anything else? Okay. I'll be brief. I just want to, again, thank our city staff. I know we're going to be dark for the month of August, at least as it relates to the city council meetings. That doesn't mean that City Hall is dark. They'll continue to do the good work that they do every single day. And I want to thank them for all that they've been doing. I know we try to thank our staff when we're on these calls because we don't actually get to see them anymore. And so the only time that they hear from us other than our leadership team is when we're on these Zoom calls. So I just want to make sure that the city team understands that we as a council, we appreciate you. We understand it's a struggle. It's a confusing time. It's a dynamic time. You have to pivot almost every single day. Things that would normally take 6 months or a year are taking, a month and maybe sometimes even a week. And so we know that that's not the normal culture of local government. And so we're appreciative of your ability to be flexible and responsive to the community's needs and responsive to all of us. So thank you very much. That's pretty much all I have other than to say, please wear your face mask. It's a matter of life and death, really. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I did have one more thing. We got a letter, one of our council priorities was to become a Tree City USA again. And so we got a letter officially recognizing the city of Costa Mesa as a Tree City USA. And so we join 3,600 other Tree City USA communities. And so that's great. We can be happy that maybe someday we can all go out and celebrate Arbor Day again. We didn't get to do it this year. That was unfortunate, but Tree City USA. Good job, everyone. Okay, moving on to the city manager. Did you have any further report, or do we want to move on to the city attorney? Okay, moving on to the city attorney report. Ms. Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, it's easier if I am not shown because the fan I know can be very distracting for people, but if I don't have it on, I'll melt in front of you. So otherwise, yeah. There were a couple of things I wanted to say. First, I wanted to just advise you that we have been granted summary judgment in yet another of our group home litigation matters, and that's certainly good news. So we're doing very well in those cases.
Can you just give the community an update on what that means, summary judgment?
Yes.
Just so for lay people who aren't lawyers, what does that mean?
Yes, thank you. We have received, I think 8 now, challenges to our ordinances in federal court. And the first case, which was the Yellowstone case, went to trial December of 2018. And ultimately we received a jury victory in that case, which is now on appeal. Many of the other cases trailed in terms of time of filing behind the Yellowstone case. And we have filed in, I think 5, 6, 7 of them now, a motion that's called a motion for summary judgment. And it basically argues that there really aren't any facts that a jury needs to decide, that the court can determine based upon the agreed upon facts or the undisputed facts that the city should prevail. And we have succeeded. I didn't count them today, but I believe on the 5th of those cases today, recently. So that's very good news, and we will continue to fight that fight. That was also one of the council members' goals. Council goals was to keep the community safe and reduce the negative impacts of those homes. But I also wanted to address the issue of whether or not the governor's order, the county's order, and the city's order are in fact laws, and to clarify them since there seems to be a need for that. First, I want to point out that regardless of what is in the city's proclamation and resolution, there is a statewide mask order that requires the wearing of masks, and I won't bore you with all the details of it, but suffice it to say, if you are working where you interact with the public, if you are working or visiting a public place, if you are standing in line to go into a public place, if you are working an essential function and you can't be safely distanced from others, you are to be wearing face. And there are some exceptions for children under 2 and for people who have, based on a doctor's recommendation, the inability to wear a mask because of some condition. And there are some conditions, there aren't that many of them, frankly, that do make it difficult for someone to wear a mask. But in that case, there are now many clear plastic face shields that you can wear instead of a mask. So if you are in any physician's office, any healthcare setting, riding public transportation, interacting with any member of the public, in any space that is accessible to members of the public, even if they're not present at the time, working where any food is prepared, packaged, or distributed, walking in or through common areas, hallways, stairways, elevators, and parking facilities, and in any room or enclosed area where other people except people who are from your own household or residents are present when you are unable to physically distance. And that includes even being, if you're outdoors in public spaces, if you cannot maintain a safe distance from people who are not members of your own household. That is in the state's order. And the violation of that order is a misdemeanor. And obviously there have been many questions about it, but I'm just going to read you one sentence from the California Government Code. And it is from Government Code Section 8567A. The governor may make, amend, and rescind orders and regulations necessary to carry out the provisions of this chapter, which is the emergency and disaster sections. The orders and regulations shall have the force and effect of law. So for those people who are questioning whether the governor can make such orders, whether we can make such orders, they have the effect of law. They are, in fact, laws, and it is a misdemeanor to violate them. The county's mandatory order is also in place. And so what we essentially have in Costa Mesa is 3 layers of orders regarding masks. First is the state's order. Second is the county's mandatory order, which was rescinded and then reinstated. And that order under the Health and Safety Code allows the public health officer to issue orders that are necessary to preserve the public health. That is also a violation of that order is also considered a legal violation, a violation of a law, and is a misdemeanor. A misdemeanor can be punishable by up to 6 months in prison or jail or a $1,000 fine. Our own city order, which is made pursuant to Government Code Section 8568, Health and Safety Code Section 101029, Government Code Section 41601, Government Code Section 26602, and Costa Mesa Municipal Code Section 6-6 and 6-9, among others, requires that you wear a face covering in many places where you cannot social distance. It is not as comprehensive, frankly, as the state's order, because, for example, it's not required that you wear a mask when you are outdoors in certain settings. However, it is mandated when you are in any place where you're performing an essential function, and that includes people who are working in essential businesses. That should be all workers and all patrons of grocery stores, pharmacies, restaurants, etc., even if you are outdoors. And then the municipal code is enforceable as an infraction under its current structure. Infraction for this violation, the first infraction is a $100 fine. The second violation within a 1-year period is $200 fine. And the third and subsequent infraction or violations is a $500 fine. And those are minimums. So for those who have had questions, you can find the specifics of the proclamation and the resolution. They're posted on our website. I'll be posting a memo in the next couple of days, which will detail all of the legal bases for the state and the county and the city's orders. But I do hope that people understand. I have a personal friend who lost her 14-year-old, her son's 14-year-old friend in another city just a few days ago. For those of you who are young, it can be deadly, and it's not. And I appreciate Councilmember Chavez, you pointing out specifically about that youth feeling of infallibility and perpetual life, but unfortunately, you don't know all the people that you're coming into contact with. You don't know where they've been, and you don't know who they might have in their lives who is at risk. So there's a very good reason for these orders. We're not trying to be arbitrary. We really want to keep Costa Mesa, particularly Costa Mesa, as safe as we possibly can. So please, please, please comply with these. And I will be working with the police department and code enforcement to enforce these laws as stringently as we need to do to keep the city safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barlow, for sharing that and clarifying that for the community. I think there's a lot of misinformation out there, and I hope that people now understand what's the basis for allowing our city and the state and the county to be able to enact such orders. So really appreciate that work. Okay, I'm going to go back to Ms. Farrell Harrison because I apologize. We forgot that the chief was going to give us our fireworks action report. Ms. Farrell Harrison, do you want to introduce it?
Sure, thank you. So this is our first meeting since the 4th of July. And so we have both of our chiefs here that are available to give a brief update and after action report on the 4th of July holiday. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Glass.
Chief Glass, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. So as we discussed, I'm going to give you a brief update of the report that you received over the weekend covering our 2020 4th of July holiday report on operations. So again, every year, our annual operational goals for the 4th of July holiday are community outreach and education, effective handling of routine emergency calls for service, high visibility, and proactive approach to illegal fireworks enforcement. Obviously, as we all know, this is a different year than we've experienced previously. When it comes to community outreach, starting in June, the city focused on social media platforms at all levels, from the city, police, and fire, to hit all the different aspects we could reach to our community to remind them of safe and sane firework usage, target enforcement against sales, possession of illegal fireworks, and the different laws and rules that are in place that we have annually. One thing we were not able to do this year because of COVID and getting out into the community was the distribution of flyers and pamphlets to hotspot areas. But again, that is on our ongoing operations that we will be doing that when we have a different environment and approach going forward. But we made a huge emphasis through our social media platforms and postings this year. The other aspect was that, Fire Marshal Neal and myself participating in the Mayor's Virtual Town where we could address specific questions that the community had. There was a good presence in that, and we addressed those questions that the community might have that who participate in it to also assist with our community outreach aspect of it. And the other thing that we do for community outreach is every year we post different LED signs throughout the city, major thoroughways. There's 6 different ones that we post out there besides the ones that were out there in regards to COVID. But we still have those that we do post, reminding people of no illegal fireworks, enforcement actions, and the fines associated. And that was implemented, and that's a constant approach that we're able to take with our other outreach potentials. When it comes to police staffing and deployment, this year we looked at a different approach of making sure we had our minimum staffing levels throughout the organization to provide the services that are required just for the regular calls for service and criminal aspect that we have, using our K9 as well as Traffic Safety Bureau, who was out there doing DOI enforcement. We started updating or adjusting our staff from the 2nd to the 4th to ensure that we had individuals who could assist with the calls and increase of calls for service that we receive in regards to fireworks going off, to go out to those so we don't take away from our everyday operations and personnel. So that was successful in making sure that we provide those quality services and response times to just everyday crimes going forward. With that, we have our regular enforcement actions that would take place in regards to illegal fireworks. There's the health and safety code as well as the municipal codes that we enforce. Our SIU team, who has done different undercover operations in previous years, was able to get some of those going based on their workload. At one point, they confiscated approximately 1,000 pounds of illegal fireworks on some cases that they were able to work and track individuals who were selling in the Costa Mesa area specifically. And we focus specifically in Costa Mesa to help deter and have those in our city. Any of those fireworks that are recovered or confiscated throughout the whole operational period are always taken over to Fire Station 4, and eventually Orange County Sheriff's Department bomb squad responds and takes care of those. As we all know, this year, again, being unprecedented, every city throughout every state has seen a huge increase in firework calls. I had my crime analysis kind of look at this, and in the report I identified from March 19th to June 30th, there was huge increases in every city compared to what they've seen previous year. And I think we've seen that in just the media. It was announcing and identifying that it was issued nationally. Don't know it's because of the environment, more people home, people out of school, but something that we experienced just as much as everybody else. But some cities saw significant increases for what they're normally. For us, when you compare us to those differences, that we generally always have a high level of calls and fireworks going on already in our city. So during our operational period, which usually covers the 6-day operation period, June 30th to July 5th, we saw approximately 681 firework-related calls. 512 of those were general broadcast. There's no contact request, and people just heard it and gave us a general direction, didn't observe it or just telling us where these are going. And then we had 169, which were responses where they requested us to go out to a location that talk to the officer and go out there. And that's where our direct enforcement teams come into play. Direct enforcement is a resource that we use to address those to help alleviate the calls for service increases that we see from our general patrol services so they can still provide those basic functions out there on a regular basis. In regards to this year, we realigned some of our staffing and teams and had minimal overtime. And one of the things we're trying to do during this pandemic, we know other agencies are experiencing huge losses. People are being exposed to COVID and they're being required to quarantine individuals for 14 days. So since COVID started and the pandemic and orders, one of the things we have been doing internally is we have been minimizing our exposure with the units so we don't have no cross-contamination. So if something was exposed out there on an everyday call, and we constantly have this, and there was a potential that they had to be quarantined and a whole team had to be quarantined, we are keeping individuals on standby that could be pulled up. For example, gangs, I could pull a sergeant and 4 officers right into backfill patrol. So we always have that constant patrol out there to provide the call or handle calls for service and for the public safety. So that's something we've been managing over the last 3 to 4 months since this occurred in different manners. And it's something we're continually doing. But with that, we still had a reassignment of some individuals who could be out there to handle those calls, and specifically on the 4th of July, because that's usually the emphasis of citations. We had increased our unmarked units where individuals could be out there during the time when we know 4th of July is usually there's a time where everybody starts letting them off opposed to the previous days. And during that, they had over 36 citations or received 36 citations in regards to just firework relation calls. Now, in previous years, our direct enforcement team received 41, I think, in 2019 and 41 in 2018, even though they had other citation arrests, because sometimes they do come in contact with individuals who are drinking in public intoxication warrants and all that. But in regards to the enforcement of fireworks, we're pretty close to consistent with our previous years, even though we did it at a different deployment period and model, based on trying to alleviate and minimize cross-contamination and having such a strong presence and everybody out there opposed to that potential that could happen after the 4th of July. Moving forward, we continue to focus on hot spots that were out there in the city. And then there's 2 major incidents that really occurred that we noted. One was the incident with a small aerial firework to a building that the fire responded. I could let the Chief Stefano address that further. And then there was another incident with an amputation where someone had illegal firework and suffered an injury from that. Before I let Chief Stefano go, in regards, everybody knows this year we did not have block parties. They were not authorized. We had no logistical or animal control issues reported or concerns during this operational period. And as an organization, moving forward, I will be looking at different ways where we could reassign a couple of different units to increase our unmarked presence on the days leading up to the 4th of July, to not just have it on that day, but to help out during those previous days, because unmarked units seem to be the most effective in doing the citations. But again, we still have the obligation to respond to those calls with marked when people want to talk to officers and have that presence to hope to deter it, but catching it usually relies upon the unmarked. I'll refer over to Chief Stefano if you to cover the fire aspect.
Chief Stefano, are you there?
That I am, and I think Chief Glass did an exceptional job of articulating the after action report. So I'll just kind of touch on a couple of highlights relative to fire. I think Chief Glass hit. We do an exceptional job, and it's citywide. It's not just police and fire, but every facet, every department is engaged, from the public communications team, public services. So everyone's engaged in that piece. Finance handles the permits for the 30 fireworks booths that we had this past year. So everyone, it's all hands on deck, and I think everyone does a great job of getting the message out. I also know that everyone realizes it's a unique year this year, but there's not a person out there that didn't see the skylines that lined everywhere throughout Orange County, throughout the state. So with that being said, and for 4th of July being on a Saturday on top of it, a lot of numbers out there. You know, we would imagine for us this year, fire, 199 calls for service in the 5-day period that we looked at, which was a 12% increase over the course of time as we compare to last year. But as we look in the 5-year span of it, it's in line with what we have, especially with it being a Saturday. In terms of the calls for service, specifically on the 4th of July, we had 47 calls for service. Of those, we had 12 that were small brush, dumpster, or trash fires, which are consistent with people throwing away fireworks, usually in the trash, or them hitting the brush and whatnot, both legal and illegal. And we had or small property fires. We didn't have any significant structure fires. We did have the one small roof fire. It was extinguished upon arrival, so that we're glad that didn't go any further than that, but that was considered a noteworthy incident. In terms of significant injuries, we did have a significant injury. We transported a partial hand amputation related to illegal fireworks. And again, all the communication in the world we can do, we're still going to have incidents like that are, just don't make sense. But nonetheless, we also had a couple of other related incidents to fireworks, and they were related to embers hitting individuals. One happened to be a minor, and as we go out, we assess the patients, and it was not significant, and they didn't want to be transported to the hospital. But those were the primary. We've had years that are considerably worse. Numbers were in alignment. We're going to continue as we move into next year, do a further detailing of the fireworks booths and try to break down some more information for the council to look at. And we'll come forward with some recommendations along with finance, the finance department who handles the permitting, and bring that forward. But again, all in all, I think a lot of time and effort went into this year. It was a unique year. Hats off to every department because everyone did do quite a bit. And in particular, the police department with the added enforcement task that they had with a lot of unique things going on. But again, thank you for the council support. End of report for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, council, were there any questions? If you have a question, please raise your hand in the queue. I don't see any questions. No hands raised. Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you for that report. Okay, now it is 7:24. We're supposed to start our public hearing right now. What I'd like to do is see if there is a motion to approve the consent calendar. Does anyone?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Green, sorry. Can you please call the vote by voice vote?
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness,
You're on mute. You're on mute.
Yes, provided you don't have any requests from anybody to pull anything there from the public.
I did not receive any requests from Ms. Green.
Okay, then yes.
Madam, yeah, we didn't receive any in written, but we probably should maybe ask the public if anybody wishes to pull anything.
How do we do that? We've never done that.
If you have any members of the public wish to pull an item from the consent calendar, if they could raise their hand. So seeing none.
Okay.
We'll continue.
Okay, because remember, Ms. Green, just as a reminder, we started that new procedure where we had to send you a request, but anyway.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Mansour,
Yes.
Councilmember Marr,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, now we'll move to our one public hearing item. Public hearing item number 1, Ms. Green.
Thank you. This is SB2, Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program Grant Application and Related 5-Year Plan. Presentation by Ms. Price, Assistant City Manager.
Ms. Price, you have the floor.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I have before you today the SB2 Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program public hearing. I think, Ms. Green, are you managing the PowerPoint?
Yes, we can go to next slide.
Thank you. The state approved Senate Bill 2, Building Homes and Jobs in 2017, which established a $75 recording fee for real estate transactions across the state. The state priorities are to increase affordable housing supply, fund programs that address unmet housing needs and gaps in our cities, as well as including assistance to those that are homeless or at risk of experiencing homelessness. You will see later in an agenda item number, new business number 4, the application of year 1 revenue from Senate Bill 2. The year 1 revenue, 50% of that was provided to cities in application for planning grants. And so what we're discussing tonight on the public hearing is the year 2 revenue. This is the first year of subsequent years of this revenue coming from the real estate transaction fee, whereby 70% of the revenue coming from this fee is being applied directly to cities on a go-forward basis. And this is somewhat unprecedented, really, to be able to have funding directly to the cities across the state to really start working on some of our affordable housing and homelessness issues. Next slide, please. I just stated the state has provided this new direct allocation to cities, and the way that they have done the allocation process is through the federal community development block grant entitlement methodology. So that is the formula that's being used to create these allocations across the state. Costa Mesa's 5-year allocation is anticipated to be $3.17 million, with a first-year allocation at $528,581. Annual funding is estimated, as you can imagine. The real estate transaction fees will fluctuate year to year based on the number of transactions that occur. Next slide. To receive the permanent local housing allocation funding, the city must submit an application to the state with a 5-year activity plan approved and adopted by the city council. The city's 5-year plan proposes to use this funding to support the bridge emergency shelter, including the wraparound services that are provided by city staff related to case management and services to obtain and retain housing for the populations that we serve at the bridge emergency shelter, as well as operating costs for the shelter provider, which is Mercy House. This funding allows 5% of the funding to be used for administration of the grant, including basically what the administration covers is the reporting on fiscal and programmatic performance, as well as any audits that may occur. Next slide. For the state housing and community development guidelines, a public notice was published on the city website as well as in the Daily Pilot on July 11th for the 10-day public review and comment period. The application due date has been extended to August 26th. And the funding award announcement is anticipated in October of this year. Final slide. So what we're asking the mayor and city council tonight is to adopt the revised resolution. You should have received, it's also posted on our city website, a revision because the resolution had needed to include language about that 10-day public review and comment period. And so we added that additional language to the resolution to be compliant with the state's requirements. So we're asking that you adopt the resolution and provide to submit the application to the state, as well as authorize the city manager and the finance director to execute an agreement when the state receives our application before October. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. on the PLHA program.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Price. We have Councilmember Guinness and Councilmember Reynolds in the queue. Councilmember Guinness. You're on mute.
About that. I wanted to verify that these are basically funds per capita, that this is not a competitive grant.
That is correct. The funds are being using the formula of CDBG across the state. And so, we basically have to submit a 5-year plan on how we would allocate those funds in our local jurisdiction.
So basically they check off the boxes, but we're not competing against anybody else.
Yes, not for the amount. The amounts are allocated already.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you, Ms. Price. I also had a money question. We've got so many different buckets of funds going into our homeless services. My question is, with these funds, were these funds planned into the budget that we just adopted, or are these additive?
Thank you. That's a great question, Councilmember Reynolds. This was actually incorporated into the Housing Authority budget that was approved by the council in the last, what was that, on the 16th of June.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Darn.
I know. Okay. I see no other hands raised, so we will now go to open the public comment. If you would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand in the Zoom, or please press *9 if you are on a telephone. I don't see any hands raised. Ms. Green, do you have any?
Madam Mayor, I see none also.
Okay, we will close the public comment. And council, if you'd like to make a motion, please raise your hand. Okay, Councilman Reynolds.
Move the staff recommendation.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Marr seconds. And call for the question. Councilmember Reynolds, did you want to speak to the item or no?
No, just want to thank everyone for their continued good work on our homeless services.
Okay, Councilmember Marr?
No, thank you.
Okay, thanks. We will call the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley? Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, great job. Thank you, Ms. Price, for that presentation. Now we will move to our old business. We have none. And now we're going to move to new business. We have 7 new business items tonight. So get settled in. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to get through, it's right now 7:35. So depending on where we are in the agenda, I'd like us to take a break at 8:30. Does that work for everyone? Just shake your head yes or no. Does that give you enough? Okay. So, will Ms. Green, can you please read the titles for the first item?
Approval of side letter of agreement reducing employee compensation and benefits for Costa Mesa Firefighters Association. Presentation by Ms. Farrell Harrison, City Manager, and Ms. Lee, Acting Human Resources Manager.
Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Actually, I'm going to turn it over to Costa Lee, but I just wanted to thank again all of our city employees for negotiating these side letter agreements with us. We're going through an unprecedented time, and a time when we're really experiencing a very severe economic crisis. And so I'm just proud of the leadership that our city employees have shown across the board. Every single employee association, every single employee has at this point, as of tonight, agreed to a 5% cut in pay in order to pitch in, do their part to help the city through this unparalleled economic crisis. As a result, we'll be able to save $3 million in our budget, which I'm really very proud to say is a much needed relief in terms of our spending. so that we can continue to maintain city services that are so critical, especially during a pandemic. And so I just wanted to thank our very dedicated and committed employees once again for basically a voluntary, if you will, pay cut. They didn't have to do this. We could have instead laid off employees and cut city services, but everybody all in has contributed. I wanted to thank the council members as well that have submitted their paperwork to take cuts in addition to the employees. And so just very thankful that across the board, all of our associations are pitching in, saving $3 million so that we can continue to provide as extraordinary service during an extraordinary time. And so thank you to the Costa Mesa Firefighters Association for this agreement that we're bringing forward tonight. And also thank you to Qasim Ali, who single-handedly with me negotiated these contracts along with Itzia and Carol from Finance, who also pitched in, and of course, Chief Stefano, who's instrumental in bringing this deal before us this evening, and Scott Purcell and Mike Hurd of our Costa Mesa Firefighters Association. And so all in, Team Costa Mesa, just very thankful for a $3 million savings to our budget and employees taking a 5% pay cut. So with that, I'll turn over to Kasima for the deal points.
Thank you. Ms. Lee?
Yes, I'm just going to pull up the presentation. All right, can everybody see?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. On March 12th, the City Manager and Director of Emergency Services issued an emergency declaration due to the unanticipated and deadly COVID-19 worldwide outbreak. As a result, there have been devastating impacts on public health and mortality and severe impacts to the American economy, including numerous general fund sources declining significantly, including tax revenues, for example, sales tax, hotel tax, business license tax, etc., fees, fines, and charges. On May 19th, staff presented an estimated deficit of $29.8 million in the fiscal year 2021 general fund budget. The 2021 general fund budget addresses the budget deficit in a multifaceted approach, including citywide department budget cuts that total $10 million, defunding of 13.75 full-time and 3.7 part-time positions, funding from federal, state, and county levels, including a $900,000 county allocation to the City of CARES Act funds, $1.4 million state allocation of CARES Act funds, $600,000 potential FEMA reimbursement. The city also reduced its 10% employee furlough request to 5%. At the June 25th City Council meeting, side letters of agreement and resolutions reducing compensation and benefits were approved for the Costa Mesa Police Association, Costa Mesa Police Management Association, Costa Mesa Fire Management Association, Costa Mesa Division Managers Association, and unrepresented executive and confidential employees. To date, we bring forth the final group, the Costa Mesa Firefighter Association. This agreement includes an equivalent to a 5% reduction to the flexible benefit contribution in fiscal year 2021, extension of the current contract to June 30th, 2024, a 14-day FLSA period effective July 1, 2022, and a Me Too clause for salary adjustments in fiscal year 22-23 and 23-24. This is generally consistent with other groups' reductions, including furloughs in 2021, keeping everything flat in 21-22, and then moderate increases in fiscal year 22-23 and then 23-24. The fiscal year 2021 adopted budget includes a $3.2 million estimated savings amount for a 5% employee furlough. The attached agreement, if approved, will generate $349,003 million in savings to the fiscal year 2020-21 adopted budget. These savings combined with the $2.7 million in savings from the agreements approved at the June 25th City Council meeting achieve $3 million in savings next year. Tonight's recommendation is that the City Council approve the side letter of agreement between the City of Costa Mesa and the Costa Mesa Firefighters Association and approve the streamlined transparency and labor negotiations fiscal analysis impact report. Staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Before I go to the council members, could you address if you posted all of the transparency information onto our city website?
Yes, it is on the website.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember Mansour, and then Council Members Guinness, and then Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Thank you. Ms. Lee, when was that posted?
Over the weekend with some corrections made Monday and Tuesday.
Okay. And I know we're going to a 14-day FLSA work period.
And we will be moving to a 14-day.
28 to 14. And then how much is that going to increase the overtime costs?
If Carol is available to answer that question.
Because I know we've tried to rein in our overtime.
Ms. Molina, are you available?
Yes, I'm right here. We're anticipating overtime to have minimal impact for the 14-day FLSA at this moment in time because of how the formula is incorporated with the fire department. The main impact will be on the FLSA rate, anticipated about a 2% increase from the Fire Association's base pay.
Oh, okay, so
of about $160,000.
Okay, but you do believe overtime will go up?
The majority of the impact will be the base of the FLSA rate. There is anticipated some parts of the overtime. However, the majority will be the FLSA rate itself.
Okay, and that was an internal study we just did here. There was no independent analysis on the overtime?
We used Peter Brown, our legal attorney, to verify the formulas that were to be used for the 14-day calculation.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Guinness.
They have a Me Too clause for if other people get raises. And how does that relate to some of the other side letters? Because several of the others actually do have raises in return for the cuts. For example, fire in return for the cuts is going to the 14-day FLSA, whereas I'm looking at some of the other organizations and we see, oh, here I am. I'm looking at the other staff report. Police Officers Association, 1% increase 22-23 and a 2% increase 23-24. And then some of the other groups also, general employees, 2% salary increase 22. So does the Me Too clause include those increases or does it exclude those increases?
The Me Too clause for the fire as worded would be any increase above 2% they would be entitled to. So we equated the FLSA increase to about approximately a 2%. So they would be entitled if any other groups got above a 2%.
Okay. And they agree with that 2%?
Yes.
Okay. But then is the 14-day the savings then? How does that relate then to what was counted? Because when I talked to Peter Brown, he said FLSA is worth about 1.5%. And so are they equating the FLSA to 2%? How does that all work out? I just want to make sure that everybody agrees and we're not going to be sitting here stuck with another 2% raise on top of this in the future.
I can address that since
Ms. Scarlett Harrison.
Yes, thank you. So we have mutual agreement on the 2%. And so as Councilman mentioned, anything above the 2% would trigger the Me Too. So with the acknowledgement that 14 days, about 1.5, considering there could be some ancillary minor overtime, that's how we get to the 2%. And then anything above the 2% would trigger the Me Too clause.
Okay.
Agreement on the 2%.
Okay, thank you. Wait a second. So when we go back to, well, I put it down on the floor here. where we have a 1% raise for PD, 22, 23, and then a 2% 23, 24. Does that trigger a Me Too?
Yes.
It does.
Yes, and that's included in the estimate in the financial impact analysis.
In the numbers.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yeah, my question is really quick. Can you go back to the second to the last slide, please?
Sure, just a second. This one?
Yeah. So in the second bullet, it's 349,003, and then it says million.
Yeah, sorry, that was.
Is that just a typo?
Yes. It's
okay,
just,
that's cool. That was my only question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was going to let her off on that one, John. Okay.
I didn't understand. I thought it might mean something. Thought it might mean something else.
All right. Let's see. That was it. Okay. I'm going to open up this item for public comment. If there was anyone who wants to speak to this item, please raise your hand in the Zoom or press *9 on your telephone. And let's see if we have any people who would like to speak. I have one speaker, Mr. Dixon. Welcome back.
Thank you. And I do appreciate everything public safety is doing for us right now. And I don't want to get in between any of the negotiations that are happening, but I do think we need further analysis on just the potential long-term impacts. I think we need to game it out a little bit, maybe get some further analysis regarding what, different scenarios regarding the overtime, different scenarios regarding the Me Too. And perhaps we can come with find a way to compensate the firefighters as they should be compensated without having to rely on overtime. And find a way to, and perhaps if one of the ways when you have these incredible fiscal emergencies is any sort of takeaway from any employee group can be restored when the economy comes back with interest or with some sort of other incentive. But I would encourage us to have future or additional financial analysis regarding this particular side letter, because I hope that everyone on the council can agree that the analysis that's been presented is pretty cursory and it is streamlined due to the conditions, but I would appreciate some additional analysis so we know exactly what this means in terms of the future overtime obligations and the Me Too clauses. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Ms. Green, do you see anyone?
Madam Mayor, I do not.
Okay, we'll close public comment. Council, is there a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move approval of the item.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, second by Councilmember Marr. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you want to speak to the item?
Yeah, I'll speak briefly to it. I just want to thank so much the firefighters and in particular Scott Purcell and Mike Hurd for the negotiating, good faith negotiating, and also our staff and especially City Manager Farrell Harrison and Cosima and Carol and Itzia and everybody that worked so hard on this. This is really an incredible achievement. It's an incredible achievement to get $3 million overall over all the bargaining groups, and the firefighters now have joined every other bargaining group in the city. It's tremendous. To put it in context, the last time that we were involved in a negotiated agreement with the firefighters, it took us, I think, 8 months. There were a lot of twists and turns. It was different in a way, but this has been very compressed. And we have not only have achieved this furlough, but we've also achieved an extension of the contract. And over the life of I've got the number here, but over the life of the contract, when you factor in the furlough, you factor in the Me Too and the increase as a result of going from 28 days FLSA to 14 days FLSA, the net difference is a payment of $136,000, I believe, and that just doesn't happen. In the last negotiation we had with the firefighters, they hadn't had a raise in 10 years. We were able to address that in 2017. Their contract was to run out in 2021. Now it goes through 2024. It's great for the city. It gives us stability. And once again, those firefighters, as they did in 2008 and 2009 when we were in trouble, as they do every day, for every time you hear a siren, they came and they helped us out. And so thank you very much to the firefighters, and thanks for the great work that was done by our negotiating team. It is a remarkable result. And as for the issue on overtime, that is an ongoing issue that Chief Stefano and Chief Glass are working on in general, is overtime for our public safety. And so that number could be adjusted downward as well as it could be adjusted upward with some additional management in place. So we'll take a look at that as we go on in other budgetary cycles, but wonderful sacrifice by the firefighters and wonderful work by our city team.
Thank you. Councilor Marr, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, just also echo my thanks. I know this hasn't been easy for any of the bargaining groups, and this hasn't been easy for the city staff negotiating. To be clear, there's two different kinds of overtime that we're talking about that may be a source of confusion if you're not intimately involved in the FLSA process. So there's the overtime that naturally occurs because firefighters don't work normal shifts like everybody else, and that they are paid for as part of the FLSA period. And then there's additional overtime on top of that we've been talking about the chief managing. And so that 2% that we were talking about from switching FLSA periods is sort of built into the way that the shifts are set up. The comment about restoring pay, so that is built into all of these employee agreements. If we were to receive a windfall from the HEROES Act, for example, we are committed to getting employees paid back and ending the furloughs as fast as possible. So write Mitch McConnell and members of the Senate to encourage them to pass the HEROES Act, please, so that we can get that funding and get back to normal as fast as possible. And I think that's it. Thank you to Scott Purcell for his patience with the process as well.
Thank you. Let's see. I have Councilmember Mansour, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Guinness, was that an old hand raise or is that new? You're on mute.
It was old, but I'm going to raise it again. Let them go first.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Mansour, Councilmember Chavez, and then Councilmember Guinness.
So, understanding the condition or the situation that we're all in with COVID and financial issues, and I want to express that appreciation and understanding, and I do appreciate what our firefighters do. My concern, and I know I've said this before, and I'll say it again, my concern is with transparency. We used to have a coin ordinance, and I understand there's some urgency to this matter. But there used to be two hearings on these issues, so the public could get the information and comment on it. And so now we have this. We reduced it to a transparency in labor negotiations, which was, I believe, supposed to have at least one hearing, maybe not two. But now we're just posting it, over the weekend, and then now the public gets to see it or comment on it, for the first time now, when it's pretty much decided. And that's always concerning to me. As far as the overtime goes, that remains to be seen. It's my understanding that anytime you reduce the time of the FLSA, it makes it, overtime has a tendency to go up. That's at least the way I've perceived it. We'll see. We'll see what happens with overtime. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez and then Councilmember Guinness.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you for everyone for negotiating this agreement. As we said before, with this agreement, everyone in City Hall will take in a 5% furlough. And I just want to reiterate the honestest gratitude I have to our city employees for taking that that big hit essentially for our city and for our community. You know, it's never easy to have to negotiate this, but just the fact of seeing the whole city come together, seeing everyone pull in together, you know, that reminds us what our city is about. It's the fact that we're a family, we're all a team together, and you know, I'm really appreciative that they've come to the table and they've offered this, and I'm happy we have a deal ready to go.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Guinness.
I'm looking at the analyses that we got last time, and why is it that up until this week we were told that 5% furlough for CMFA would be 539,000 and or equivalent cash amount, and then now it's 349,000. What changed?
Ms. Lee or Ms. Farrell Harrison?
Yeah, I can address that since I was in charge of the negotiations team. And so what we've done with public safety in particular, and in this case with our firefighters, because of the fact that it'll be very difficult for them to actually take 104 hours, which is the equivalent of the 5%, what we negotiated was 5% of base salary to be taken from the flexible benefits bucket. And recognizing that they're one of the few employee groups, and probably actually the only employee group that would have a very hard time taking 104 hours without impacting public services significantly, I negotiated basically, and I'm bringing you a slightly reduced amount where it's the 5% of base salary pay. And so the first number that you saw was the 5% fully loaded of salary plus incentive pays, which for most employees, since they'll be taking their furlough in the form of reduced pay and taking time off, that works. But with this group, given the fact that it's a 24/7 operation, it would be very difficult for our firefighters to take 104 hours. I felt it was more appropriate and more fair to come forward with a 5% equivalent of base salary, which is a smaller number. And so that's what's being presented to you tonight.
Okay, I'm looking at the budget, and regular salaries, and that of course also includes management, is about 9 million. So I'm not sure what portion of that is management, even if you say you cut off, I don't know, 1 million. So then 5% of that would be 400,000. I mean, and based on what we're considering 5% of fire management, it looks like it's well under 1 million. So how did we, I'm still not sure how we came up with the 349 versus the 539, because they were both supposed to be 5%, the equivalent. I understand the difference of taking it out as cash out of the benefits package, because that was pretty much the discussion all along. But the shifting numbers is the part that I'm having a little trouble getting my head around here.
Well, I'll clarify. What the first calculation was 5% of base salary plus incentive pays, which in the case of public safety, there are different special pays for different specialties. There's hazmat pay, there's EMT pay, et cetera. And so it's 5% of base salary plus incentives was the original number, which is the same format and methodology that we use from all of the other associations. But in the case of firefighters, because of the fact that they won't be taking 104 hours off in terms of time, what I negotiated was 5% of base salary. So the number that you're seeing in the budget is regular salaries, includes everything. It includes base salary and special pays. And so the 5% that we negotiated was just on the base salary, recognizing that they won't be taking 104 hours of time.
So there's no, so we're not including the special pays. And that would account for why 2%, where we're showing the increase on FLSA as being equivalent to 2% is 160, which would imply that 80,000 is 1%. Yet 5% is only 340, which would really only be 4%, a little over 4%. 4.25%.
Yeah, the FLSA regular rate of pay calculation and conversion is is separate and apart, and it's very unique way of calculating FLSA. So we use our experts to do that. And so,
Oh, I get that, but you had earlier said that it was equivalent to 2%, and 2% of, so if 160 is 2%, then 1% would be 80.
yes. Yes.
And 5% would be 400.
So what you will see in the side letter, because it's a large group with many different, each individual can be in a different step. What we did is we normalized for purposes of simplify administration. We chose 3 classifications and mid-step. And so it's not the 5% of base salary is being done in just 3 amounts for based on whether you're a firefighter, whether you're an engineer, or whether you're a captain. And it's mid-step, not top step, not bottom step, not one of the 7 steps, because that's too administratively burdensome for payroll to do a manual process for every single member of CMFA. And so what we negotiated was, for simplicity's sake, and you'll see that in the side letter, it is mid-step, 5% of mid-step for those 3 classifications for the entire group.
So you used a benchmark, sort of.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Chavez, did you have something else, or was that prior hand raise? Okay. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, did you have anything?
No, just additional thanks to staff. I'll keep it short since we have 6 items to go.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Same. Appreciate all the hard work to get here. Appreciate the Firefighters Association for really digging in and doing the, rolling their sleeves up and working with our city staff, our finance team, our city management office, to make sure that we were able to make this happen. I'll echo some of the comments by Mayor Pro Tem Stevens. This is the 8 contracts renegotiated in 2 months, basically, which is unheard of. And so, and it does bring stability to our city staff team, because these contracts, on the back end, are going to be extended, and everyone will then be able to kind of take a break from all this instability. So I do think that that's beneficial for the long-term health of the financial health of the city and the city budget. So appreciate all of you for doing that hard work. And we know it takes a lot of time, a lot of questions. I will remind everyone that we actually started talking about a lot of these numbers in February, January, February timeframe. So some of that data was already in place and sunlighted at that time. So thank you all. Call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gannis,
No, I would like to be able to vote yes, but I still feel there's too much floating around on the numbers. And one of the important parts to me was that we have parity for all our employee groups. And I still have question in my mind as to whether that's occurring. Thank you.
Councilmember Mansour,
I agree. I vote no.
Councilmember Mar,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2 with Council Members Gannis and Mansour voting no.
Okay, thank you all for that. And so looks like our next item of business, we'll go through this one and then we'll take a break. We should be able to get through this one.
Item number 2 is an urgency ordinance entitled, an urgency ordinance of the City of Costa Mesa, California, temporarily suspending the permit requirements and development standards for outdoor activities and parking contained in the zoning code applicable to retail sales and other businesses, and declaring the ordinance to be an emergency measure to take effect immediately upon adoption. Presentation by Mr. Curtis, Economic and Development Services Director. Thank you.
Actually, Madam Mayor, Bowens Clean will be making the presentation.
Okay, Ms. Bowens Clean.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. As you know, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, state and local mandates have required, again, closing of places like malls, other indoor businesses, including service businesses, just after this brief reopening that we've experienced. Because of these evolving requirements, retailers and some service businesses have requested the ability to be able to conduct their service outside. But as you know, our code prohibits, in most cases, any type of outdoor activity without any kind of special approval. However, we do have sidewalk and parking lot sales, which already have a process for permitting by code, but at this time, with a limitation of no more than 3 days, 4 times a year, and for retail purposes only. Other outdoor activities would require normally the approval of a minor conditional use permit. Because of the rapid changes in state and local mandates and the desire to provide some sort of consistency for both retailers and service businesses, of course, as well as their customers, and sorry about that. Did I lose? Yes, sorry about that. It is proposed that service businesses as well as retail businesses be able to go through a more relaxed process with the sidewalk sale permits, and also allow service businesses to process under these sidewalk and parking lot sales permits for a longer period of time. This would allow services to institute outdoor activity quickly without the time it takes to process a minor conditional use permit, as well as to allow longer periods of time for various retail uses. Like I said earlier, the zoning code does require all activity to occur under roof, but it does allow the processing of the sidewalk or parking lot sale permit for retailers or minor CUP for service businesses, which do allow us to review these on a case-by-case consideration of the outdoor activities. Because the review does allow us to look at the activities, see what kind of impact it might have on parking or on noise for adjacent neighbors, that kind of thing. So as I said earlier, we already have a sidewalk parking lot sale process that would allow a review of the proposal and request input from other departments if there's a concern with the proposed activity. Temporary expansion of the sidewalk parking lot sales would allow businesses to operate outside for what we're proposing to be up to 180 days, as well as allowing service businesses such as gyms to operate outside. If approved, these uses could continue to operate despite changing parameters due to the pandemic, assuming the interior type of limitations would continue. And staff would work with applicants on a case-by-case basis to ensure that safety measures, including traffic circulation and building and fire codes, are satisfied before approving any type of outdoor activity. So our conclusion is the approval of the urgency ordinance would allow the establishment of outdoor retail sales and activities for service businesses such as gyms and hair salons that would provide a safe way to encourage people to return to city businesses until such time that the COVID-19 restrictions are permanently lifted. And so therefore, we recommend that you approve the urgency ordinance to allow the Director of Development Services to modify the requirements of sidewalk and parking lot sale permits to facilitate the installation of temporary retail and service business activities on sidewalks and in parking lots for a period of 180 days as a result of COVID-19 limitations. And Madam Mayor and members of the council, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Bowens Clean. We appreciate that work. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and then Councilmember Mark.
Hi, thank you. Good report. I just have a couple of really quick questions. First is, so I guess I'm not quite sure, like some gyms I know are opening up in their parking lots and stuff like that. So what exactly is the process? So if they want to do that, or they're already doing it and they want to be compliant, they do they apply for what type of permit? I thought I saw. And then what's also the time, the timing on that in terms of how long it will take to get that processed and approved?
There is a sidewalk sale permit. The form is already available through finance. We would need a site plan as well, so we could see exactly where the temporary use is going to be located. Your turnaround is usually fairly quickly. The only thing I will say is if it's in the parking lot, just with the the temporary use permits for the outdoor dining, we may want to have a few additional days so we can get any input we might need from transportation, or to ensure that how the setup is located and arranged, that we're not going to have any potentially dangerous situations.
But I thought I read in your report or heard in your report that for service businesses, like I mentioned a gym, there would have to be a minor conditional use permit. So is that set up, and what would be the timing of that?
That is what we're proposing to modify with this urgency ordinance. Usually service businesses do not fall under the allowable businesses to have a parking lot sale or a sidewalk sale. So the proposal here as part of this urgency ordinance is to broaden the applicability of these to allow service uses such as a gym to set up in a parking lot, or if they have a big public area to set up in that public area, something like that, without having to go through the minor conditional use permit.
And for businesses that are doing that already, hypothetically, can then they file for a permit and continue to work out and do burpees in the parking lot while they're waiting for a ruling?
Yes, they would be able to. And like I said, that the thought process is to go fairly quickly.
Okay, then the last question is this. One of the things I've talked to a few people about is because not a lot, I mean, I don't know, not every service business or retail business has a parking lot that they could use or a street or something like that. Have we had any discussions within the staff about opening up our parks, certain areas that are conducive in a park to service or retail businesses, at least on a limited basis?
We haven't discussed anything yet with any of the park departments. I would think, and I'm going to ask Barry to chime in on this, I would think that would be something that would have to be looked at under a separate process.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem,
I just if we could look into that and just come to a decision one way or the other, whether it's in the best interest of the city and the businesses, I think that would be good, because we're going to have to be, as we said, as Mr. Curtis always is, very creative during this time to look for opportunities for people to continue their businesses safely in the community.
Mr. Curtis, did you have something? Can we take the presentation down?
No, Madam Mayor. The Mayor Pro Tem covered what I was going to say. We will be happy to discuss that with other departments and look into the options of using some city properties as well.
Okay, Councilmember Marr, then Councilmember Reynolds, then Guinness.
So I think one of the challenges is that we're going to continue to see the state rulings sort of flex and change over time, and we're kind of trying to keep up and keep ahead. I'm imagining, I mean, I actually don't know what the state ruling is right now on gyms, period, right?
You're not allowed to have gym. You can't be in a gym.
Yeah, so that's the part I'm sort of struggling to like reconcile, is like, you're not allowed to be in a gym, but if we create an outdoor space, is it still a gym per the state guidance?
The health officer, sorry to interrupt, but just to help you understand where we are, the health officer has advised that if they go outside, that it's okay. The reason that they can't be in the gym is because too many people together in an enclosed space. So if they go outside, according to the health officer, they can, do the burpees and do their yoga and whatever outside. That's what he says.
Okay. I mean, so what I was going to say is that, like, collecting information from folks so that we can be more direct, like we are with the Costa Mesa Back Initiative, I think is going to be important, so that there's an education component. If the rules change at the state or at the county level, we're able to inform folks who think that they're now allowed to do X in a parking lot, whether or not they're truly still allowed to do X. And so, you know, I know that's an additional burden, and I'm not sure how that coordinate. I know we're doing good outreach to most businesses, but I want to make sure there's continuity in however we set up this process so that we're able to make it a two-way street as the rules continue to change over the next who knows how long.
I agree with that.
I guess that wasn't really a question. All right.
I was gonna say, is that a question?
I was like waiting for, I'm good.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds and then Councilmember Guinness.
I was just going to say, do a little voice inflection at the end and turn it into a question. Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for asking the process question. Is there I didn't see it mentioned in the staff report. I know for the outdoor retail, we had a fee that went into effect on July 16th. Is there a fee for this process?
Yes, there is.
Okay. I'd like us to consider maybe waiving that fee for a short period of time, the same way we did for the outdoor retail. Do you see a challenge with that or any reason not to do that?
Councilmember
Ms. Barlow. Ms.
Yes,
Barlow.
Councilmember Reynolds, the fee for that is $25.
$45.
Oh, I'm sorry.
45?
Yeah, $45. And we talked about this, and the feeling was that we're going to have to tailor specific requirements for each and every business. So the $45 is really a very modest fee for what we'll be doing.
So why is it 45 for this and 250 for the outdoor dining?
Because the parking
Why
lot
is it
sales,
such a difference?
the parking lot sales, they have not raised their fees since 2008, where the temporary use permit for the dining patios went under a zoning letter verification, and planning had just worked to raise their fees as of 2019.
I don't think I understand.
So
Is it
the finance department is the department that oversees the parking lot sale permits, and they are still using the same fee that was adopted back in 2008. And until they come back with a new fee study to increase the fees, they have to use this old 2008 fee. However, because the temporary use permit for dining patios goes through the planning department, and we had just reviewed and increased our fees as of 2019, we have the higher fee.
Ms. Barlow, is there any reason why, because this is like a unique situation, a special permit, it's not the same, like I'm going to bring outside my my dress rack, you know, it's not the same. So is there any reason why we can't apply the same fee? Seems like it should be the same fee.
For the dining?
Yeah, I mean,
well, there's certain complexities in the dining, but we don't have that item on the agenda. We can't be reducing a fee for an item that isn't.
I know, but this is not a sidewalk sale. We're using a permit process that's in place in order to quickly get something up. So we're taking something that's already in place that isn't really applicable, in my opinion. And so why can't we add the fee to it?
Okay, we're talking about retail outdoors and service businesses outdoors, and those are much more. I mean, the retail already is part of this process. It's just a limited time. You can only do it a certain number of times per year. So this is sort of extending.
Ms. Farrell Harrison, I mean, we've been dealing with some retailers right now. There's no way that it's like a sidewalk sale. They have to put a lot more effort into putting retail outside than what's contemplated under a sidewalk sale kind of a scenario.
Right.
They're having to install things. The fire marshal has to get involved. It's a lot more complicated than what you're describing.
Maybe I'm confused. Are you asking if we can waive the $45 fee for this permit?
No, we're asking, why can't we apply the same fee as we apply for the TUP?
So that's the $250 zoning verification. Yes.
You could establish that fee for this particular, because yeah, you're right, it is different, but yeah, you could do that as part of your action tonight.
Right, I agree.
And Madam Mayor, we could do that. We could also waive it for 3 weeks like we did with the other one. At the
Yeah.
very encourage folks.
Councilmember Reynolds, is that what you were trying to get at?
No, it's actually the opposite direction. I was trying to get
Sorry.
at.
It's a lot of staff time. I don't think anyone realizes how much time is going to be put into these things. It's a lot.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the fee information. I agree that $45 seems nominal. I was curious the difference, right? Why this was 45 and the other was 250. It sounds like that's just sort of not really inherent in the amount of work it takes for staff, and so I do think we should look at sort of comparity there. But I do, I think, yeah, we want to get compensated for staff's effort, but what's most important is that businesses are sort of encouraged to take this step, and the more businesses succeed, the more we succeed. So I think maybe waiving the fee to sort of get people moving quickly could be a good idea. Ms. Barlow, what would be, I understand it's not on the agenda here, what would we need to do to look at extending a waived fee for the outdoor dining? Because I think we set a date on that before the rules changed again at the state level. So I think some businesses may have knew they could operate indoors and then, didn't make the effort to go outdoors, and now they can't operate indoors. If that can't be done tonight, what's the process for that to make that recommendation?
Yeah, we would need to bring that to your next council meeting, which is scheduled in September.
Okay. Okay. A couple more questions related to some other questions or comments we heard. So I just popped on our website on the page where we talk about outdoor uses for businesses. I think it'd be really helpful. It's sort of, that information is sort of nested in our planning page. I think it'd be really helpful to have a separate landing page that gives businesses information about how they can operate, whether they're a restaurant that can operate outdoors, or hopefully soon a retail or service provider that can operate outdoors, with the information they need on the process on how to do that. But also to Councilmember Marr's comment, I think it'd be great to have a place there where we actually solicit ideas from businesses as well, right? If there's something that is not in our rules now that they think would be a really helpful change, what ideas or proposals do they have? If they have a park, right across the street and they want to try to operate in that park, it'd be great to hear proposals directly from them as well and solicit that information. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Councilor Guinness.
These would be approved on a case-by-case basis. And when we have a temporary use permit, I know that's appealable, although I certainly hope that we're not going to be appealing these things right and left. But how would this work? Say you have a business in a little center, somebody else gets an approval and you feel like, well, golly, they're infringing into my space. And how are we going to resolve those kinds of conflicts?
The same as what happened with the temporary use permits, we would encourage the different tenants to make sure that they check with the property owner first so that they avoid conflicts with other tenants.
So on each of these, will we require that the landlord sign off then?
We haven't
before we process?
We haven't in the past, but we can ask that.
Because that seems like that would be a good idea, because I don't think the council wants to spend the time mediating between tenants in a center, or the planning commission. Plus, that would probably slow the process down a whole lot. Nobody's going to be happy then, and nobody's going to be operating while they all work it out. And then as far as what's allowed, I'm looking at the governor's thing, and basically gyms and fitness centers are on the list of activities that would be allowed only if they could be modified to operate outside or by pickup. So actually an outside gym probably would make sense, assuming that you don't breathe on people. They also have body waxing here, which I do not want to see outside. But one question I do have, one concern I do have about use of the parks is right now we're not letting people use parks for all the stuff that they normally would be using parks for. We're more opened up than we were, but not completely. So it would be kind of odd if we then added other uses in the parks that do involve people fairly close, some distancing, but fairly close. So I want to make sure that any use of the parks would not infringe on traditional park uses that are just starting to be allowed again.
If I could, this proposal.
This item's not
I know
on
it doesn't, but
right, this doesn't do that, and we wouldn't be doing that without council authorization.
okay, because I've always thought it would be really lovely to have a sunset dinner on the bridge over the Fairview Park Bridge.
It would be. Okay, so I don't see any other hands raised. I have some questions. Okay, I guess my first question is, why did we, Ms. Barlow, or I don't know, Ms. Bounds Clean, whoever can answer this, how come we went with this sidewalk sales permit process instead of just adding retail sales and services to our TUP process, our temporary use permit?
Because it is already in place. So I thought it might be a little bit easier that way to initiate the process a little more quickly. If you feel more comfortable, there's no problem with modifying the temporary use permit application or making a second application that would apply only to activities on the sidewalks and the parking lots of private properties.
I just feel like that, and I appreciate the, trying to be creative and flexible and trying to get it going quickly. But I guess I feel like, and this is just because maybe I've heard a lot about the temporary use permit because of Restore Costa Mesa and our conversations in there. And then with businesses, working with them to try to get them up and running outside. It seems like we've got a good structure. If it's on your property, all within your own property and not in the public space and not in a parking lot, you could do it as a matter of right. If it's, as so long as you get the landlord's approval, of course. If it's in the public right of way, then, you have a quick application with the city. If it's in the parking lot, then you have an application process that takes maybe a couple more days just because they need to make sure someone's not going to get run over. So I feel like that system that's set up is actually a really good one. And I'm worried that, at least from what I am understanding based on my work to date with businesses that are needing this, it's a lot more involved than just taking some racks outside and putting it on the sidewalk. I mean, it's a lot more involved than that. So that's why I feel like we should go with that system we already set up. I'd just like to get some feedback on that.
Yeah, if I could, Madam Mayor, members of the council, I think part of the concern was that there are so many separate provisions in the code that we would have had to call out specifically in order to try and be flexible and broad. So I don't think it's so much the process. We could just as easily say in the text of the ordinance that those uses will be subject to a temporary use permit for this, for the duration, and we could go through that process. I think the main concern was identifying every single particular code section or, planning matrix that might have to be amended to do this. So we were looking for something that was simple and reasonably operable. Willa, do you agree that we could substitute basically the temporary use permit process?
Yes.
Okay, I just still don't, I just want to try to understand what I'm not understanding. What am I missing as to why the sidewalk permit process would be better? I don't understand.
I'm not saying it would be better. It was what we came up with so that we wouldn't have to identify spend hours combing through the code looking for every single code section that we might have to be suspending in order to authorize this use. So we thought, we've got this existing process, we can use that. I have no problem if you would like us to have a combination of that existing process and the temporary use permit. You can adopt the urgency ordinance with that clarification, and we'll get it put in place.
Okay. Mr. Curtis, what's your thought on that?
I agree with the city attorney. First of all, that is why we went with this route. It was just simpler on face to make the changes this way. But really, as you pointed out earlier, what is proposed here is a lot more similar to what we've done with the restaurants and churches. So it does make sense for it to fold into that process. It just was a little bit logistically more difficult to put the ordinance together, but we can certainly do that.
Okay. Ms. Farrell Harrison, do you have any input on this? I don't want to make it more cumbersome and difficult because we want it to work quickly, but at the same time, I'm worried that this permit process is not going to be comprehensive enough to address what I expect is going to happen. And that's like a whole store is going to have to be built outside.
Yeah, I don't think that's what we were anticipating, but I mean, the main concern and frankly, the main problem is that given the timing of the governor's order, we only had less than a day to put this together.
Yeah,
so,
I get it. Yeah. So I do expect though, and I think we should all expect this, that they're going to be in some cases, depending on the retailer, especially if it's hair salons, if it's those kinds of service providers, they're going to be building out in the parking lot. They're not going to just bring out some chairs and some product. They're going to be building things out there. So I do think the other process is probably better. I'm sorry, Ms. Farrell Harrison, did you want to chime in?
No, I think we're all in agreement. We concur. So again, I think it was just timing and being agile and trying to get our businesses back on their feet and getting the economy stimulated. And so this is one of the rare instances where we took the quick route. But it sounds like we can come up with a hybrid or something that makes sense.
Yeah.
An amended motion tonight. So that sounds good.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. Let's see. Councilor Reynolds, did you have another question?
No, I was curious for the two different processes, if one was much more complicated than the other for the businesses applying.
Well, the process that we have, the TUP, it seems pretty simple. Of course, the sales permit, that's as simple as you can get. It's fill out a form online and send it in. But my expectation is that that's going to work for some businesses where they don't need to build out areas, but it's not going to work for the other ones. So maybe there's a way to kind of combine the two.
Yeah. I just want to make sure we have that perspective there as well.
Well, yeah, that's what we've had from the beginning is we want to make it easy. And I think it's what, a 1 or 2 day turnaround, Mr. Curtis, for the TUP?
Yes, Madam Mayor, it's approximately that. If we have to, as you said, if we have to go out into the parking lots, it takes a little bit longer to coordinate with other departments, but relatively quick, and 1 to 2 days is our goal. Yeah. And other thing I would just say to Councilman Reynolds, what we'd be looking for under either scenario here would be similar information from the businesses. So even though normally the sidewalk sale permit asks for something, we'd be asking for enough information to be able to make those judgments. So it's going to be very similar either way.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open this item up for public comment. Is there anybody on our list here? Okay, we've got several hands raised. So Scott Carley, you are up. Mr. Carley, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Are you there?
Yes, we're here. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. This would be for Mr. Stevens, and I'd appreciate a response as well.
Well, okay, we don't take questions to individual council members. If you want to make a comment, and then we'll go through the public comment, and then we can respond. Each council member can respond after the motion's made.
Okay, yes, this is Council Scott Carley calling. I did file a FOIA request regarding the pay of Brian Glass.
Okay, I'm sorry. We are on, you're speaking as to a public comment, which was at the beginning of the meeting. We're now on this item of business relating to modification of the requirements for sidewalk and parking lot sales to allow temporary outdoor activities. So that's the item that we're expecting the people who are raising their hands to comment at this time to respond to.
Okay, so let me ask you then, when are questions taken regarding compensation for public employees?
What I would recommend is Ms. Green has your information and she can handle that. That's in her.
I don't know how Ms. Green has my information. What information does she have?
Well, you called in. I don't know. You can send an email to the city clerk and she can handle that.
I did that.
Okay. I will.
I sent an email to you actually as well, ma'am. I didn't receive any response.
Well,
and
at
Mr.
this time, I'm gonna ask that Ms. Green handle this item, and I'll look through my emails to see if I got an email. I'll forward it to you so you can get his contact information. I'm gonna move on to the next speaker, Mr. Boyd.
That email came to you 2 months ago.
Mr. Boyd, you're up. Ms. Green, please go to the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Mayor Foley. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Well, thank you so much. My name is Josh Boyd. I'm the CEO and founder of the 12 Gym. We have 2 locations in Costa Mesa. I first want to thank everybody because it's very unanimous that you guys care about the business owners in Costa Mesa. Thank you. It touches our hearts. When the first shutdown happened, and us being a gym, we are a 100% membership-based business, which means people pay us monthly fees. And so when we were shut down on the 19th, we put all of our memberships on a frozen status. So from the time that we were stopped the first time until we reopened on June 1st, our business generated 0 revenue, and we laid off all of our employees, just like many gyms across the country. We are small business owners, and so those 90 days, we were very worried that we were going to even be back in business. And in fact, we had to shut down 2 of our studios, one of them being in California and one of them being in Texas. We were excited to reopen, and to do that and to make sure that we opened responsibly, we spent a lot of money to make sure that we did it right and that we did it to ensure that we had social responsibility, social distancing, thermometer checks. We required masks. We cut our capacity to 50% to ensure that not just 6 feet between people, but more than 6 feet between people. We take this very serious. We over communicated with our membership team, and we over communicated with our employees. And when the news came out a couple of days ago, this was very shocking to us, just as it was for everybody else in the state. What we worry about is that our goal is to get our workouts outdoors, and we understand that we cannot do this indoors right now. That's fine. To take a full gym and take it outdoors takes a lot of work, as you guys have already mentioned. It's a lot of work, and it's very expensive. The cost to do something like this can cost anywhere between $15,000 to $30,000, because we want to make sure that the workouts outdoors are safe and that we're protecting our members and that we're still doing social distancing and we're still cleaning and we're doing everything because we want to prevent the spread of COVID, of course. There's a couple of things I'd like to bring to the attention, just maybe if we can get some additional thoughts on it, or if you guys can talk about it. What I'm worried about is that the permit time, or the TUP process that Mr. Curtis was talking about, that it could take a couple of days. But as he stated, that if this is going to be in a parking lot, which most gyms are going to be in a parking lot, and if we have to take it outdoors, we're going to be taking some space outdoors that require eliminating parking spaces or maybe traffic areas. I'm worried that that's going to take too much additional time to get us up and running. The point for that is there are lots of gyms that are already taking their workouts outdoors. We chose not to yet because we knew it was not legal to do it in Costa Mesa yet. We wanted to make sure that we got approval.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, it's been 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Boyd, I was getting ready to interrupt and ask you to get, because you're running out of time. So I'll give you like 10 seconds to wrap up. What is your ask? I don't know what your ask is yet.
Yeah, seems like everything right now needs to go through the landlord, which we are good. We already have landlord approval. So we'd like to speed up the process so we can get our workouts outdoors ASAP so we can get back up and running with our business because we're losing members left and right.
Okay. So you want the process to be expedited. Is that your
Yes,
ask?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Mr. Graham, Derek Graham is up next.
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, so my name is Derek Graham, and I am the co-founder of the 12. You just heard my partner, Josh Boyd, speak, and he did a great job of kind of sharing our point of view. I think the most important thing that I could add to that is that, every day costs us about $5,000 in expenses between overhead and employees, and our landlords and our debtors are no longer waiting. They expect payment. And so, the idea that it could take 2 days, 3 days, maybe a week to get through a process like this is an exorbitant amount of time just for us. I know it's fast on your end because it's not what you would typically do. I'm wondering if there's any way if we move outside prior to getting, all of that approval and we make adjustments based on what you guys decide when you get there. You know what I mean? Because I honestly, God, like we're planning on actually moving outside and building this area tomorrow. And the idea of waiting, if I wait 5 days, that's $25,000 additional that I'm basically not earning. And so is there any way, my question is, or ask, is there any way that we can make a decision and obviously be smart about it and then adjust based on what type of feedback we might get from someone that comes by?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We'll deliberate about all these things after we close the public comment. Okay, I had a couple other callers that had raised their hands, but now the hands are unraised. Ms. Green?
Madam Mayor, they must have unraised their hands.
Okay, I'm gonna close public comment and Councilmember Mansour.
Thank you.
Do you have a motion?
So, no, just a quick question.
Okay, before you go that, we're gonna take the motion first and then we'll
I'll move approval of the recommended action.
Okay.
Second.
Okay.
So,
Councilmember Mansour.
So my question is, can we do what was asked of the last speaker, Mr. Graham? Allow people to do this and then come back and make changes after the fact? And if not, how long do we really anticipate? Let's just use that as a scenario. He comes to us tonight, tomorrow, and wants to do this with his gym. How long do we anticipate this is going to take? That would be my first question.
Ms. Bounce-Clean or Mr. Curtis? I mean, it's hard to answer that question. I think it depends, but.
Well, a general, I mean, a day, a week, do we know?
It's usually taking just a couple of days, but my concern is that depending on, just like Mayor Foley pointed out, exactly what it is they're doing, it may take a little bit longer.
Okay, so it could take 2 days or more is the way I understand it. And then what about his direct question of, can he open up tomorrow outside, start the process, and then come back after the fact and work with us to make changes?
My only concern was, go ahead, Barry.
It's okay, I'm sorry. Councilmember Mansour, the concern we would have is if the use moved out into the parking lot without review. We're very concerned. We think it can be done, absolutely, but we're very concerned for safety for folks when we start moving uses out of the parking lots. And that's the part that takes a little bit longer in these, unfortunately. But I would particularly given, I believe they mentioned the fact that they would probably need to move into their parking lot. I'd be concerned with them doing that before we got a chance to look at it and ensure there was safety.
Okay, no, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to get the question out there. Okay, so assuming this passes tonight, then what happens tomorrow? People call in, they phone in, they access us online, or they actually coming to City Hall? What's the process for people tomorrow?
What we did with the outdoor dining patios is people emailed us and got us site plans, and we started the review process even though we didn't have a formal form. And actually we now have an approval letter with all the different conditions and things like that that's very easy to format, so we could base it on just that type of a process, just like we did before. So the most important thing is going to be the site plan and the description of what it is they're going to do. We will need some indicator that it's okay from the property owner, and then we can get started on the process even if we don't have a formal form yet for them to fill out.
Okay. Well, then my advice, I'm sure they're still listening, but hopefully they'll get those emails in and tonight or first thing in the morning and get the process started. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
I know I agree with the spirit of the comments that have been made by Councilmember Mansour and the concern that was expressed by the public that days or money, and it really adds up in this circumstance. So whatever we could do to streamline things. I presume a site plan is not anything fancy. It's just something you write on a piece of paper and something basic. I'm also a little bit concerned, and I think we need to have some flexibility. I mean, obviously I support the motion, so as it was stated, but we have to have some flexibility about this idea of getting the landlord sign off. Sometimes landlords are absentee landlords. They're difficult to find. Some of these tenants might be in arrears in their rent, and the landlords might not be their buddies. So I think we have to be a little bit realistic about this, and the whole idea that we're going to make it a requirement that the landlords sign off under these circumstances, and that the landlord is going to be the arbiter of issues between tenants of a shopping center. I think we have to understand the practical realities of making that a requirement, and I don't support that. It's not part of the motion, so that's why I support the motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a substitute motion. I'm going to make a substitute motion, and my motion is going to be basically create a hybrid that relates to the permit sidewalk sales and the TUP, where if it's on your, on your property on the sidewalk, that would apply the sidewalk sales. But if it's moving into the parking lot or onto the sidewalk of the public right of way, then we would use our TUP process.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Can you articulate what it is about the TUP process that you think makes it more suitable for a more challenging or convoluted move outside?
Can I get a second for discussion so that we can? Okay. Mr. Curtis, can you put the website up or Ms. Bounds-Colleen, I'm not sure who has the controls, but for the city website?
Can you do that, Will, or do you need me to?
And I'll say while you're doing that, so I've been helping a couple businesses work through this process. And it does require, it's not just go take your dumbbells out into the parking lot. For some businesses, some businesses actually have to build out areas and build out barriers. And then they're looking at whether it's going to impact the drive aisle. I think the TUP is more appropriate for, because the sidewalk sale permit process was not set up for something like that. It's set up for, like, you take over the whole parking lot and nobody can drive in the parking lot. These kinds of business renovations are going to be carving out areas of parking lots, because especially like if it's a strip center. And I know one of the fitness centers that the Mayor Pro Tem is concerned about, and that is going out into a parking lot that's in a strip center. It has like 5 different businesses all in one row. So if they all went out into the parking lot and some decided to go out into the parking lot closest to the street, then we'd have a problem with the drive aisle. And I do think that we need to have the drive aisle issues analyzed by staff, because we're going to be liable otherwise.
Right, okay, so it's specifically the inspection process and the drive aisle that is in the TUP process but was not described in this process.
Yeah.
You want
Yes.
to add a
Yeah.
section.
So if you look at here, this is the TUP process that's up on the screen here. You can do outdoor dining on private property, not within a parking lot. That's comparable to the sidewalk sale permit. Okay. That we didn't have, that's what that is. It's on yours. You do it. You don't even have to have a permit. It's easier even. Then outdoor dining on private property within a parking lot. That's where they have the application form. Can you click on that? So this is a streamlined application process. It's very simple. It's just so that they have the detail that they need to be able to quickly process these. And some of them are being processed while, they fill out this form. City staff gives a kind of a green light to proceed while they're processing it. And that I think is anticipated because we want to get businesses open. Can you go back? Maybe. So anyway, as far as the sidewalk sale permit process, that is a very, very simple process. I support that for those businesses that are just kind of going out onto the sidewalk. When you're starting to go into the public right of way or into the parking lots where it's going to be potentially hazardous because of cars in the parking lot, I think we need a little bit more eyes on that. And the TUP process is very efficient. It's not been cumbersome. I'm not aware anybody's waited 5 days. I don't know where that came from.
Okay, I guess I was just confused because you were talking about how quickly the TUP process worked, and to me that seemed counterproductive if we thought that if we were doing the TUP for more complex moves to the parking lot, but I get it. It's specific elements of the TUP, including the inspection for the
right.
So,
And it's because the sidewalk sale program doesn't include any of that kind of an analysis.
Yep. Okay, I get it. Yeah, my second holds.
All right, thanks. Okay, I don't know whose hands were up first, so I'm just going to go in order here. Councilmember Mansour.
Thank you. 2 quick questions. Ms. Green, who seconded my motion?
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
I did. Okay, so then my next question is, or my comment is directed to Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and to Mr. Curtis or Ms. Bowens-Killeen. So, ultimately staff is going to have to work with this. If it simplifies things, I can withdraw my motion. Ultimately, I want to defer to staff. What's going to be easiest for you is really the bottom line. I want what's easiest for staff and what's most user-friendly for the public. Staff recommendation or what the mayor put forward.
I was going to ask the same question, Alex.
Okay, we think alike. That's scary, isn't it?
Mr. Curtis or Ms. Farrell Harrison, which one wants to take it?
Councilmember Mansour, your motion and the mayor's motion are fundamentally the same, very similar. I think what the mayor proposed, keeping the bar very low for the ones that meet that for sidewalk sales, probably makes it a little bit easier for the public. So in that sense, I would say with the mayor's suggestion to parse the two probably makes a little more sense in us being able to do this more expeditiously for folks.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion.
You're fast away. Yeah.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. And let's see, Councilmember Guinness.
Just one quick question. I realize that this is all supposed to be accommodating people who had to be shut down. And that would be my intent. And I think that's a wonderful idea. Will we be also allowing businesses that have been operating all along to take advantage of this? For example, you have a mini mart, which has been open all along, continues to sell snacks and stuff in the same center as, say, a coffee place or a nail salon or something, will the mini mart that doesn't really have a need to go into the parking lot be allowed to go into the parking lot?
Ms. Bounds Clean or Mr. Curtis?
Yes, there was no anticipation for making any distinction between the different uses and how they would have been operating.
And I realize it would be difficult to do, but I really hope that priority is given to those people who can't operate otherwise. That's it.
Okay. Councilmember Mansour, did you have something else, or is that just a prior hand raise? Okay. All right. I don't see any other hands raised. So I think that was a good compromise. And hopefully we can get the process going and help our businesses stay open. Call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes.
Councilmember Mar.
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour.
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Okay, great job, everyone. We're going to take a quick recess, maybe come back at 9:10. Does that work? All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, you may proceed.
All right, thank you. Welcome back. We now will turn to new business item number 3. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title?
Thank you. This is excess liability insurance coverage through Public Risk Innovation Solutions and Management, JPA. Presentation by Ms. Lee, Acting Human Resources Manager.
Ms. Lee, welcome back.
Give me 1 second. All right, can everybody see? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I was drinking my coffee. Yes.
No problem. Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. The city is self-insured for the first $2 million of liability coverage and historically has carried $20 million of excess liability insurance insured by a variety of carriers. Global catastrophic events and civil unrest related to excessive force cases and years of low rates have created some instability in the overall marketplace. Certain lines of insurance coverage have been impacted more heavily than others, and there has been a significant shift in the liability market. The city's insurance broker, Alliant Insurance Services, solicits options for excess liability insurance coverage on an annual basis. For fiscal year 2021, the city's current liability carrier, Allied World Assurance Company, revised its quotes for coverage, including law enforcement, due to the excessive force exposure occurring nationally. AWAC initially increased the self-insured retention requirement for police professional retention from a $2 million SIR to a $5 million SIR for law enforcement liability, with a 75% insurance increase in premiums. The city's insurance broker, Alliant, subsequently requested additional proposals and options, including a revised proposal from AWAC. AWAC subsequently quoted a standalone option to reduce the police-related retention from $5 million to $3 million. However, this still represents a $1 million increase in SIR with a 75% increase in premiums. A proposal was also received from the Public Risk Innovation Solutions and Management, JPA. PRISM is a member-directed risk-sharing pool with 40 years of liability and risk management experience. The proposal retains the city's $2 million SIR. PRISM's program also provides these additional benefits: $25 million limit as opposed to our current limit of $20 million. Limit is not aggregated. The limit applies per occurrence, and additional risk control services, including a loss control subsidy and actuarial fund. PRISM membership includes 95% of California counties and 70% of California cities, and has also been accredited with the Excellence continuously by the California Association of Joint Powers Authority. The proposal from PRISM retains the city's $2 million SIR and increases coverage to $25 million at a premium of $346,869, which represents an increase of $106,566 over AWAC's proposal. Funds totaling $92,153 are included in the self-insurance fund for the fiscal year 2020 and 2021. The recommendation tonight is for the City Council to adopt Resolution 20-44 to join the Public Risk Innovation Solutions and Management, JPA, authorize the City Manager and City Clerk to execute the Joint Powers Agreement, and authorize the City Manager and City Clerk to execute the Memorandum of Understanding for the General Liability Program and appropriate additional funds to cover the increased premium costs. Staff is available to answer any questions you may have, and we also have Courtney Ramirez, Vice President for Alliant, and Renetta Ponzi, Senior Vice President with Reliable, available as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lee. Council, are there any questions? I don't see anyone's hands raised. Okay, no questions, so we will open this item up for public comment. If you would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand or press *9 on your telephone. Ms. Green, do we have anybody who has asked to speak from their telephone? I don't see any hands raised.
Mayor, we do not.
Okay, we will close public comment. Council, does someone have a motion?
I'll move to approve staff recommendation.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Chavez, second by Councilmember Mar. Call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Mar,
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour, Councilmember Ganis,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you for that good work helping to save us money on the insurance. Appreciate that. Moving on to new business item number 4. Ms. Green, will you please read the title?
Acceptance and appropriation of Senate Bill 2 Planning Grant and award of professional services agreement for consulting services for the 2021-2029 Housing Element Update and related environmental documents. Presentation by Ms. Ashabi, Principal Planner.
Ms. Ashabi, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can hear you.
And can you see the screen?
We can see the screen.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This item before you this evening is also related to SB2 funds. The city submitted an application and received the award from the state. The SB2 fund had 3 components to it, and one of them was the housing element. As you know, the housing element I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get the full screen. Not getting that to full screen, I'm sorry. The city must prepare and adopt a compliant housing element by October of next year. The SB2 funds must be expended by the end of the grant period, and that will run from March 2019 to June of 2022. Below shows the schedule for the housing element and the deadline that's soon approaching, which is October 2021. The city was awarded the maximum amount of $310,000 as a medium-sized city. On November of last year, the City Council approved the SB2 funding application, which included the following projects. One of them is the 6-cycle housing element update, and the fund allocated to that was $155,000. The second one was a zoning code amendment related to accessory dwelling units, and the fund for that was $889,000. The third project was purchase and update of software and hardware equipment to expedite electronic plan checks and planning review, and the fund for that was $66,000. As far as where we are in the RENA process, through the draft RENA allocation process, the city has received an initial number of 11,727 units for the next housing element period. The RENA process, when it was initiated in 2018, the draft was approved by SCAG at the November 2019 meeting, and the regional council is expected to take the final action in the fall, and that would include the final methodology, the final RENA numbers, as well as the appeal procedures. On May of this year, a request for proposal was released seeking assistance from a qualified consultant to help the city with the preparation of the housing element. We received 2 proposals, one from Kimley Horn and Associates and one from the Realty Group. The proposals were evaluated, and staff is recommending Kimley Horn because of the high quality of the proposal and the experience that they have with preparation of the housing element, particularly in the Southern California. And the cost to complete the housing element update will be entirely funded by the SB2 grant funds. In addition to the grant that we received, we have also submitted an application to a second fund that was released, which is called Local Early Action Planning, or LEAP Fund. And the maximum amount for this fund would be $500,000, and the application was approved by the City Council and submitted to the state on June of 2020. The projects that were identified in the LEAP application was also, again, a supplement to what was approved with the SB2 grant for the housing element update, up to $55,000, an inclusion housing program up to $70,000, and also the follow-ups that would be needed after the housing element adoption related to the general plan amendment and zoning actions that would be necessary, and the funds allocated to that was $375,000. With that, we are recommending that the City Council take several actions this evening. One is to accept the $310,000 SB2 funds, and then would be to, the second action would be to make a budget adjustment appropriating the funds. Then an award of a professional services agreement with the Kimley Horn and Associates in the amount of $154,920 for a term of 2 years. With that, we are also requesting the authorization of the city manager to sign and execute the agreement. We also request that the city manager would have the authority to have the ability to modify the compensation or change the term of the agreement, as long as it doesn't, since it does not affect the city's general fund. That concludes my presentation. With Kimley Horn, we also have Nick Chen and also David Berquist online if you have any other questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Council, I don't see any hands raised. Anyone have any questions? Okay, Councilmember Guinness.
Now, the official housing needs assessment hasn't really come out, even though we have a tentative number. And one of the reasons that the number is so high is there was a change in the draft methodology that went through in May, which reassigned how unmet existing need got assigned by city. And since we haven't formally gotten our numbers, we can't formally protest our numbers either. But at such time as we get them, would Kimley Horn be assisting us if we chose to challenge? Because I believe there's grounds to challenge on the basis that we met our past cycle housing assigned need. And so we would therefore have a good argument that why are we having to pick up the slack for other people who didn't make their assigned need from their past housing cycles?
Councilmember Guinness, this contract does not anticipate the appeal process with Kimley Horn. So if we choose to go that direction, that would be staff's time.
Okay. I don't know if we'd have to put that in extra. And of course, sometimes if they're working for multiple cities, it can create a conflict. But sometimes some of the consultants in housing can be of great assistance in helping with challenges to the housing needs numbers. At least in the past, that's worked pretty well.
There's always that option. If we get awarded the additional funding, that we can modify the contract amount, and HCD has been very flexible in, mix and matching the two funds to support the housing element update. So there's always that option.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Whoopsie.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, so two questions. One, just on the last response, Ms. Ashabi, you said if we get the extra funds, my understanding is that those are essentially guaranteed funds, they're non-competitive funds. What is the chance that we don't get those funds?
Councilmember Reynolds, they are non-competitive funds. We have been in contact with HCD in preparation of the application, so we feel pretty confident that we would get approval, but we just don't have it official yet.
Okay. Okay, and then second question, excuse me, as my dog runs in here. Had a long and really good conversation with Mr. Curtis and Ms. Farrell Harrison about both community engagement and equity as part of this process. And specifically, it was concerned that the community engagement part of Kimley Horn's scope of work, I think, had only $13,000 in its budget and included only 2 community meetings. Mr. Curtis, can you, what were your recommendations out of that meeting related to more robust community engagement?
Councilmember Reynolds. So I think the first thing would be what Mrs. Shabi already touched on. We anticipate we will get those LEAP funds. We have funds in there allocated towards the housing element update. The thought would be that some of that $55,000 or a large chunk of that could be allocated to additional public outreach with the consultant. And also what Mrs. Shabi kind of touched on is, while we've identified $55,000 for that and also identified a couple other projects to be funded, the actual amount between each of those is somewhat variable as well. So we actually have the ability, if we think it's important and we need more than the $55,000 extra to complete the housing element in the manner that we believe is appropriate, we could change that so that a higher dollar amount than the $55,000 of the LEAP also was allocated toward the housing element. Staff also will be working heavily on this project, and to the extent any additional effort is needed, we have 2 staff dedicated to this, and we will make the effort to make sure that that happens.
Was there I may have missed this in the presentation, a specific recommendation related to allocating a certain dollar amount of the additional funds to community engagement?
No, it was $55,000 just to go to the housing element update. Staff had anticipated a chunk of that going toward additional public engagement. I don't, off the top of my head, remember what that is. But that's a number we can change.
Okay. Well, we have an opportunity to hear from Kimley Horn on their if engagement tonight.
We have.
If you want to ask her questions, they're on the call.
Yes, they're on the call.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that happens now or later, but I'd be interested in hearing what their strategy is, specifically because this is, I forget the number already, but we talked about this very, very high goals for additional housing. It's going to require a lot of creativity and really looking across the whole city. We all know that different areas, the areas of our city are very different. What may be appropriate in different communities, I think, varies, and it's going to be really important to engage community members in each of those areas. So I'm concerned that only 2 community meetings just doesn't do that. And for a process that, for a plan that is going to have this much impact on our city, and a process that really only comes around every 8 years or so, it just doesn't seem sufficient at all to appropriately engage our community. So I'd appreciate hearing from Kimley Horn what their recommendations is with respect to that.
Ms. Horn, are you on the call right now?
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor. And
I'm sorry,
members
it's not
of
Ms.
council.
Horn. My apologies.
No worries. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name's Nick Chen. I'm the project manager with Kimley Horn for the housing element. I'm also a Costa Mesa resident over here by the Downtown Recreation Center. So I understand Costa Mesa well in each of the neighborhoods, and definitely understand what Councilmember Reynolds is referring to in terms of the uniqueness of Costa Mesa neighborhoods and the outreach. In terms of recommendations, I mean, we are happy to discuss with staff to determine the best approach regarding outreach. Outreach so far during COVID-19 looks very different from the typical public workshops and things that we've had in the past. We've done a number of online surveys and online presentations and things like that to continue to make sure community members are able to voice their opinions, give their input on the housing element, and especially regarding affirmatively furthering fair housing and the even distribution and equitable distribution, as HCD puts it, of the allocation of units. So as the contract is currently written, it recommends 2 community workshops. We are happy to discuss further with staff if they feel that's appropriate, given the LEAP funds and what's been discussed, to expand the outreach scope. We are seeing in some communities it is necessary to have a larger outreach engagement effort consisting of both an online presence and, when possible, at a future date, an in-person presence as well. And it can take a number of different forms, especially relating to smaller meetings with community leaders, community groups, and whatever is deemed most appropriate to get the kind of input that HCD needs and that we need to have an effective housing element. So we are happy to work with staff to discuss that further.
Councilman Reynolds, you're on mute.
Sorry, that's because my dog is chewing very loudly. Can I ask a follow-up question for Mr. Chen? By the way, I'm really excited to have a Costa Mesa resident leading this process. I think that's fantastic. Knowing our community, do you believe that 2 community workshops are sufficient to fully engage our very diverse community in this process?
I believe that it may be possible. It may be necessary to have more than 2 community workshops. This was the scope that was written and initially matched the city's funding availability. But knowing that there's more per the LEAP funds, I do believe that additional community workshops would benefit the housing element.
And Councilmember Reynolds,
okay, yes.
In defense of Mr. Chen, the proposal was based on the amount of funds the city had available. So it was they basically right-sized it to the amount of funding that we had. As I indicated, we anticipate that we will have more funding available, and the intent would be to go back and fine-tune that and enhance the participation process through that process.
If I could just add to,
is there somebody else speaking who would like to give input?
Yes, if I could just add to that. Basically, the proposal was as Mr. Curtis indicated, to match what the funding was available now, with the idea that staff would take the lead in any kind of community outreach versus the consultant at this point. And obviously with the LEAP fund, if that becomes available, we can use more of the more help from the consultant in addition to staff. But it was not to cut the community outreach, it's just the involvement of the consultant.
Okay, maybe Councilmember Reynolds, when we get to the motion making part, we can address how we want to fix it.
Yep.
Okay. Do you have any other questions? Nope. Okay.
Yeah, actually, sorry, we didn't touch on the equity part of that discussion. So there's certainly equity as part of a community engagement. But I know I'm still learning a lot of these sort of planning policies. Was there a specific request for or plan for an equity component as part of this update, or how might we fold that in?
Mrs. Shelby, this is Nick Chen again. I can address that. So essentially, there's a new requirement per state law from HCD that requires an analysis called affirmatively furthering fair housing. It's an expansion on the existing fair housing discussion that previous housing elements have had. And it requires basically an analysis that looks at opportunity areas that's defined by a couple different statewide databases. And that's opportunity in terms of access to schools with certain ratings, access to transit, and access to jobs and things like that. And so we do an analysis based on this, as well as census data, to ensure that there is what HCD refers to as an equitable distribution of housing units when we are choosing or looking for candidate sites to meet the city's RHNA need. It also can take into consideration the city's existing affordable housing units to ensure that there are no areas that are overly disadvantaged in terms of a concentration that negatively impacts existing areas. So there's a large analysis component of the housing element that looks specifically at that. We also, as part of community engagement, look for, we tend to ask questions of the community members as well and look for that to address that as part of the community engagement effort.
All right, I
Okay.
appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Guinness?
Looking at your budget, it does appear that your CEQA compliance seems kind of low, considering how basically our assigned number is 25% of our existing household stock, housing stock, which means that that's it's a radical change for us. And we would have to put housing places where we had not previously put any housing. So possibly significant changes in our land use element and our overall planning programs. Do you think that's realistic then? Because I would guess from the amount you have that you're contemplating a negative deck.
Councilmember Guinness, Mrs. Shabi earlier talked about the LEAP funds, and there was, I can't remember the number now, but $300 and some thousand for implementing the housing element. Those funds will be going towards doing the things you're discussing, as well as the CEQA that's required for those.
So that would also address any GPAs or anything, say changes to the land use element and those sorts of things.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I just have one question. So understanding the conversation and the concerns raised by Councilmember Reynolds. So if we can supplement whatever work that they're going to be doing with not just city staff, but maybe others that are going to be free for us. And then that they would just coordinate with them. Is that right? I'm not sure who to direct this to. I can only see Mr. Curtis. I can't see who else.
Everyone's hiding. Madam Mayor, that's correct. Even when we were looking at potentially only being able to have $155,000, if that was all we ever got for this, we would look at alternate means of augmenting the public outreach efforts, as well as anything else that was necessary, either with staff, if people from the community had expertise or willing to work with us, any of those things. But our hope is that we're going to get enough funding with the LEAP fund that we really won't need to do anything other than city staff and the consultant to complete this.
Okay. So, and I asked that because I agree with Councilman Reynolds. I think that 2 community meetings is inadequate. I feel we have 7 districts, 6 districts and then the at-large. It seems that we should at the minimum have 6 community meetings, because you'd want to have a community meeting in each of the different districts because they have different unique needs. And if we're going to be doing a visioning process like Councilor Lamar had suggested, then we're going to have maybe a little bit more dynamic type of programming. And then I just would add, so recently I was selected to be on this Harvard Kennedy School and Harvard Business School Bloomberg City Leadership Program. And as part of that program, it comes with Harvard Fellows and experts in the field of housing and equity in particular. And so I've been talking with the city manager about how do we fold it, how do we create something that benefits the city through this program. And so that's kind of where I will be focusing on whatever my work is through this program. I have to pick a project. And so I'm hoping that we can supplement what we're doing here with some experts that we can't afford. So, so that's whoever makes the motion, consider that. Okay, I'm going to open this up for public comment. And do we have any speakers in the queue? I see one, Ms. McDonald. Welcome. Are you there?
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Yeah, Councilmember Reynolds touched upon two of the concerns that I have, but I also wanted to express my concerns that during the prior general plan update, the consultant that worked for the city really disregarded the concerns of the residents that were raised during those outreach meetings. And in fact, one of the meetings ended up being the results of that meeting were basically tossed out because one of the city council members steered that meeting. And I really want to make certain that this consultant is aware of that prior event and that we don't repeat it. Also, yeah, the visioning, that's a big thing in this city. Yeah, during 2016 and the Measure Y effort, it became very evident to those of us working on that the city has a lot, it's very diverse. The concerns of the residents are very diverse. And we really do need to bring in the residents and create this vision for the city going forward. That's it. Thanks.
All right. Thanks so much. Thanks for being on the call. Okay, Ms. Green, I don't see any other hands raised.
Madam Mayor, we do have one more hand by Costa Mesa Opportunity Zone.
Are you there?
Yes, thank you for taking my comments. I just want to share that when you're looking at the community engagement, if you'll also consider including businesses there, we have workforce housing needs. The Opportunity Zone is also the SEDS plan in the EDA that the city participated with the county in. The two census tracts that are in the Opportunity Zone are also the same two census tracts named in the SEDS plan. They both come with federal dollars that help with workforce housing. So I'm just asking that the business community also be allowed to find some seat at the stakeholder table for the housing element so that we can address workforce housing as part of these two disadvantaged areas. Part of the criteria to become an opportunity zone and to be in the SEDS plan where the business owners are also disadvantaged business owners. So the equity issues are already addressed in those two census tracts. They are also 100% within the 19 West overlay. And I think we could help by further defining what are the city incentives. We have a 19 West overlay. The entire area falls under a DDA, a difficult to develop area, because we have small parcels. Assembling these parcels is a challenge. It was put into approval for the 19 West overlay that there be incentives for assemblage, but yet it's not been publicly defined, nor have any of the incentives that the city as a stakeholder would bring to the table for the opportunity zones. There were only 2 projects submitted under the SEDS plan. The SEDS plan is open for a revision right now that would be inclusive of opportunity zones. So again, the housing element needs to take a look at these 2 programs, the SEDS program and the opportunity zone, because they've already defined equity. And we are supposed to have these 2 census tracts are supposed to be integrated into all of our economic development and housing plans. And they all come with federal money and capital gains that can be leveraged as matches. So I just am hoping that the contractor will include the business community for workforce housing in that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your comments. Okay, I'm going to close public comments. And at this time, Councilmember Mar.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommended action and to ask staff to bring back an engagement plan that covers the areas of equity distribution across the different districts the potential for visioning and corridor discussions as well, as the mayor mentioned, and opportunity zones.
Second.
Okay. Did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I mean, this is good. This is the first step, right? We need to do the minimum to get an approved housing element, and we needed to get a contractor selected, and so absolutely, let's move forward. I'm really encouraged that there's additional funding, because I think we all have a lot of there's a lot of things we've been working on and talking about that are part of sort of all of our action plans moving forward. And the housing element is really the process that I see that we can glob on to make those things happen. I recognize it's hard to glob on to things when there's no funding for them. So hopefully we can use the LEAP funding to do a lot of the things that I mentioned in the motion. Thank you to Ms. McDonald for talking about the visioning plan, because I had envisioned that happening sort of in parallel with the housing element, while we're talking to people about how the heck we're going to cram 12,000 units into this city. We need to be talking about what our corridors look like, what we envision them to look like, how we envision the city is going to look in the next 10 years. And so I think those processes have to be intertwined. And I think to the point about the districts, absolutely, District 3 is going to have entirely different demands and challenges than Districts 4 and 5. Those opportunity zones are opportunities to take advantage of tracks that have been identified at the federal level that are ripe for investment. The opportunity zone process does focus on housing in particular, also some other weird stuff like renewable energy project development, but that's neither here nor there. And so what are all of the things that we can sort of take advantage of as we go through this process that really sort of set us up for generational change? And I've already talked about how much I think retail is going to change, how concerned I am about blight on our corridors as we see businesses go under, and I think frankly it's only going to get worse. And so now is really the moment to do a lot of those things and set us up for the future. And so we need to pass this contract and get that set. And then there's a bunch of other stuff that we want to layer on top of it. So I'd like to have staff come back with that plan, because otherwise it's going to be me and our list and everybody else sort of globbing on ad hoc. You've had many conversations with us internally. I think Barry and then the city manager understand very much what we're interested in having brought back.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Amar, for saying it so eloquently. This really is setting up for the future. This is laying the foundation for what our city will look like in 10 years. And the more engagement we can have, with community members, so they feel part of the process. That's gonna be really crucial, because at the end of the day, we as citizens have to have buy-in in this process, and we as citizens need to feel comfortable with what's gonna happen. And anything we can leverage with resources from the Blue River County Mayor Foley, or just any feedback we have, would be brilliant and really helpful. Thank you, guys. It's a great motion.
Okay. Ms. Farrell Harrison, did you want to say something?
Yes, I just wanted to respond to the comments that are being made about the need for additional community engagement. And so with, Barry did clarify that there is a second round of funding. And so I think with the request tonight to kind of build out a more robust community engagement plan, that's going to use a multitude of resources, right? We'll be using Kimley Horn, we'll be using staff, and then maybe even with a community engagement person that's really qualified and can dedicate time and resources to this, because we're doing this just once every decade now. And so I think with this direction moving forward, we'll gladly put together a plan, incorporate some of the additional funding that hopefully we will receive with your concurrence, and then back from you. But I want to hear from you this evening that you're supportive of using the additional funding that we're likely to receive, a good chunk of that, or half of it, or something to that extent for this process, because it does require resources, especially now during a pandemic. And I want to make sure that we're all aligned as to, the use of funding for this, and, kind of having a robust plan.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you for all of the comments and for the motion. To Ms. Farrell Harrison and Mr. Curtis, one of the early comments was that Kimley Horn's scope was sort of sized to the budget allowed. Do you need any sort of specification here of what budget we want to see for that community engagement plan? Or will you work within that additional 55,000 to shape based on the responses you've heard? I would like to see, I think 13,000 in the conversations I've had was very, very, very low. We had discussed 40,000 total as a minimum. And I think that, sort of 3 times 13 takes 2 outreach meetings to 6. Well, 1 for each district. I think that's a great suggestion. And so I see that as a minimum for really robust community outreach.
That makes sense. I think we would concur with that.
So that would be part of, as I understand the motion, that would be part of your engagement plan that you're requesting, right, Councilmember Marr?
That's correct. And I think to the city manager's point and to your access to Harvard resources, like there's a lot of other ways we can augment the $55,000. I do like the idea of having a specialist in community outreach at some point. So potentially bringing in a different consultant, but I'd like staff to bring that back because I don't know that I can guesstimate outreach meeting costs off the cuff.
Yeah.
I think having a budget and just having concurrence on a dollar amount at least is a good starting point, and then we can bring back more specifics.
So Councilmember Marr, would you agree to commit half of the additional 55K to a community outreach efforts as part of this housing element update?
Did you, Ms. Farrell Harrison, so you want us to give you a number right now? My thought is you can go back and figure out how much of the 55,000 you're sort of willing to spend on community engagement.
Right. I just wanted to get a sense of scope. So we're at 13. Clearly that's not it. And we don't have 100,000. And so I think in that general ballpark, we'll work with a figure around that and bring something back to you that addresses all the concerns that have been raised. And I'll touch bases more with staff on what was intended for the 55 and initially and see how we can readjust. But basically, I'm hearing that we want, district specific engagement, just different probably stakeholders than we're accustomed to, just a broader that is stakeholder engagement and community engagement more than what's built into our contract. So I'll work with staff, but at least I have a ballpark of a general figure that we can try to aim for, and then we'll come back with different scenarios for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
And then
I didn't hear you.
Okay. So we just want to add to the requests on engagement and things to consider. Please let's make sure that the engagement would be multilingual, considering our Spanish-speaking population. Oh shoot, what was the other one? I had 2 more. Oh, if I remember later, but definitely, please make sure we would plan to have multilingual engagement. Oh, I'm sorry. And the other was, I think it's going to be really important in this process to have very visual engagement. So we've had a lot of discussion about like density numbers and dwelling units per acre. And I think a lot of that stuff just is very difficult to have conversations around. So I think a visual process will be very important here. And that may be easier with a lot of the online tools that we have. So please consider that as part of an engagement plan.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. I'll be supporting the motion. Good discussion, and we're going to have to get creative over the next 6 months at least. So there's a lot of creative tools out there to be able to, I think maybe you can even engage more people under these circumstances because they don't have to drive anywhere or take time off to travel. So call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gannis,
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour,
Yes.
Councilmember Mar,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, great. Welcome, Mr. Chen. Looking forward to working with you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. We look forward to working with you as well.
Okay. And let's see, we'll move on to item number 5. Ms. Green, can you please read the title?
Item number 5 is proposed senior housing project at the Senior Center, 695 West 19th Street. Presentation by Mr. Curtis, Economic and Development Services Director.
Mr. Curtis. Are you there, Mr. Curtis?
You're muted.
You're muted, Mr. Curtis. There you go.
When I share the whole screen, I can't see my microphone. Sorry about that. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Jamboree Housing Corporation has approached the city with an interest in determining the feasibility and, if feasible, potential terms for the right to acquire a long-term leasehold interest in approximately 0.9 acres of the parking lot at the Senior Center. Jamboree has prepared a conceptual density study which envisions the potential for approximately 60 senior affordable housing units on the property in a 2- and 3-story configuration, with the 2-story units abutting the rear of the property towards Plummer Street and 3-story units on the front side facing West 19th Street. Jamboree proposes to maintain the existing public parking count at grade on the site and provide resident parking below grade in an amount that would exceed the minimum parking requirements allowed by the state through its density bonus law. At the request of Jamboree Housing, staff has negotiated the terms of a proposed exclusive negotiating agreement with Jamboree for the City Council's consideration this evening. The exclusive negotiating agreement would provide Jamboree Housing with a window to analyze the site for feasibility and, if feasible and appropriate, to approach the city with the proposed project and terms. We've talked about it just a moment ago, but with a significant anticipated regional housing needs allocation of over 11,700 dwelling units in this cycle, this site seems to be an appropriate location to consider for the development of affordable housing, which could be applied towards the city's RHNA requirements. An affordable senior housing project with the potential for approximately 60 affordable units, being some combination of very low and potentially extremely low income units, would satisfy a portion of the city's lower income housing allocation. If the council determined to move forward with the development of a project in concept with Jamboree Housing, staff would return to the council at a later date with refined plans and lease terms. With that, staff recommends that the City Council approve the proposed exclusive negotiating agreement with Jamboree Housing Corporation, and that would conclude my prepared remarks. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Curtis, for that brief that brief presentation. We love those here. I have a few quick questions. I got a few feedback from members of my community, and I want to address their concerns. So the first one is really simple. Just to confirm, we're not selling off the land, right?
That's correct, Councilmember.
Perfect. Just confirm we're doing a lease. So in other words, we will lease the land to Jamboree Housing, and then we still own the property, own the land, correct?
That's correct. It would be, if it moves forward, the proposal would be for it to be a long-term.
Okay, and then alongside that, just so everyone has clarity, any design we're seeing or anything we've discussed today, that can be changed with community input, correct?
Yes. Matter of fact, Councilmember, what you're seeing today is it's really just a very high level conceptual plan to even see if densities work on the property. So if a project does move forward, it'll go through the entire public review process.
Perfect. That's all I had to ask. Thanks so much, Barry.
Okay. Councilmember Mansour and then Councilmember Reynolds.
So, Mr. Curtis, following up on that, at what point would that take place? Once this study is done, what point would we have an EIR and a traffic impact assessment be done?
Councilmember Mansour, and I apologize. I also forgot to mention that we have representatives of Jamboree Housing Corporation on the call as well if there's questions for them. Councilmember Mansour, to your question, Jamboree Housing would take some time to do analysis to see if the project was feasible and what exactly type of project would be feasible. As I indicated, they've done a high level kind of look at the property. It just depends on their timing. I would expect that we would see an application together if it was deemed feasible. And I'd also welcome their comments on this sometime within the next year. And we would start that process with the submittal of an application, and we would go through the full planning process through the Planning Commission, City Council, and including the CEQA analysis. Also included in that, obviously, at the very kind of the beginning, would be the city determine, in conjunction with Jamboree, if the city even wished to pursue moving forward with the project on the site. And then we would start the actual process. I apologize for kind of putting the cart before the horse there. And I can see Mike Massey from Jamboree Housing's on the screen as well. He might be able to add some more thoughts on the timing.
Okay, so we're certainly not locked into anything at this point.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna call on the Jamboree group, but I want to get the questions first, and then we can ask them questions as well. Councilmember Reynolds, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Okay. One question for Mr. Curtis, and then I think one for Jamboree. In our staff report, Mr. Curtis, you mentioned the sort of a conceptual project being part of a previous housing element. And in that concept, it was a 150 unit residential development. Can you describe the difference here between, what was a 150 unit concept and this one that's just 60? Was it purely a density, or was it taller, more space?
Councilmember Reynolds, I was not aware that we got to the point of actually having a concept. I believe the housing element mentioned as a potential site with up to that many units. These units in this project are kind of normal size units for this type of project. So if it was going to be, 2.5 times as large, almost the only way to do that is to go up. But honestly, I've never seen plans for that, so I don't know what the plan was.
Okay, yeah, I'm just reading it says that the project in concept involves 150 units. So maybe it's just a density in space. Okay. Yeah, and my question for Jamboree would be similar to Councilmember Mansour's, but particularly, no surprise, understanding that engagement process. This is what, 50 yards, maybe 100 yards, probably 100 yards from their homeless shelter, and we did quite a bit of outreach in this neighborhood related to the temporary shelter. So I was really concerned the first time I saw this project that that sort of this is moving without really continuing to foster the trust we built in that neighborhood. So I would appreciate hearing Jamboree's approach to really reaching out, especially to the neighbors in the immediate vicinity of this proposed project.
Okay, great. I think that's a good time to go to Jamboree. I didn't see, well, let me see. Councilmember Guinness, and then we'll go to Jamboree. Did you have any other questions?
Yeah. Has any other housing development entity expressed an interest, nonprofit housing development entity expressed an interest in this property? And has any other nonprofit housing entity been contacted and offered the opportunity to participate in this process?
Mr. Curtis and Ms. Barlow?
Councilmember Guinness, I'm not aware of anyone else approaching the city. In this case, Jamboree reached out to the city, but I'm not aware of anyone else either way.
And Ms. Barlow?
Yes, we haven't contacted any other nonprofits. We are looking at a new law that went into effect to see whether it might have an impact on this. So we are asking that if you move forward with this, that it be subject to the legal analysis on that issue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Councilor Mansour, did you have another question, or was that just your hand was raised from prior?
I do not have another question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Massey, if you would like to give a brief presentation, and then also, I know that it's, as you know, when we spoke, it's very important that we have community engagement around that whole area. I agree with Councilmember Reynolds' comments, and we talked about that and how important it is that you get buy-in from the neighbors in that area. So if you could talk about your plans for the timing, the entitlement, the community engagement, why you chose 69 instead of 105. I think I have an idea about that, but I'll let you share it. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Foley and council members for giving us some consideration and time this evening. Following the wise lead of Mr. Curtis, I will be as brief as possible, but I do want to make sure that we address your questions. At the beginning, I want to talk about what it is that we're actually asking for here. All we are simply asking for is an exclusive negotiating agreement, an opportunity for us to invest in understanding this property. And when I say understanding this property, I don't mean just the real estate, just the dirt. Obviously, very top of mind for us is going to be the community engagement. That's a process that we take very seriously. We are discussing a leasehold here. However, that is a very long-term leasehold. Our funding sources would require a lease of about 55 years. So we plan on being in the neighborhood for a very long time. Jamboree, as I'm sure most of you know, is a 501c3 nonprofit affordable housing developer. We're based in Orange County. We've been in operation for 30 years. This is actually our 30th year in operation. The many celebrations we were going to have around that have fallen by the wayside, but we still have been around for 30 years. Throughout that process, we don't sell a lot of properties. We tend to be long-term holders, so we're going to be invested in this neighborhood for a very long time. It's very important for the success of our residents and our properties altogether that our residents are a part of the neighborhood and woven into the fabric of the neighborhood. It's extraordinarily important to us, and it's something that we take very seriously. Our proposal here is initial, and it's conceptual, and this is our best take without having all the information that we'd like to have, both in terms of what's feasible on the site and what is going to fit within the community. So how we got to 60? Well, 60 would fit, and we can find a way to make the numbers work. And that's really where we are. We'd really like to start taking this to the next step, to the next level, invest the considerable due diligence and pre-development funds that we do to make sure that we're building a high quality development that's going to serve our residents and serve the community of Costa Mesa as well. And we can do that best by having some time to invest in that due diligence, and at the same time craft a partnership and an agreement with the city in the form of that long-term lease that will make sure that the city continues to have opportunities to oversee and control what it is that we're developing, and that we are following the community engagement protocols that we will lay out, and we will talk to as many stakeholders as we can. We've had developments in the past where we've done 20 or more community engagement opportunities, and certainly that something maybe not quite that robust is what we have in mind here, but we absolutely want to talk with the stakeholders, talk with the neighbors, talk with the community members, and work closely with staff to make sure that we are talking to the right people and getting the right feedback from the neighborhood. But this exclusive negotiation agreement will give us an opportunity to craft that agreement between Jamboree and the city to make sure that you have a chance to oversee that engagement, participate in it, and help guide us through it.
Can you also address the issue of parking? Because I know some people are concerned that we would lose the parking for the senior center. Can you address that?
Our initial, again, and I am going to qualify everything I say this evening because these are conceptual plans, and I'm certain that if I'm certain about anything on this project, it's that this will morph and change throughout the process. That's just the nature of the business that we're in. The plan that we contemplate now includes the same number of parking spaces for the senior center, plus parking for the residents of the development that we're proposing. We do that by creating a podium construction. So we're actually building over a field of parking that will be for our residents, and then maintaining the parking spaces in the senior center as well. Now, whether if that's the appropriate design, then we'll continue to follow through that. If we find that there is more parking needed or less parking needed, we'll follow those dictates. And again, we're looking forward to the community engagement plan to figure out exactly what the answers to those questions are.
Can you address also a timeline?
I certainly can.
To the extent you can.
For a number of reasons, again, I'm really going to qualify this one. We are subject to a number of things outside of our control. The primary thing among those is would be funding sources. As I'm sure you know, these projects are very capital intensive, and we will have to assemble a number of private and public funding sources in order to make whatever it is that we design work. And oftentimes those funding sources only allocate once a year or twice a year or 3 times a year. So we're subject to, and we have to do that 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 times. So in order to make that line up, takes a little bit of magic and a little bit of work and a little bit of patience. Just to set the tone, the quickest I've ever done a deal is from the day we got it under contract to the day we opened the doors was about 18 months. I've also had one that has gone 10 years. Certainly, we don't anticipate that. There was a financial collapse and a number of other catastrophic things in that one. So I don't anticipate that. We're getting all the catastrophic things out of the way before we started on this project. So we anticipate we'd be able to move at a pace, and particularly given the feedback and the wise counsel that we've gotten from staff, in particular Mr. Curtis. I'm sure that in his legacy he'll leave smart and trained and sophisticated people behind to help guide us through that process. But that's one of the things that we always look for a successful project is an experienced and sophisticated staff, interested elected officials, and certainly we have that in Costa Mesa.
And can you address one other item? And then I have 2 council members who have questions. Can you address the affordability factor and what that looks like to you? And, and for those who are the viewing public or the listening public and may not know what all these very low, extremely low, what that actually means, can you give us some light on some numbers?
Sure. The primary financing vehicle that we use is the low-income housing tax credit, and the low-income housing tax credit has fairly specific restrictions as to who a property built with those funds will serve, and we'll augment that with a number of other funding sources, which will also have dictates as to who those funds can serve, and we have to make those fit together. But speaking generally, we anticipate that this property would serve low income, likely very low income, and there's a reasonable chance we would fund extremely low income. And just as a definition, those relative terms are based on the area median income, which is a countywide statistic, which is issued and determined and issued every year by HUD. So in Orange County, the current area median income for a family of 4 is is roughly $100,000. So when we start talking about the populations that we're going to serve, we're at low income, that's at 80% of the area median income. We would likely target a population lower than that, and there would likely be various groups at very low, which would be 50% of the area median income. Also extremely low, which is 30% of the area median income. So just to give you an idea, and these are some estimates because this will change over time, but to give you an idea, in order to qualify for the 50% AMI units, a 1 or 2 person family, because we're anticipating 1 bedrooms here for the most part, a 1 or 2 person family would have to earn somewhere between $32,000 and $44,000 a year in order to qualify. That's for the very low units. And if they qualified, they would pay $1,200 for a 1 bedroom apartment. At the extremely low level, at that 30% AMI, those ranges would be from $19,200 to $26,910. And again, that if the qualifying family fell within that range, they would pay $720 a month for a 1 bedroom apartment.
All right, that's very helpful. Thank you. Okay, I have Councilmember Reynolds and Councilmember Mansour. No? Yes.
So I lost my phone connection and missed a big chunk of that. I won't ask you to repeat. I think I caught enough of good stuff, but I couldn't believe that's when my phone decided to disconnect. In case you didn't mention it, I think another reason sort of the community engagement is so valuable and sort of so there's a lot else going on in this corridor. We talked a little bit about this. We're into the fall, heading into a pedestrian master plan where 19th Street is going to be looked at as part of our, is one of our sort of core pedestrian priority zones. We talked about how great this location is, right, in terms of its proximity to so many, walkable proximity to so many really incredible assets. I was sort of the one like downside of this concept for me is that it sort of has a competing priority with trying to create more parks and open space, and especially in this area, which is a park poor area. And so, you know, any public space lost to additional building is for me some lost opportunity for additional park space. So I'd love to see some sort of creative thought around that. But I know that's all part of the sort of building out the design as you do that community engagement. I assume in terms of penciling things out, my last question, I assume that like more units pencils out a little bit better.
Like a lot of things in our business, affordable housing tends to be a little counterintuitive. So it may not be that that's the case. We certainly we like to drive density. We like to build a lot of units. There are certainly economies of scale, and we like to you know, we're a mission-driven organization, and we like to serve as many people as we possibly can. Again, while still fitting into the neighborhood and being a part of the community. Given the way that affordable housing finance works, oftentimes if you're building more units, you're creating a larger gap in financing, and so that's more funds that you have to go after. It's a curve, it's a sine wave, if you will, and where you end up on that sine wave it depends and changes from deal to deal. So in some cases, yes, increasing units makes it more efficient, but at some points, no, you lose that marginal utility, and it varies from deal to deal.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Mansour.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to open this up for public comment. If you would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand in the Zoom or press *9 on your telephone. First speaker is RK.
Madam Mayor, RK is one of the consultants.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So if we do Costa Mesa Opportunity Zone, please.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. Where did they just go?
Yes, I would just want to point out that this location is also in the Opportunity Zone. You are allowed to do a capital stack that includes the new market tax credit in addition to the low income tax credit. And you can match those funds with grant monies that have been earmarked, non-competitive earmarked for opportunity zones. So in California, the 870 zones are only competing against the ones that are aware of what their zone is and how they may use those monies. They can be used to pay for parking structures. They can be used for the 55-year construction. The construction, as long as there's a 55-year agreed set aside for the LMI. You can also use, obviously, the capital gains, the $20 billion that need to find a home now between now and December, because the July 15th date came and went. So 1031s that didn't happen, all these monies that fall out of a 1031 exchange are going to be sitting there between now and December trying to find a fund. And there's an inverse relationship between capital gains on the market and only 400 funds that were created nationwide. The most important thing that we could do as a city right now is to get a stakeholder group on the opportunity zone, update our economic development website that shows properties like this and others that may be privately held available for ground lease, like ours and our neighbor at 1595. They are tied to transportation corridors that also have over $25 million worth of DOT grants that could be used to pay for the covering of the Newport Boulevard and create that visionary plan for a downtown. Like I said, these were census tracts that already meet all of the LMI information. Normally, Costa Mesa would never qualify for these types of block grants and other funds because we're too wealthy, but not with opportunity zones. Once they've been designated, these funds are earmarked for the zones. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you so much. Okay, I don't show any other hands raised. Ms. Green, do we have any callers that requested to speak?
No, Madam Mayor, there are no others.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comment, and Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve staff recommendation of proposing an exclusive negotiating agreement with Jamboree Housing Corporation.
Second.
Second.
Oh,
And is that subject to that legal opinion that we were discussing earlier?
Of course.
Yes, Councilmember Chavez. Yes, and the second concurs.
Thank you.
Okay. And Councilmember Chavez, did you want to speak to the motion?
Of course. First of all, thank you everyone for this item one more time. I'm really excited to be proposing affordable housing units in Costa Mesa. You guys know I'm very pro housing, and it's very touching to know that we give more housing for our seniors who oftentimes have a difficult time finding appropriate housing when they're older. Furthermore, this is going to be really great because we'll still have a chance to get input from the community. This plan can adapt if there's any change from the community buy-in we hear. So overall, I'm excited for this partnership, and I'm really happy to get this going.
Thank you. I'll wait. I'll let Mayor Pro Tem Stevens speak next.
Well,
and
yeah,
then, and then Councilmember Reynolds.
You beat me to the punch. But so anyway, I just am so happy that the Jamboree Housing is taking an interest in Costa Mesa and looking for opportunities to improve our housing stock here, especially low-income housing stock for seniors, which is in great need in pretty much all cities, but including Costa Mesa. And you know, I got to know the folks at Jamboree Housing initially when we were on one of our trips to San Antonio together, and then I can't remember, it was sometime in early 2019 when they came to City Hall, and we, back in the day when we didn't have to social distance, we all kind of crammed in a van, and we took our little meeting on the road, and we looked at a number of properties, and the mayor actually brought up, I don't think she mind me saying, this as a potential property, and we must have looked at about a dozen properties, and then they moved forward on it. And I will tell you that I've since I've spent a lot of time with the folks. We were on a speaking panel with I was on a speaking panel talking about homelessness with some of the folks on Jamboree, and I've seen their product. I know the engagement that they do. They're dug in 30 years, and we'll see what we can do here. But the one thing I want to say is that the one project I went to was celebrating its 10-year anniversary. It's the Diamond Project right off the freeway in Anaheim, and that project is a beautiful project. It's actually the nicest project in the whole neighborhood. There was some concern that they addressed because it's a permanent supportive housing project for people that were formerly homeless. And they were very good. This was discussed by Kurt Pringle. They were very good at getting buy-in from the local community. And now everybody loves that project. It's the nicest project in the neighborhood. So I've got high expectations, which is a dangerous thing. But I'm really happy we're moving forward with this step.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Reynolds.
Make sure I'm off mute here. Am I off mute here? Okay, yes.
Yes.
I think this is, I agree that Jamboree Housing was a really exciting partner to be working with. Seen a lot of their projects, mostly online, not in person, but seeing the projects can be very beautiful. I think it's not uncommon for people to hear affordable housing and have a bad visual. I think if we see if we can share some of the pictures of some of the projects Jamboree has done, I think we'd certainly agree they were all very beautiful. I think there's a lot of opportunity with this project as well beyond affordable housing, and I really want to make sure that we do our job and staff can make sure that Jamboree is aware of, again, a lot of the other activity happening in the neighborhood, particularly related to the 19th Street corridor. We've had some discussions. Well, we have that designated as a pedestrian priority zone. There's some discussions about really trying to bring that vision to life, make this a walkable, bikeable area. And I've learned from Mr. Curtis again, who's leaving us with so much wisdom. There's a lot of sort of building designs that can either enhance or detract from that vision. Just some of the things that I've learned is sort of actually bringing the building closer to the street front, making sure that there's sort of good activation between the public space on the street and the private space in the building. I think that's going to be really important. So I'd love to see, with Jamboree's expertise, some of those concepts come through as the design develops as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Guinness.
Jamboree has done some really excellent projects. They have a great reputation. I think they would make an excellent partner. But I do want to caution that before you move forward too far, that you do wait for the legal opinion from our city attorney regarding AB 1486, because we may need to have a little pause there.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chavez, did you have something else you wanted to add? No. Okay. So great conversation. I'm excited to support this motion. I remember that tour. We went all over the whole city looking at every potential parcel that might be available. And there's still some parcels that are in the consideration for quality, affordable housing. And I can speak personally to the need for senior housing in this city. Everyone knows that my 93-year-old grandmother and my 72-year-old mom live with me. And they live with me because there's no place to live in this city. There is no affordable housing for seniors. The tower is something like a 3-year waiting list ticket on it. And the kind of numbers that you're talking about here are in line with, like, if you're just living on Social Security. One thing that's happening in our community, if you look at the Orange County Community Report, you'll see that we have an aging population and a lot of women who are widowers and who are alone and maybe didn't really work throughout their whole lives. So they don't have the kind of Social Security checks that maybe those of us who are now working full time throughout our life might have when we get to the 70s and 80s. They don't have pensions. They don't have retirements because maybe they didn't work. We have a lot of seniors in our community that fit that profile and that are now trying to, share housing, and maybe it's cramming people into spaces that might be uncomfortable, not having their own independence. I think the type of product that you talked about in the meetings that we've had, where you can live and you can have your own independence and you can have services there, you can have connection and collaboration and improvement of our senior center activities. You can have nutrition services and all kinds of, I know in looking at Jamboree Housing across the county, there's so many great programs that you provide to your residents, and you really create a community. And that's what I really loved about the concept, is this idea of creating this senior village community right there in the heart of where we have all of our senior services. And the walkability, 100% agree with Councilmember Reynolds. And, we talked about that early on. I think a dream would be to have a bridge that would connect over 19th Street so that people could not, I know that's a little outside of probably the budget, but that would be something in terms of having high expectations, because that would allow for people to get from the tower, where I know Councilmember Chavez and I visited, and that's a big complaint that they have, getting from the tower over to the senior services at the senior center, because it's so, a lot of traffic on 19th Street. So just creating that walkability, and in terms of you're going to go through the process and the community engagement. You talked a lot about what you do for community engagement. I feel confident that it will meet the expectations of this council, which are high on community engagement, based on some of the examples that you gave. And I feel like some of the concepts that you were willing to consider regarding moving the property, maybe the building up closer to the sidewalk so that you give some relief to the residents on Plummer who, they may not want something 3 stories towering over them. So those are concepts that you were certainly willing to consider. So as we move through this process, I'm excited about this. In 2008, we put this into our housing element. And for those of you who are new on the council, we are moving at Mach speed on this city council right now in terms of over the last couple of years. So I've wanted us to put housing at the senior center since 2008. And here we are. We're finally getting an agreement to even have the conceptual conversation about it. So that's great. Great progress for Costa Mesa. So thank you for being willing to partner with our city and take us down this road of seeing if we can make it happen. We'll call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Marr?
Aye.
Councilmember Mansour?
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. We really appreciate the opportunity.
All right. Thanks so much. Okay. Great job. Great work, everybody. We'll move on to our next item of business, which
Maybe
will
we
be.
can get a restroom break before. This is going to be a long.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Good idea. Thank you, Councilmember Mansour. We'll take a 10-minute break. People know we're normal.
All right, Mayor.
Yes. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. These are interesting times for sure. Thank you all. Sorry, we didn't know we were live. Okay, we will now move to item number 7 because we changed the order at the beginning of the meeting. Ms. Green, can you please read the title?
Consideration of a city ballot measure to authorize the city council to adopt an ordinance amending Measure X to allow retail cannabis uses in certain areas of the city subject to specified limitations and imposing a 4% to 7% gross receipts tax thereon. Presentation by Mr. Curtis, Economic and Development Services Director.
Okay, Mr. Curtis.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Hopefully I remember to turn my microphone on this time. Just a quick background on Measure X. State Proposition 64 was approved by the California voters in November 2016, and it approved the legalized recreational use of marijuana for adults 21 and over within the state. Measure X was concurrently approved on the same ballot or the same election with Prop 64, and in that, Costa Mesa voters approved Measure X, which allowed cannabis-related uses in a defined green zone. That included distribution, manufacturing, laboratories, things like that. Measure X did prohibit retail cannabis sales and cultivation uses in the city. And just as a reminder for anybody that's not familiar with it, the green zone in the city is an area where cannabis-related uses are permitted. It's located in a specific industrial zone properties north of South Coast Drive and west of Harbor Boulevard, excluding the SoCo property. Here is a map of that area. The properties in blue are those areas where Measure X currently applies. This map shows a number of approved Measure X uses and conditional use permits within the city. We've approved roughly 25 since Measure X was approved. Several months ago, the City Council directed staff to investigate the possibility of amending Measure X and considering bringing forward a retail cannabis sales measure on the November 2020 ballot. Specifically, that would amend Measure X to allow cannabis retail dispensaries and delivery. To change Measure X to allow cannabis retail dispensaries and delivery must be approved by the voters. In May of this year, the City Council directed staff to explore the potential ballot measure and that would amend Measure X, including conducting a community survey to gauge the community's interest in such a measure. And the City Council formed a cannabis ad hoc committee with 3 council members to discuss details of a potential measure and to conduct outreach efforts with the local cannabis community. That included the mayor, mayor pro tem, and council member Chavez. Outreach efforts have occurred since that time with both the ad hoc committee and staff with local cannabis industry representatives to obtain feedback on a potential ballot measure, as well as information on best practices related to such uses should they be approved in the city. Key topics that were discussed included dispensaries versus delivery, retail tax rates, potentially limiting the number of retailers, separation buffers from sensitive uses, limiting to specific zones and areas, as well as a labor peace agreement. The City Council also directed staff to move forward with a community survey. Along those lines, staff retained FM3. They're an independent third-party polling firm who was retained to conduct the community survey. The survey was intended to assess the community interest and potential support on the topic of allowing retail cannabis uses in Costa Mesa, with the intent of the survey to be used as a tool for the council in determining whether to place a measure on the ballot, and if so, to help shape that measure. Surveys were conducted via phone calls and online, English and Spanish, between June 29th and July 2nd, and July 6th and July 8th, skipping the July 4th holiday weekend. At a high level, the results of the survey, community responses were received from a random sample of 427 likely voters within Costa Mesa. That equated to a margin of error of plus or minus 4.9% when it was the entire survey. The community survey tested the level of support and opposition for a potential cannabis tax and regulation measure. The types of questions asked included general perceptions of the city, awareness of current city laws regarding retail cannabis sales, opinions on retail cannabis sales in the city, priorities of city services, and priorities for cannabis regulations. Some key findings of the survey was that there was a general low awareness among respondents that it's currently illegal to operate a dispensary in Costa Mesa. Roughly 2/3 of the respondents were in general support, allowing the sale of cannabis products in the city. Majority of respondents supported both retail storefront and delivery of cannabis in the city, and a tax rate of up to 5% and 7%, although there was higher support at the up to 5% rate. And then also, after hearing both supportive and critical statements regarding retail cannabis, the majority of the respondents continue to indicate support for the potential ballot measure. Now moving over to the actual ballot measure. We looked at and considered both uncodified and a codified ordinance. Staff is recommending the uncodified ordinance. It would allow the city council and staff the most time to identify the best practices and further research the advantages and disadvantages of retail operations in other cities. As proposed and drafted, and presuming the measure is passed by the voters, the measure allows the city council to adopt an ordinance at a later date, provided that such ordinance is adopted by a 2/3 vote of the city council and would include certain minimum requirements. Should the measure be adopted, staff intends to draft an ordinance that would include retail cannabis uses restricted within the existing framework of Measure X. Those minimum requirements that would be included in uncodified ordinance include allowing for retail storefronts or dispensaries only in commercial zones, allowing non-retail storefronts, in other words, delivery, to be permitted both from commercial zones and from the green zone, requiring a minimum 1,000-foot separation from sensitive uses such as childcare facilities, K-12 schools, playgrounds, and homeless shelters, requiring security measures, requiring a labor peace agreement for retail businesses with 2 or more employees, setting a retail tax rate of a minimum of 4% and a maximum of 7% to be adjusted by the city council, and to allow for annual publicly available independent audit of the tax proceeds. On the screen and provided in attachment 4 to the staff report tonight is the draft language for the ballot measure as it would potentially appear on the ballot. And with that, staff is recommending that the city council consider the proposed ordinance entitled the City of Costa Mesa Retail Cannabis Tax and Regulation Measure relating to cannabis retail storefront and non-storefront uses within certain areas of the city, and provide direction on whether to place the proposed ordinance on the November 3rd, number 3, 2020 ballot. We also have representatives from FM3 with us this evening if there are questions along those matters. That would conclude my prepared remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Curtis. Council, are there any questions? It looks like Councilmember Chavez, do you have a question?
No, my hand should be lowered.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Guinness.
Okay, so FM3 did the survey, but somehow another firm named Sorrell was involved. How could you explain how that came about? And was FM3 a sub to Sorrell? How'd that work?
Mr. Curtis, can you explain that for the viewing public? Because I know the council knows, but Mr. Curtis?
I don't know. I asked, but I've never been told.
Mayor, I was giving the city manager a chance to answer if she wanted to. Otherwise, I can't.
Yeah, I can
Okay, Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Yeah, so it's two separate contracts. The contract with FM3 is direct, it's not a subcontract. The contract with Sorrel brings them on board to help us do the certification and get the agreement to the city. As you know, we did this in a very truncated time frame as we're managing many other high-level priorities, the pandemic, obviously, the $30 million deficit, the negotiations on the furloughs, all the urgency ordinances. And so I brought Sorrel on for a small contract, about $5,000, to help us to actually solicit 3 proposals from 3 different firms, qualified firms with experience in ballot measures, help to analyze the proposals. We talked to them about, at the time, the kinds of measures we were looking at that time. We were thinking we might be doing 2 ballot measures, but then council decided to just go forward with the 1. And then from there, we scheduled meetings and interviews and then chose FM3 as the final pollster. And we have a direct contract with FM3 that's separate and apart. The Sorrel was basically there just to do the legwork for us and to get that process going, considering all of the other high priority needs that we had in a very short time frame to put this ballot measure together.
Okay, so they basically sort of helped with the pollster selection and then helped run the contract. Sort of like we do with public works projects sometimes.
Right, exactly.
Okay. And then as far as the questions, did FM3 write them entirely? Was there anyone from the city involved at any level?
Councilmember Guinness, my staff, including myself and the city attorney's office, participated and reviewed some of the questions and provided feedback on those questions.
Okay. Was any council member involved at all?
No.
Okay. And I do have a question because based on what I saw on social media, people were complaining that they'd been called on a push poll. And reviewing the questions, I could see why someone might reach that conclusion, because there were questions that talked about, oh my gosh, the city's on the verge of bankruptcy, and this will take us away, this will pull us back from the brink. Whereas the questions that were in favor missed some of the real obvious points. For example, potential DUIs, effect on teen brain development, failure of our existing Measure X to really result in the promised economic windfall that we were supposed to have. And none of that got addressed in the poll as an argument against, whereas we had basically, there were a couple of good arguments, like the city would have been the only one in the county in addition to Santa Ana. But there was a lot of like reefer madness kind of stuff, which I don't know that is that credible. But along those lines of, so I'm kind of disappointed in that. But who framed the language for the actual ballot measure? It's on handwritten page 22, attachment 6.
Ms. Barlow?
Are you asking for what we have?
How is this framed?
Are you asking about what we have proposed in the measure or what was asked in the questionnaire?
No, I said the thing on page 22.
I'm sorry, I don't know what page 22
is.
It's
the resolution 2020-42, which is the proposed measure.
Yeah, that language was crafted primarily by FM3 with input from the city attorney's office in terms of phrasing, structure, word count, making sure that all the legal requirements were met.
Okay,
we also had the ad hoc committee and the group of industry representatives participated in giving input on the ballot language.
Yeah.
Okay, because my question is, up to the semicolon where it says, shall we authorize an ordinance,
Excuse me, hold on one second, Sandy. Councilmember Guinness, Mr. Curtis, can you put up on the screen so that we can all follow what she's looking at?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yes, Mayor. She just brought the PowerPoint as the PowerPoint.
There we are. Okay. Because my question, I have a couple questions. Number one, the poll that went out to the public indicated that the that sales of marijuana could potentially raise 1.3 million, and I'm wondering what is the basis for the 3 million in this, because there are different numbers.
Councilmember Guinness. Yes, I'm sorry, Madam. Councilmember Guinness. The reason is the $1.3 million that was originally questioned as part of the poll had to do with a 5% tax rate. What ultimately was recommended through the ad hoc committee was a 4 to 7% tax rate. Additionally, our finance department reached out to some other cities that have retail cannabis sales. Most importantly, I think our most closely located to us is Santa Ana. And based on the experiences of Santa Ana and the amount of tax funding coming out of retail cannabis sales in Santa Ana, it was adjusted to this number. So it's partially based on the 7%. It's also partially based on Santa Ana's actual tax funds, as well as a few other cities that we've spoke to.
Okay, and also HDL, Mr. Curtis, can you share about that?
Well, because I asked about the 1.3 before, and I was told that HDL came up with that.
That was extremely conservative, and it was before we'd had a chance to talk to other cities, and it was also based on a 5% tax rate, not up to 7% tax rate.
Well, but 7% is not more than double of 5. It's only 40% more.
Yep. As I said, this was based on conversations with cities that actually have retail cannabis sales in our area. Whereas what we got from the consultant was the 1.3 million was based on kind of a statewide number that they thought might be. It was a very, very conservative number that wasn't based on anything in Orange County specifically, and it was based on a lower tax rate at that.
Okay, and now I checked Santa Ana's budget this afternoon, and they indicate that they get 6 million from an 8% tax, and they have 3 times as many people as we do in the city of Santa Ana. So we, with a third of the people, are going to get half of the revenue, especially with them being the only one in all of Orange County.
If I may, because I did reach out to Santa Ana and I went through their budget, and I actually talked to their finance department personally. For the retail aspect for the adult use of cannabis alone in 18-19, which was the year that they actually adopted the measure, they brought in $4.4 million. In the current 19-20 year that they're closing, they've already received over $8 million. And in the next year's budget, they're close to $9.7 million just on the retail cannabis tax alone.
Okay, and then my other question is, well, actually, and I want to thank, I'm glad that we're finally putting the survey out so that the people can see it, the public can see it. But I mean, the general public, in addition to the 427 people who got surveyed. I'm looking at the measure, and up to the semicolon, it makes, it's neutral. But everything after the semicolon to me looks like a sales job. It doesn't look neutral to me. It looks like our ballot measure is a push-pull. We want to have this thing, the ordinance does not say we're going to raise $3 million. That's not part of the ordinance. It's somebody's best guess, but shouldn't that be in the analysis or in a ballot argument? Why would we put that in the actual measure itself? To me, it makes the measure look like a push-pull.
Mr. Preciosi, are you on the call yet? No. Okay, Mr. Curtis. Is that a question? What is the question? Is the question?
Is that appropriate as part of the ballot measures? Because typically those kinds of things would be like, you look at a state ballot measure or whatever, they usually just say what the measure itself says. A summary of what it says, not the other parts of it.
Yeah,
that seems like that would be more appropriate into some sort of attached analysis.
Ms. Barlow?
Yes, we're supposed to include, when we have a tax measure, we're supposed to include the anticipated revenue.
Okay, as part of the measure itself, ballot wording?
That is what is advised, yes. It should be in the measure, yes.
Okay, because I just thought it looked like they were pushing. I mean, after all, we realize when you get coupons for cannabis discounts on the back of your grocery receipts, I mean, it's pretty clear society's changing. But I want to make sure that we don't, that we respond to changing society without pushing it.
Do you have any other questions, Councilmember Guinness?
And so this 3 million, that would contemplate 45 million to 75 million in sales, depending on whether we have a 4% or a 7% tax. And what volume of marijuana would that be?
I did not calculate the revenue based on the volume of marijuana. I calculated based on the city of Santa Ana's revenue base, their population. I also took into account the HDL numbers. They all kind of seem to be driving in the same place. Obviously, it's going to be based upon how many retail stores will be able to get into the city. It's solely based on Santa Ana actual information and how they have been faring very well in this area. I'm very comfortable stating that based on at least 5 retail locations within the city of Costa Mesa, we could comfortably make up to the $3 million based on a 7%.
With 5 stores?
5 or 6, yeah. They're anticipating close to $9.7, $9.8 million in 2021. They are not seeing any type of a downfall based on COVID.
Oh no, it's up. It's up. Alcohol is up too.
And we would also be taxing any deliveries into the city as well.
Okay, so basically we're saying an outlet's going to make like an individual outlet's going to make like 10, 15 million.
It's going to depend on them. I took their gross, so that way I did not get into the details of how large or how big. We're definitely going to be, because we're only going to be 2 cities within Orange County, we'll be pulling from neighboring cities as well. So even without that consideration that HDL took, we're definitely in this revenue area.
Okay.
We have another council member who has a question.
But the reason I'm asking about volume is what kind of like traffic, what's going to be the flow of people coming in and out based on, when you look at the numbers. I don't know. I do not keep up on these things, so I don't know how how these things run. I mean, I remember when a joint, not that, just from what I understood, I heard, would be like $1, but they didn't have much in them, and they weren't very potent. But from what I understand,
okay, Councilmember Guinness, I'm going to say,
anyway,
if you have any
I
other
just
questions.
would like to know what kind of, I'm trying to get a handle on what kind of activity levels are we talking about hordes of people coming in from other places where there's a constant stream of traffic? That's why I want to know what kind of volume we're talking about.
It's going to be just like any other business in a commercial
Just like
zone. Yeah. Okay, so Councilmember Marr.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand. So if we're talking about one of the things I've read and had some feedback from the industry on is the idea of tying delivery specifically to dispensaries in the city so that you have more control effectively over the delivery process and where product is coming from. And then also in terms of like determining the exact number of licenses that we allow in the city. Is the intent that all of that gets determined after the ballot measure is passed or failed, will come down to that level of detail? Or do we think it's important to float some of those details to the public, either through the description of the ballot or within the ballot measure?
I think, are you asking that of the ad hoc committee or of staff? I mean, I think we've kind of talked about both.
Okay.
So we talked about both, and I kind of lean towards what you're talking about in terms of bringing it forward before the ballot measure, getting some of the regulatory scheme finalized so that the public knows what is to be expected. And then if the ballot measure passes, then it's all ready to go and we can move quickly.
Yeah, that's sort of my thought, or at the least like capping the number of total dispensaries in the city, I think may sway people's opinion. You know, they're okay with a couple of them, compete with Santa Ana, bring in some revenue, but we don't want one on every corner. I don't know. I feel like some of that detail would be helpful. So I guess I'd like to hear from either Mr. Presidio or the city attorney in terms of to what extent can we start providing those details sooner rather than later.
Mr. Curtis or Ms. Barlow?
Mr. Preziosi is on. I'm going to ask him if he has any thoughts about this. I don't see any reason why we couldn't do it ahead of the measure, but perhaps Tarquin, you can help.
Mr. Preziosi, are you there?
Yeah, thank you. Mayor Foley, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Thank you. So, yeah, so I understand the question is, can we start drafting the proposed ordinance now in advance of it being approved by the voters, in which case we're ready to go? Or is the question, should we provide more specificity in the measure now before we put it on the ballot?
No, the question is, can we start drafting the ordinance now before the ballot measure?
We can certainly start drafting it now before the ballot, because as long as we meet the parameters that's set forth in our uncodified ordinance, that would be fine. And if it passes, then we can immediately do first read and second read.
What about the other option, including more specificity in the ballot measure?
That's an option as well.
Yeah, the only thing that I would caution about that is we do have a word limit. And so it gets, I mean, we could put more specificity in the ordinance, but in terms of the wording of the measure, we only have 75 words. So a lot of people won't actually read the ordinance. They're going to read the words in the measure. And so it would be, it might be more difficult to adjust the measure for that kind of specificity, but we can certainly do either that you might prefer.
Great. So if we draft an ordinance, we're going to get a new council coming in after the vote. So that would be my only concern, is that it would sort of seem that we were promising one thing to the public, and then who knows whether that was the thing that passed the new council. So
the problem, there won't be a problem with that because the measure itself, are you saying that if this ordinance controlled, say, the number, then that would be more restrictive for a future council? That would be true. But either way, there are certain parameters that are set forth in the ordinance itself that would go before the voters. If you think that those parameters need to be tightened up or changed, we can certainly do that.
Okay, so my preference would be to cap the number of total dispensaries and to tie delivery to business licenses within the city, dispensaries with business licenses in the city, if we can fit that in the word limit.
Okay, we're on questions right now. We're not on a motion yet. So,
in answer to the question, if we could do that, we could incorporate that into the text of the ordinance. I'd have to look at how much we could modify the measure language if that was something you wanted to do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, I'm gonna open this up for public comment. And let's see. We have a lot of public comments. So, okay, so we're gonna start with Richard Bernard. Are you there, Richard?
Madam Mayor, Mr. Bernard is with.
Mr. Bernard, I apologize.
The first one will be Candace Hawes.
Candace Hawes. Ms. Hawes.
Hi there, thank you. I'm with Orange County Normal, and we just want to say that we support moving this measure forward to the voters of Costa Mesa so they can decide on the measure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for participating in our group. Mr. Aleman. Oh, okay. Did he leave? Courtney Cross. Ms. Cross, are you there?
Hi, yes. Hi, council members. My name is Courtney Cross. I work over at Connected Cherry over in Long Beach, and I'm also a member of the UFCW 324. I also live in Orange County. I'm calling here to talk about the decision to put the ballot initiative to expand the legal cannabis. Cannabis and legal cannabis offer amazing opportunities for the community. The industry has the ability to meet the needs of patients from all walks of life in a secure and safe environment. Though the experience varies from patient to patient, with current and developing new research being done on the plant itself, scientists are finding correlations to certain medical and mental conditions and how certain strains genetics can combat a vast amount of ailments. They have found it's more than just THC and CBD. It has the ability to, we have the ability to break the negative stigma related to cannabis in this world. And I feel like past the fact that it would help generate a great amount of tax revenue for the city, I think it would also just overall bring a positivity to your city. It would create a great path for jobs, specifically for this industry. It should be tied with some sort of a peace ordinance through union. I feel lucky that I have a job that has structures where I am involved in certain measures. Like we had a new contract that was discussed this year. We got to negotiate certain things like getting paid time off, getting sick leave. I've worked in this industry since 2012, and specifically in Santa Ana in a legal shop. And I was asked to do things that at the time as a 23-year-old, I didn't know they had the rights to say no. But now I know 10 years later that those things probably weren't in my best interest for safety. But I feel that overall cannabis, I think, would do some good. And yeah, that's all I'm going to say. So thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you so much. So I see Mr. Alaman got moved out. Mr. Alaman, are you there? Ms. Green? I don't know how to unmute someone.
Yes. No, that's fine. I have it. So are you saying Louis Aleman, A-L-E-M-A-N? Is that what you're looking at? Okay,
Yes.
I'll know that to talk. Okay.
Somehow he went from the top to the bottom.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Mayor Foley and council members. My name is Luis. I'm a UFCW 324 member, and I strongly encourage you to pass this ordinance as is. With COVID-19, we've seen cities facing multi-million-dollar deficits. And we know that the cannabis industry in this state is a multi-billion-dollar industry that can help provide cities relief with sales tax. And we also know due to COVID, as people are staying home, cannabis use has exploded, right? So Costa Mesa could be at the forefront of taking advantage of this opportunity that will create not only a higher tax base for Costa Mesa that would help with the fiscal situation that all cities are facing, but will also bring good paying union jobs. I would also discourage the notion of putting a limit on dispensaries, because in Santa Ana, that's been the case where there's a limit on dispensaries. And all that's happened is that it's an unregulated marketplace of illegal dispensaries popping all over the city that the city doesn't have the time or the effort to crack down on. as opposed to allowing dispensaries to go through a permit process and be established. It creates a system of accountability so that folks aren't skirting the law, especially because folks might feel like it might be easier that way. So I encourage you all to accept this. It's good for Costa Mesa. It puts Costa Mesa at the forefront of this revolution. It's a higher tax base, good paying jobs, and it's something that the voters of California approved at the last election cycle. So you'll be supporting the will of the voters in the state. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then next up is call-in user number 2.
Yes, I'm a resident of Costa Mesa, a longtime resident, and it's sort of surprising that we're aspiring to be like Santa Ana. We want to follow them with the food carts. Our numbers are growing in the COVID, and now we want the marijuana dispensaries. The problem with the dispensaries are they drive more police calls. So we may be getting that amount of money, but we're going to have to put additional security with the police. You know that business operates with pure cash, so that we'll be getting a truly true amount of money that we'll be collecting the taxes on. I also was one of the persons that received the poll, and I was really taken aback by some of the verbiage on it. I consider it a push poll. And I was specifically when one of the areas that they said that we would have 5% tax at 1.3 million and then 7% tax on 1.8 million. And I understand where you're getting your other numbers from Santa Ana, but I'm thinking that Costa Mesa should remain Costa Mesa and not have to go along with Santa Ana. These problems that we're having with our finances, these 3 million, it will help, but it is not the overall answer. And with it comes a lot of other problems. Remember, the past council, they tried the charter twice and the people voted it down. The people have already voted on X. So I don't know if you are ready to go in this with another defeat, but I certainly hope that you would be transparent and honest with the facts that are going on here and not try to ram this through at a time when most people can't pay any attention to the city business and what's going on. This is another really ploy to pass these things by when everybody else is committed to other issues. Their well-being, their jobs, to COVID, and then to push an issue through like this with 26 people watching online, this is really unconscionable.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is the phone number ending 055. Is anyone there?
Madam Mayor, the next speaker is Costa Mesa Opportunity Zone.
Oh, okay. On my screen, it shows something 055. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for taking my comment. I don't know whether it's too late to, because the poll went out that narrowed the question to the public about dispensaries and delivery, when yet there's an entire diversified economy that we're missing out on, and that's the medical side of the hemp industry. There's a reason why Bayer Aspirin bought out Monsanto, the largest corporate landholder in the world. They've been doing research for years on the health benefits of CBD. It's been 35 years in the pharmaceutical chain in Israel. IWantMyCBD.org is the only nonprofit in the US that was doing testing on CBD products that were out on the market now for a number of years to see if what's on the label is actually in the bottle. And 90% of what was in the bottle was actually full of pesticides or didn't have CBD at all. But the FDA is now going to regulate this industry. So what's missing on the ballot is the diversification in this economy, which is the health side of it. Spas, hotels, edibles, coffee shops. There's already a number of communities that are looking at the diversification of this economy around hemp. Hemp is expected to be a larger market than the recreational THC market. There's a number of studies. There's already a pharmaceutical grade CBD product that's on the NASDAQ, and it's been FDA approved. It's insurance approved. It just seems like we're missing this. This ballot, if you go forward, is missing out on a diversification of this economy around cannabis, which, by the way, you know how I love opportunity zones, but cannabis is approved as an industry as a qualified opportunity zone fund. And if you'll just Google it, you'll see that there's already a number of funds out there raising a ton of money for the vertical growing, for the health benefits of CBD industry. I don't know why we would limit ourselves to just dispensaries and delivery when there's a diversified economy around cannabis. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker up is 055. And just to let you all know, we will respond to many of these comments after we close the public comment. We're not going to respond to each commenter. 055.
Can everyone hear me? I don't think anyone could hear me the first time.
Okay, there you are. We can hear you now.
Okay, awesome. Hello. Thank you for everyone. My name is Jasmine Lucero. I work at Long Beach Green Room, a dispensary in Long Beach. The main reason why I wanted to make a public comment in support of moving this measure forward, I was listening to a lot of the different comments and understand a lot of the different concerns. But I think a large part that I wanted to speak to was that I come from a different background within this industry. I did not start off in the trap shop world and moved over to legalized. I actually went to Cal State Long Beach and have a background in journalism and public relations, and fell into this industry because of a personal health issue. I have an autoimmune disease, and back when I was diagnosed and got my medicinal marijuana card, a lot of the education that's out today was not available, especially in the retail sense. And I think that with Costa Mesa and the sort of demographics there, especially with the customers that come to the Long Beach shop that I work at from Costa Mesa, and the kinds of things medicinally, at least, that they ask for, I feel like putting and allowing more license for retail legal spaces will allow the community itself to kind of have their own spaces to go to within the city for questions answered like that, because it's a trusted source. And I think that that's the biggest draw in a legalized cannabis space that there is right now, is that you're getting your information and your product from people who spend so much time researching this plant and how it affects different people, and just the fact that there's the whole scientifics behind it, and you're getting it from a trusted source. You can literally track from most of the brands where and when this was harvested or made, or how long the shelf life is. So I think that there's just a lot of value in community education, and especially if you're deciding to put this on the November ballot, it'll definitely, I think, speak to just sort of that overall education aspect, that moving forward again from just the overall tax revenue, just building value for your community so that they don't have to go outside of the city and learn about these things, that the city is providing something like this for them. And speaking to just overall safe capacity with job creation, and this is my first time being a part of a union, being a part of the Union 324, and being able to learn about labor relations in that sense, and how to make a career out of this and not just have it be a dead-end retail job. Like I said, I come from a different background, so I can't speak to the experiences and the stress that has come from working in an unsafe environment, in a trap environment, but I can
Excuse me, speak to Madam Mayor, the 3 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for commenting. Okay, and then just to point out, we have 67 viewers on Zoom right now. So it looks like we have 10 hands raised. So our next speaker is Lindsay Dunnan. Ms. Dunnan, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Okay, cool. So
I'm also part of Union 324, and a lot of my points have been touched on already. So I think what I'd like to say is my experience. I have lived in Anaheim for the past 7 years, and they do not allow legal storefronts. And there have definitely been situations because it's kind of, if there's a will, there's a way. People are going to find a way to make that happen. And there were definitely moments that were scary in shops like that. And so, and that was just going into it. So I feel lucky now to be a part of something that's bigger, because now that
Miss Dunnan, I'm sorry to cut you off, but we're having trouble hearing you. So maybe you could just wrap up and say if you're supportive or against the measure. Are you there? We lost you. Okay. Sorry, Ms. Dunnan, you've lost the connection. We're going to move on to Crystal B.
What in the hell?
Hello?
Looks like
Ms.
Lindsay.
Ms.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, they're switching around here.
Okay, so Crystal B.
There we go. Oh. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, give me 1 minute. We're having technical difficulties.
All righty.
Oh,
Hello.
Okay, hi. Is this Crystal
Hi,
B?
sorry, it was so hard to take off mute there. Hello, good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Please place the cannabis retail shops on the ballot for November. The residents of Costa Mesa deserve a chance to bring safe and regulated cannabis to their city. And the thriving industry of legal cannabis has created amazing job stability for me and my family of 4, even during this pandemic. My previous employments in the food service and the retail industry, in apparel and in resort, have been poorly affected by this pandemic. Please allow your residents of your beautiful city to allow local access to cannabis and create jobs and stable job security. Vote yes to bring this to your ballot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. Our next speaker is AJ Rea, REA. I'm not sure if that's a Mr. or Ms. So AJ Rea, are you there? I think you're there. We can hear you.
yes, AJ, if you would take your off mute and then you can speak.
There we go. There we go. Good evening, everyone. Mayor Foley, council members, ladies and gentlemen. Hi. So I'm in supportive of what's going to be on the ballot, and I'm pretty sure it sounds like most of everyone else is too. But I'm here with UFCW. I work for MedMen in Long Beach, and I'm also a union steward. So I take great pride in the cannabis industry. Recently from Kaiser Permanente, I switched over from the medical field into cannabis, and it's been great. But I definitely wanted to touch up on some labor peace agreements, which I think would be amazing and beneficial once they become unionized. That's the hope. And to touch on what Courtney said earlier, she started off, from a trap shop. You're going to have policies and procedures set in motion. People are going to be safe against sexual harassment, and you'll safeguard them against all types of, just your fellow coworkers and employees. This is also going to touch up on the metric system as well. I believe Jasmine spoke about that. You have an issue that happened last year with vitamin E oil cartridges that was a huge scare during the summer. Knowing that these shops are going to be legal shops, we can have a metric system that's going to take place in governing the route of the plant until the product is sold. So there will be a benefit to finding out if anything were to happen, and we can trace and track everything from ground zero. To touch base on the health benefits, the demographic of what I see in Long Beach is 40 and up. Most of my patients and clients come back to me from Costa Mesa, Newport, and Laguna, because they're here to shop for depression, anxiety, Crohn's disease, fibromyalgia, anorexia, tremors, Parkinson's disease, and of course, during their chemo treatments. And just having a safe place to go. It's essentially is considered a haven for most people. And I think many people are willing to switch over from their own medications onto a safer product that is all natural. I definitely want to touch up on the cannabis industry and the jobs within the future. I have a coworker, Corey, he just got promoted to a lead during the time of the pandemic. Once that hit in March, he got laid off by Disney, his second job, and he was there for all of us. And he became promoted. He was able to support his family. The union provided him a food pantry to offset all his medical costs. This created a stable environment for himself and for all of us around during this crisis and this ongoing crisis, let alone. So I would really hope that you guys would consider and definitely be in support of the labor peace agreement with UFCW as well. And yeah, thank you. And thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks so much for tuning in. Next speaker up is Brandon. Are you there, Brandon? Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor Foley, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, and the rest of the councilors and staff. I'm a longtime area resident and business owner in the city. At one point, I think I had 18 family members who lived in the city of Costa Mesa, so this is definitely home. We operate in 14 states across the country, and I just wanted to commend the city and staff on the process that you guys have executed with regards to being transparent and collaborative with the constituents and stakeholders both in and out of the cannabis community. This is by far the best one that we have seen in all of those jurisdictions across the country. I think you have a great ordinance and the right amount of restrictions without unexpected landmines that could cause this to get stuck in litigation or not be effective or not generate the tax revenues that you're looking for. And that's a difficult balance to achieve. So congratulations, and we appreciate all the hard work. One of the things I wanted to note is that whether we like it or not, cannabis is already in the city of Costa Mesa. Right now, there are countless illegal dispensaries that are not paying taxes and offering illicit and dangerous products to their consumers. If you recall, and I think it was mentioned in the previous speaker, every single death associated with the vape crisis last year was a result of illegal products sold at illegal stores, like the ones that currently exist in Costa Mesa. Licensed dispensaries are actually a solution to some of the crime problems and the issues associated with those products. Secondarily, I think that the important thing you mentioned earlier is the tax revenue. I can tell you that our store well, I won't say which one, but we pay well more than $3 million in taxes at one of our stores alone. So I think that if anything, you're understating what the amount of tax revenue that you get is, not overstating. In those 14 states, we have not had one single security issue. We haven't had to call the police at any of those locations. And I just wanted to touch on those 2 points. And again, thank you to the staff for being collaborative with the cannabis community and all the stakeholders. And thank you to the council for bringing this forward. Good night.
Thank you so much. Thanks for participating. Our next speaker is Marcus Vick. Can you unmute yourself?
Good evening, Mayor Foley, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, council members and staff. My name is Marcus Speak, and I work for the cannabis company Cookies. I'd like to applaud you all on such a thoughtful and expeditious process on the ballot measure. I think it's a testament to your commitment to your community that you were able to accomplish such a really tailored ordinance for Costa Mesa in such a short amount of time, and also with an impending crisis, and even using this as an opportunity to address the revenue shortfalls associated with that crisis. I'd like to just respond a little bit to some of the claims that people were saying earlier about crime being associated with dispensaries. We've seen repeatedly in jurisdictions that people confuse illegal dispensaries and the crime that is associated there with licensed dispensaries. And an illegal dispensary, it's a blight. It sucks tax revenue. It sucks police resources. But licensed dispensaries, that becomes an asset to the community and adds to the tax base and keeps the community safe. Just thank you again, and I look forward to participating in Costa Mesa's market.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being involved in our conversations about this. Jackie Hernandez, if you could unmute yourself. Are you there? Jackie Hernandez?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, there, now we
Okay.
can hear you.
Sorry about that. Isn't this tricky?
Yep.
I appreciate your time, Council, Mayor Foley, and Mayor Pro Tem Stevens. I've been to many council meetings for this same cause, and during this COVID, it's been really hard to actually get a public comment in safely. Due to my own autoimmune condition, I am actually here representing a certain population of people that come and shop in the cannabis industry. It's the patient. I come from the Orange County Normal nonprofit group. So as well as being a patient and a nonprofit advocate, I have come to meet a lot of veterans and patients, senior citizens, all walks of life that really benefit from this plant. Being that I've also had professional experience in this industry, I can echo a lot of the statements that a lot of the public commenters have spoke on today, as well as mentioning the fact that a lot of the concerns I really do want to show, they are all angled at the illegal market. And it's really complicated for even the residents to notice the difference. Some of these shops look like they're regular shops. I Googled Costa Mesa cannabis, and you guys have 15 open shops at this moment that are running almost 24 hours. And that can't happen in a licensed market. In a licensed market, they have hours, they have security, they have regulations. Like a caller said before, seed to sale is tracked. So you definitely are protecting your residents. Because of the connection that I have in this industry, I really want to point out the public health crisis that you have going on in Costa Mesa with the illicit cannabis shops. I know that you guys are aware and everybody uses the term whack-a-mole. Let's stop playing the game whack-a-mole and accept that licensed cannabis in Costa Mesa will provide a safe and regulated market for the consumers that already reside within your city. It's really sad because I live in Anaheim. I know that Anaheim and Costa Mesa are alike, and they all have these illicit shops that hide in plain sight. They're right there on main streets. People don't know the difference. People see the crime. People see the different walks of life walking in. It's nothing like what you would find in a actually licensed community. Everything from sales has to be appointments only. You can't have sales with trash bags. Everything has to be marked accordingly. Everything is tagged appropriately. You have to be able to easily track it. There's a metric system that you actually have to log into. So whether you work for distribution, manufacturing, retail, everybody uses the same metric system. There's no really way to easily hide anything that you do in the licensed industry. So from being able to track the tax dollars to being able to track who's getting the products and where, it's just really for the safety of your community. I hope you strongly consider at least passing this to the ballot and voting yes tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next speaker is Eric Kristen.
Good evening. I just wanted to comment following one of the business agents that called representing a union, United Food and Commercial Workers Union, indicating that legalized cannabis would protect workers from sexual harassment. And I just wanted to point out the ludicrousy of that statement, considering one of the big power brokers in union politics in the state of California, Mickey Kasparian, in San Diego, where we have an office, was actually thrown out of his job because of multiple sexual harassment claims. So I think we need to be real when we're talking about what cannabis will do and not do, and not have unsubstantiated hyperbole brought about when it comes to cannabis doing away with sexual harassment because it's unionized. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rob Taft.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Pro Tem Stevens and Council. As you know, I'm a Costa Mesa resident, a Measure X license holder. I'm also a store owner in the city of Santa Ana. And just listening to some of the comments tonight, I've been taking notes, and I would just want to share with you some actual results and facts. So as a store owner in Santa Ana, over the COVID period, we're seeing between 300 and 500 customers per day. We have paid on average in the last 4 months, $55,000 per month to the city of Santa Ana. Many might not know this, but the city of Santa Ana has allowable of 30 stores and only 19 are open to this day. So when we talk about caps and those types of things, the market will cap itself, and we've seen it in Santa Ana. I'm in support of putting this on the ballot. I've been pushing for this since 2015 myself. We are an essential business, and being able to be open during this time has been a blessing, and it's been a blessing for the city of Santa Ana. We have had 0 incidents at our store since we opened in 2015. No robberies, no break-ins. We close at 10 p.m. every night, and that's just simply the results. And we do a majority of our deliveries in the city of Costa Mesa. And good job, everybody, and let's get this on the ballot and let's pass it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taft. The next speaker is Michael Musali. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate it. As many of you know, I'm a owner and operator in Measure X right now have a manufacturing distribution business. And I wanted to just say thank you very much to the ad hoc committee and to the city staff for working with the current operators as well as the industry at large. This is something that many cities don't do during this process. And I think that what the city has come up with on the ballot measure is great. It's advantageous for both the operators, the industry, the city of Costa Mesa, and the residents of Costa Mesa. So I think it's a very nice package that was put together. So again, I just wanted to say thank you very much for including us. And just as some feedback, as many other folks have echoed, one of the biggest problems the legal cannabis industry faces right now is the lack of retail locations. The black market is thriving because many cities don't allow for the retail sale of cannabis. And so by Costa Mesa allowing for the retail sale of cannabis, it's going to automatically help clean up the local market of illicit cannabis. And it's going to give consumers the comfort knowing that they're buying safe, legal, tested, and regulated product. Just some feedback, based off of last weekend, I went around and kind of looked at some properties that were in the zone throughout the city. And the one small adjustment that I would ask to make on the ballot measure is that rather than set the 1,000-foot perimeter as the kind of the minimum from the sensitive use zones, is perhaps making it up to 1,000 feet. as many of you know, the state law dictates a minimum of 600 feet, which would give the city a buffer of 400 feet to play with. But what I can tell you from my hands-on research this weekend was that the amount of locations that are viable for a retail cannabis store in the city are very limited based off of this current zoning as is, meaning that I think for Councilmember Marr had asked about a cap, there is really not even a need to cap because the zoning is going to do that automatically. I would just like to see perhaps the ability for the council, if it comes to the point where really it's very tight for operators to be able to find, some ideal locations or some reasonable locations, that they have some flexibility there. Maybe it's, 700, 800 feet as opposed to 1,000 feet, but it may open another 5 or 10 properties that might be, viable for operators. So that's just some on the ground, hands-on experience. I had some this weekend that I wanted to share with the ad hoc committee. But other than that, again, I think this is a fantastic ballot measure. Thank you very much for everyone's help, and would love your vote tonight in favor of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thanks for participating in our meetings. Next speaker will be Matt Walters.
Hi, good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Foley and council members. My name is Matt Walters, and I'm a resident in Costa Mesa for the last 15 years. I support Costa Mesa moving forward with this initiative that regulates cannabis and includes the labor piece provision to ensure good jobs for workers. In my industry, the grocery industry, having a union has benefited me in many ways. I have affordable family health care. I earn more money than people who do the same work in non-union stores. In our contract fight last year, we were able to win historic raises because we were able to fight alongside our coworkers at all the other grocery companies, Ralph's, Stater Brothers, etc. If we are to expand the cannabis industry in Costa Mesa, we should make it very clear to the industry that those jobs need to be good jobs, just like the grocery industry. The revenue that cannabis can bring is important to the city. As a Costa Mesa resident, I want to make sure the city doesn't have to cut programs that are important to me, such as maintaining our parks and public safety. Cannabis is a new industry in Orange County, but we see that in places like Santa Ana and Long Beach, it is beginning to show real revenue for those cities. Costa Mesa should do the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have 2 names, but 3 hands raised. So I'm going to go with Acacia Smith, who has her hand raised twice. Acacia Smith?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. First, I wanted to say thank you for allowing us all to join tonight. My name is Acacia with UFCW, and I work at From the Earth in Santa Ana. I have been a resident of Costa Mesa now for 4 years, and I am now raising a child here in this lovely place. I'd like to touch up on a few points that were mentioned, though. We all know that numbers matter here for Costa Mesa, for California, for us all. We are all stuck in an economic downfall, no matter which way you look. We are talking about guesstimates versus numbers seen from Santa Ana, and clearly the numbers are exceeding expectations. I personally work 40 hours a week myself. I see the numbers daily. I see what I make for not only From the Earth, but Santa Ana itself daily. I see more customers from out of the city. We do more deliveries to Costa Mesa and Huntington Beach than anything else. I know that Costa Mesa, my city, my daughter's city, my family's city, would benefit majority from the union that is offered now with cannabis. I have been in this industry for 10 years, which means I have worked in the illegal industry. There were times where I had to go weeks without jobs because of raids. With 10 years experience, it's really hard to go get a job at a local office afterwards. Now, with the legalities, I've been able to make this a career. I've been able to have health insurance. My daughter has some of the best health insurance I never thought I could ever offer at my age. With this during COVID, the cannabis industry has seen an uproar of people coming in, and we're working together to keep our economy growing. As not only someone who believes in cannabis and someone who believes in this industry, I know that if we all vote the right way, if we all lead the right way, I highly, highly recommend. Someone before me had said, adding on deliveries to the actual storefronts. From the Earth does that, and we see a huge number of delivery. Once we did that during COVID, deliveries numbers have shot up, and most of our customers actually come from deliveries rather than up close and personal. There's opportunity everywhere, from the corporate offices down below, the job industries we have made. It's phenomenal. Everyone here can benefit from cannabis, and I think it all starts with education. Educating our members, educating our bud tenders, educating our sales reps. There are programs out there where we can actually be qualified and have certificates of our own, and be able to actually have a certificate versus someone who's in an illegal industry. That itself, given that education, will keep people coming back and feeling safe every single time. I don't want to take any more of you guys' time. Thank you guys so much for listening. I fully support the legalization of storefronts in my home, Costa Mesa, and I hope you guys can too.
Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Our next speaker, and this will be our last speaker, if you wish to speak to this item, please raise your hand in the Zoom or press *9 on your phone. This is Ishka Hillman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you so much. Madam Mayor, it is a pleasure to be here. I'm a little nervous. This is my first time at one of these, but I am a member of the Orange County Commercial Cannabis Task Force, and I am also a resident of Long Beach. And so a year ago, I had the pleasure of being exposed to education on cannabis for the first time after having used it unwittingly medically for 6 years to help me overcome a severe social anxiety that kept me from going anywhere except for work. And I am a very highly professional driven corporate woman. So finding out that we have an endocannabinoid system and that this is something that is a plant on this planet to help us heal that has definitely changed my life. And so since then, I have been highly involved in being able to find out what it takes to run as a business. What I've learned here in Long Beach is that the people who run the legal business have a passion to break the stigma and you make sure that this is legal and accessible to everyone as a medicine. What I've learned about cities that don't have access to this is there's a lot of the illicit market taking a lot of revenue from these cities and putting their residents at risk. And so as a result of that, I really would encourage you to reach out to us on the Orange County Commercial Cannabis Task Force. We would love to show you, Madam Mayor, and the City Council people what it is like in Santa Ana at the dispensaries, the safety precautions taken, not just for the consumers, but for the employees and for the property and the city and the community. So please, reach out. We're more than happy to educate you, any questions that you have. And I do support the passing of this measure, please.
Thank you. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised in the queue. Ms. Green, do you have any callers that have requested to speak?
No, we have no other. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I will close the public comment. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yes, I'd like to move that we adopt the resolutions that are referenced in the staff report at 2A, B, C, and D.
Second.
Okay.
The one thing that
would you like to speak?
Yeah, before I speak about the motion, I'd just like to clarify one thing with staff.
Hold on, before you do that, I need a motion to extend beyond midnight.
So moved.
Second.
Call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
No.
Councilmember Guinness?
Is this an open-ended extension?
We only have one more item.
Yeah, but it's going to be a long one too.
We go very late.
Okay, just yes or no?
No.
Okay, continue please.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2. Council members Guinness and Mansour voting no.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yeah, thanks, because I'm going to go past midnight. So, no, but the one clarification I have for, I guess it's Mr. Preziosi or Mr. Curtis is, was my understanding that delivery was going to be tied to either the retail dispensary or a licensed business in the green zone. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, good. Okay. Now, so then, thank you for clarifying that. So just to make a few statements supporting the motion. First of all, thank you very much to staff for all your great work on this. Thank you to my colleagues, Councilmember Chavez and Mayor Foley on the ad hoc committee, and also to the industry, and then the great work that was done by, I think it's FM3. They really did some good work, and we don't need to debate about the quality of the questions, but I mean, it's very good and very insightful work. So I appreciate their work on that, and the staff pulling in all this stuff together. But getting to the kind of the meat of it, we have a demand, as many of the public has said, and as we do know, we have a huge demand for cannabis products in Costa Mesa. We're currently filling that demand two ways. We're either, as some of the callers said, having it delivered in from other legal cannabis dispensaries that are outside of the city of Costa Mesa, for which we get no revenue. But at least in that case, they're getting regulated, safe products. But even more troubling is that demand is being filled by what one of the callers said are trap shops, up to 15 trap shops in our city. That means an illicit, illegal dispensary that, yes, is open sometimes 24 hours and requires a tremendous amount of attention by our law enforcement, code enforcement, in the futile attempt to shut them down. Because, again, as one of the callers said, it's a whack-a-mole game. You shut one down, pops up someplace else. The only way to address that problem of unregulated, unsafe product and untaxed product coming to our consumers in Costa Mesa is to create a regulated, legal market that we're going to derive some tax revenue from. People within our community are going to get good jobs from that market. And also the voter approved Measure X licensees that we have that are struggling, and we've addressed that at some prior meetings, will have a legal retail channel through which to sell their products to the ultimate consumer in Costa Mesa and outside of Costa Mesa through delivery. As somebody said, the regulated market is a seed to sale regulation. So if you go to one of our Measure X manufacturers or distributors, you see the level of testing that goes on. We know that we've encouraged testing laboratories by having a 0% tax in Measure X, which we passed. So we have an industry here. This will help our industry. It'll help our consumers. It'll create jobs, and it will also diversify our revenue base. As what we see is retail struggling. Even before COVID, retail was struggling because of the competition with online. We see down our commercial corridors vacancies in our commercial commercial shopping centers, vacancies that can be filled with good operators and very good operators. Now, I want to talk a little bit about what the decision we made on cap and not to have a cap. Again, as one of the callers said, there is limitations as it relates to zoning. Even though it may appear as if there are a lot of places to put retail cannabis, there are a lot of there is still a stigma in the market, and there are many landlords that are unwilling to lease to cannabis dispensaries. Also, the market will limit the number of dispensaries. And to the extent that that ever becomes an issue about having too many dispensaries, I'm not quite sure that that's ever been documented as an issue in any municipality. Certainly it's not the case, as Mr. Taft said, in Santa Ana, but we retain the right to create caps afterwards by virtue of the ordinance that we've put in, the uncodified restrictions that we have in the ballot. Those restrictions, to relax those restrictions requires a vote of the people, but to reduce them or restrict them further requires a 2/3 vote. So if it becomes an issue of too many dispensaries, we can address that at that time. But that was a decision that the ad hoc committee considered very carefully about whether to do that, and we chose to let the zoning and the market prevail over the limitations. See if I have anything else. Yeah, no, I think I covered everything, and I didn't even look at my notes. So these are the many reasons why I support this, the many reasons why I'm glad I participated, and I'm very proud to have participated in this with staff, some of the members of the industry and our consultants. So please vote for this motion.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, for saying a lot of things I wanted to say. So I'll kind of deviate on a different path, with different pros and on this ballot initiative. One of the first things we've always said in the beginning of our terms in council was we need to get more income streams. We need to diversify our income streams, and this is one way where we can really capitalize on a growing market to get more funds for our city. It's really critical that we're looking at every possible chance to get more revenue streams, as we don't know how long COVID is going to last for, and we don't know how long we'll be in this tough situation for. Furthermore, it's really about protecting our residents, because I cannot tell you how many times I've spoken with my peers who are my age group, and they don't realize that cannabis isn't legal in Costa Mesa. We have residents of Costa Mesa going to illegal shops and getting products that may not be fully safe. That is a danger. That is a risk. And furthermore, for all the complaints we hear from residents who know they're illegal and say we shouldn't have legal shops, well, we need an outlet where it can be legal, safe, and give us revenue to the city. And this is what this measure does. This was not drafted overnight. This was a long, extensive process about I don't even know how many months it's been. It's been that long. We have the industry, we had our city staff, we had council members with various points of view on cannabis itself. But we've come to a conclusion that this is the most fair and balanced ballot initiative for Costa Mesa. And furthermore, just the ultimate thing that I think is always great to know is this is ultimately going to be voted on by the people, and they'll have the final say. And I think for those reasons and many more, we should support this ballot initiative.
Okay, thank you. And before we go to council members Guinness and Reynolds and Mansour, I wanted to ask Ms. Barlow, can you just quickly address the what's the status on our prosecutions of the illegal dispensaries, and how many have we closed? Briefly, like in a minute.
Yeah, we are continuing to work on closure of illegal dispensaries. I believe we have closed 9. Unfortunately, we do have a little bit of a whack-a-mole problem, but we've been fortunate. The BCC has been very helpful. We're continuing to work on closure of those illegal dispensaries.
Okay, I thought it was 11. It's 9?
It could be 11 by now. I lost track apparently.
Okay. All right. Okay, council member Mansour, and then Reynolds, and then Guinness.
So I was open to home delivery, but one of the concerns I have is one of the speakers that was supportive of this tonight mentioned that even with legal ones in Santa Ana still has a lot of illegal ones. So I think it would be wise for us to do some research and find out how many illegal ones still operate in Santa Ana, because I think there's a perception that as soon as this is legalized in Costa Mesa, all the illegal ones are going to go away. And I don't think that's the case. So I want to be upfront and transparent with everyone in Costa Mesa to understand what they're really getting or not getting. I was concerned about the late release of the poll. It is available now on our website, but it's last minute. I wish that would have been available to the public much sooner so they could actually see it. I do have concerns about the labor requirement. I don't think it's necessary to have it. I think it's not good to tie it to this. But my main concern is the safety issue in terms of the illegal ones operating at the same time. And are we really going to be able to eliminate the illegal ones? I'll believe it when I see it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Guinness, or no, I'm sorry, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. I support, where are we in this process? I support the motion for all the reasons stated. One question, either for staff or the ad hoc committee, related to a comment. So we heard the comment about the 1,000 foot distance. My understanding there's a 600 foot sort of state minimum requirement. And I have been thinking about as we're thinking about sort of the limited opportunities already with zoning and available storefronts, what landlords are willing to do. Did you guys talk about the 600 to 1,000? Would you be open to moving it down so we don't end up in a situation where business, has a location that may be 800 feet, but is not 1,000 feet? Can you address that?
So we did talk about that a lot, actually. And one of the issues is that the survey of the community was fairly strong in support of the 1,000 feet. And so I don't remember what the number was, but it was in the high 70s, 80s in terms of support of the 1,000 feet away from sensitive uses. I guess Mr. Curtis or anyone else, if we said up to, what would that do to the value that we got from the survey?
Madam Mayor, first, we obviously did some mapping of this with the buffers for sensitive uses. And Councilmember Reynolds, there's about 540 commercial properties that actually still qualify with the buffers in place. So there's a lot of properties even at the 1,000 foot buffer. I would leave it, I would turn towards Tarquin, I guess, on if it was up to, but I think that would just give the city council the discretion to adjust it if they felt it appropriate.
Mr. Preciosi?
So the way we crafted it for the measure is to mandate a minimum distance of 1,000 feet. And obviously that polled very well. I mean, it's entirely what the council wants to do. We can make it up to 1,000 feet. But that would not provide the same assurances to the voters that these would be located 1,000 feet from the uses.
Okay. Let's see. Do we want to hear from the pollster on this item, or are we comfortable? Councilmember Reynolds?
No, that's fine. I was just curious what thought had gone into that. If I know we're trying to maintain flexibility in as many areas as possible, but if we think that won't be a limiting factor, that's.
Yeah, we had a lot of discussion about it. Yeah. Okay, Councilmember Guinness.
First, before I forget, that when you say up to, that means it could be anything between 0 and whatever it is. Like you see these ads for, up to 90% off, which means most things are going to be like 50 cents off, not even 50%, but like, couple of percent sale. So whenever it's up to, that leaves anything.
Just to interrupt, because there's a base of 600.
That's
because
true,
the state law requires 600.
Well, then you need, but if you so basically then you're saying 600. So I think we really need to specify the 1,000. But a couple questions. Santa Ana limits the number, I believe, and don't they have a lottery? And how much revenue do they get from the lottery? And is that part of their whatever million they get?
Councilmember Guinness, so Santa Ana's cap is 30 for adult use and an additional 20 for for medical for a total of 50. And
Wow.
then we had Rob Taft, who said they have 19 currently. And yeah, one of the concerns that was expressed by the industry is when you have, you know, lotteries and those types of systems where you have a limitation, then there is litigation that because one business is in and one business is out and they want to sue the city over it. So anyway, those were all the things that went into the decision not to include a cap.
And does Santa Ana make money from the lottery? Because initially I know they were charging some exorbitant amount just to join the lottery. And often you'd have nothing to show for it.
I don't think that's
that I
relevant
don't
anymore. Yeah.
Okay, and then under state law, you're required to have marijuana cannabis businesses are required to have a labor peace agreement if they have 20 or more employees. So why the 2 on this? Or is that a typo? Was it intended to be 20 like state law?
No, it was not a typo. It was the request. We had a lot of discussion about this in our meetings, and the UFCW representative, who's also a board member on our Cannabis Commerce Chamber of Commerce here in Orange County, shared that with the groups, and that was the recommendation.
And that would include family members. So if you have 2 family members working with you, you have to negotiate an agreement?
All the labor piece does is, you know, just allows the union to talk to the employees and do a vote without the employee interfering.
I thought that was part of state law anyway.
For 20. This just allows if there's
No, but I thought that you have to be allowed to, or like under like national labor relations, you have to be allowed to organize.
I don't know. I got it. I got a good grade in law school in that class, but it's been over 30 years.
I saw Tarquin's light go on. Does he have an explanation?
Mr. Preciosi, and then I'm gonna call for the question.
Yeah, I did not put my light on. I do not have a specific explanation, but in general, the reason for labor peace agreement is there's no mandate. There's no state law mandate that requires it, hence the labor peace agreement.
Well, actually, AB 1291 requires it for 20 or fewer.
For 20 or more.
Or 20 or more, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got it backwards.
So this is
Yeah,
dropping
that's
down that
time.
standard for threshold 2.
Okay. I have to say, I'm not a big fan of marijuana, mostly because I don't like the way it smells, and I don't like when other people smoke it and I have to inhale their side stream smoke. But at the same time, as I said earlier, when you have a coupon for cannabis on the back of your bond receipt, it's time. You know, the time has come. And we need to at least put it on the ballot. I probably won't be voting for it, but I respect the people's right to vote on it. And obviously we'll be living with whatever our result is. I just hope that people smoke it inside so I don't have to smell it. And that might be something that we eventually look at in our rules so that other businesses in a center will not have to, you know, basically odor control.
Yeah.
You know, if you're going to consume it on site, it's edibles, not smoke.
Yes, that's already in the law.
Yeah, you can't use it outside your home.
Well, people
not that. I'm not talking about that. The odor control of the business is already written into the state law. They already have requirements that are OSHA regulated requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion. I appreciate all the discussion. I think this is definitely going to help us to regulate cannabis sales in the city of Costa Mesa. It'll provide good jobs, quality jobs that provide for families with healthcare and with regulatory schemes that will protect them. We won't have products that are out there that are unregulated. We will have a tax revenue source, and we will have businesses that are actually paying into the system as opposed to abusing the system. We will continue to target the illegal dispensaries, and I hope that we can do more to get rid of them even before this ballot initiative is resolved. So happy to support the motion. Really appreciated all the input from the industry. We had robust discussions, breakout groups in our Zoom calls, lots of data and information provided by people who are working as experts in the field, and really helpful. Thank you, staff, for all the hard work. Mr. Preciosi, thanks for the wordsmithing. And Mr. Curtis, the creativity always. Really appreciate it. And also Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and Councilmember Chavez for your hard work in getting this to the agenda tonight. With that, and I wanted to also say, one of the things also I learned on the, through this process is that actually in Santa Ana, there are only about 2 illicit operators that are operating, down from 120 after they've legalized things. So I do think that it will help us to address our illegal dispensaries here in Costa Mesa. Call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness,
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour,
No.
Councilmember Mar,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Mansour voting no.
Okay, we have one other item of business, and I'm going to be recusing myself. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens is going to be taking over. I'm recusing myself because of our unique code and contributions made to my Senate campaign that prevent me from voting on the next item. So good night, Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem Stevens. And then,
Thank you, Mayor Foley. Madam Clerk, can you read the title, please?
I'd like to move that we continue this item to the next meeting. We're going to go till 2, 3 in the morning. It's a big item. Move to continue to the next meeting.
Second.
Okay. Let's call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Mar,
No.
Councilmember Mansour,
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
No.
Motion fails 3-3. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, Councilmember Chavez, and Councilmember Mar voting no.
Okay, please read the title.
Is Community Workforce Agreement. Presentation by Mr. Sethuraman, Public Services Director.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sethuraman.
We get the Good morning, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of City Council. I hope you can see the presentation. So staff is requesting your direction on the Community Workforce Agreement, sometimes also referred to as Project Labor Agreement. This agreement, the Community Workforce Agreement, as the name indicates, provides for the use of locally hired personnel for construction of various capital improvement projects. Now, the agreement also provides for preference of veterans, hiring of the veterans, regardless of where they live. The CWA, or the Community Workforce Agreement, is proposed to apply for a select list of projects that cost approximately $1 million or more. So we're limiting to certain projects. Now, the CWA is proposed for a 5-year term starting January 1, 2021. The projects that I mentioned that cost over $1 million or more are listed in attachment 2 to the staff report, and they're also as an attachment F to the agreement. The target for this agreement is to hire up to 35% of personnel, either local hires or veterans. And the way it works is they look at Costa Mesa first, and then if they cannot find enough people in Costa Mesa, then it goes into the rest of the Orange County and beyond. So that's the way the 35% works. There are many exceptions for how this is applied. It doesn't apply, the agreement doesn't apply for non-construction related work, such as design, work that's done by city or other government agency staff, equipment purchases, or inspectors that are hired by the city to perform inspections on the contractors. Here are 40 projects that are over $1 million or more that would conform to this agreement. So the similar types of agreements have been adopted by other agencies in Orange County. They include Anaheim and Santa Ana. There is cost involved from the city in administration of these agreements. And based on experience of other cities, it's approximately 1% of the project cost. The agreements do have provisions for apprenticeship program to help facilitate and develop local workforce. And they work with our local high schools and community colleges through job fairs and career events in promoting this local workforce that will end up working on our projects down the road. And the veterans outreach to veterans is done using many programs like Helmets to Hard Hats is one example of such program. So the staff again, the request is your direction on this CWA, and if this is approved, authorize the city manager to execute the agreement and accept any minor modifications during the term of this agreement. If you have any questions, Mr. Bart Mejia, our acting city engineer, and I are available to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sethuraman. So the first person who I see who has her hand raised is Councilmember Guinness. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Take really long if I don't turn on the mic. I do have quite a few questions on this. Starting at the beginning, we have the stated goal of the CWA is that up to 35% of total work hours be performed by Costa Mesa residents and or veterans. But then I look back at section 3.5.1 where we define local hires, and that is residents of the city and other Orange County cities, and then there's a list of zip codes that's referenced, and then it's veterans and graduates of high schools located in Costa Mesa regardless of residency, and then there's a reference to disadvantaged individuals with preference first for Costa Mesa residents. So as written, it appears that all these things are being included as a local hire. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So basically, we don't give a preference to Costa Mesa over other areas of Orange County.
So the way the agreement would work is the first preference would be for Costa Mesa, but
that's not what it says.
It could be hard to reach the 35% within Costa Mesa, so then they go beyond. If they cannot fulfill the need within Costa Mesa, Go to the next
Well, that
step.
sounds good, but the actual words are local hires would be residents of the city of Costa Mesa and other Orange County cities or unincorporated county as reflected on a list of U.S. Postal Service zip codes. There's nothing in there that says that Costa Mesans get first preference. So I'm not sure where we're getting that from. But anyway, so if there's another clause that says the only place where Costa Mesans get first preference is on disadvantaged individuals, but otherwise it doesn't say that. So unless there's another section somewhere that says that, and if so, I'd appreciate it if someone would find that for me. And then on page 2 of the reports, it says, in general, it was documented that contractors are abiding by the requirements and meeting the local hire goals set in agreements. Do we have data? Like numbers of agreements, what the success rate, what the local hires, or was it just a generalized statement? Because there have been some major issues in some of the projects in LA that have had such agreements.
No, we got some data. We got some data from other cities, and this is based on that. And we talked to city of Anaheim too, city of Santa Ana actually. And
okay, so what does the data show? Like how many projects did they have data for? What were the local hiring goals? What was their achievement of the goals?
For city of Long Beach, let me see. I can count the number of projects. It's quite a few.
And also, how did they define local hires? Was it the whole county?
No, they had, I think it's called gateway cities. Long Beach is one, and then they go to the next level, which is the gateway cities.
That's sort of the cog too for them.
Yeah, it's their South Bay cities, and that's their local hire. And here in Long Beach, I can count up to 25, 30 projects. So that's quite a few that.
And did they all make their goal?
And they met their goal. They exceeded their goal. And Santa Ana had similar number of projects. And Santa Ana defines it similarly, like Santa Ana, and then they go to the rest of the Orange County. So they actually did a breakdown. They were able to get Santa Ana residents is 9%, Orange County residents is 28%. So that's how they documented there.
And did they have a 30? What was their goal then? Because if it
was 30%.
And so did the 28% include Santa Ana residents, or was that in addition?
It's in addition. So they met. So the 30, they're actually at 37%.
Okay. And then on going through the agreement itself, on page 3 of the agreement, it's page 8 of the staff report. There's a reference to master labor agreements. And it says it means the local collective bargaining agreements of the signatory units. With whom would these collective bargaining agreements have been made? It's not clear what this is.
Sorry. We do have a representative. I hope he's still on. A representative from the association, the Master Association. I think he can probably explain the master labor agreements better than I can.
Okay.
Do I need to do something to get him on, or is?
Miss Barlow, what is the name?
Mr. Medrano, he's on the.
Oh, Ernesto Medrano?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. So the agreement is a standard agreement, is a pre-hire agreement, and every trade has a specific master labor agreement. If you look to the agreement, obviously The agreement is standardized to try to make consistent some of the working conditions, so that way they're all the same. But every trade has their own master labor agreement. If something in the master labor agreement is not mentioned in our agreement, then obviously the master labor agreement would supersede. Anything that is in our agreement, obviously that's what supersede any other condition that would be in there. Those agreements can be made available when contractors bid. They could be aware of what those agreements are and what they have in there for all purposes of transparency.
So basically the contractors would they would have to agree to the master labor agreement.
That is correct.
Okay, so, and has anybody from the city actually,
sorry?
has anybody from the city seen the standard agreements? I mean, if we're going to ask contractors for the city to buy into these master labor agreements, it seems like we ought to see them first. Apparently not. Okay. And then going on, we have on page 11 of the staff report, 6 of the agreement, there is a reference to a uniformly applied non-discriminatory subscription agreement. And what is that? And how does that operate?
Mr. Medrano?
These subscription agreements are for the purposes of the benefit plans. The workers that the contractors bring, either they're signatory. If they're non-signatory, then at that point, their core employees will be eligible for the benefits that are covered. Every worker will receive the same level of benefits, whether they're union or non-union. They will not be discriminated. Same thing, non-union contractors are able to bid, and that's how those workers are able to receive the benefits like the union counterparts would on the work.
So the subscription agreement is sort of like a temporary deal?
The subscription agreement is for the trust fund for the benefits. It's not for the agreement itself. It's just, that is the matter by which the employer, the contractor, will pay into their benefit plans.
And then for the employees to derive any benefit from those benefit plans, is there a minimum number of hours, years, whatever they have to be vested in those plans, or is it just all prorated? You worked one project and then you get an itty bitty benefit later?
For healthcare purposes, there's a number of hours. Every trust fund is different. Every medical plan is different. For the retirement, there's vesting periods, and again, they vary as well. What we have learned, though, that non-union contractors will carry their core employees into other project labor agreements in the area, the region. There's quite a few agreements in Orange County and also up in LA County, and they'll carry those workers. There's been workers that have continuity. For example, up in LA, some of the school districts that we have that are large, I think 40% of those contractors that are non-union have been working on there, and their workforces have been there long enough where they probably have vested into those plans and have had coverage given the number of hours that they worked.
What is typical vesting period?
On a pension, on the average, I would guess about 5 years on the typical.
Okay, and then going on to page 7 of the agreement, page 12 of the staff report, the unions will work with their affiliated regional and national unions and jointly with the CWA administrator. Would that be our public works director? Would that be another person in the public services department, someone in HR? Will we need to hire a new person?
That would be your decision, your choice. Obviously, whether somebody from within your staff or whether you contract out to a
staff
third
should
party.
answer that.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Gaines, typically it's either staff depending on the availability, or sometimes it's actually a consultant that we can bring in to help out on this particular expertise.
Okay, and then moving on, this comes back to my original point, section 3.5, local hires. is it the intent that local hires, because the way this is worded, the way it was explained, local hires was supposed to be from the city of Costa Mesa. But as the way this is worded, it's anybody in Orange County. So is the intent to have a local hire be anybody in Orange County, or is it Costa Mesa?
So, Mayor Pro Tem, when I read 3.5.1, that paragraph talks about local hires as people who are impacted by the project. That is, people who live in the city or adjacent communities. So that's what, and then it goes down to 3.5.1.1 as expanding it beyond the city to other Orange County agencies. But that's something that we can work with Ernesto to see if we can define it more closely to Costa Mesa.
Well, let me ask this question since you directed that to me, Raja. Mr. Medrano and also Ms. Barlow, is there any reason why we couldn't, in a motion, provide direction that Costa Mesa residents, there's before the contract is signed, it's amended to specify the Costa Mesa residents get preference?
Is that for me? Or here?
Either you or Kim, you and Kim. Ms. Barlow.
Clearly, the way the local hire can work very easily is it could be tiered, where residents of Costa Mesa would be tiered first, and they would be selected first from the hiring hall. And then once all of those residents have been exhausted on the hiring hall list, then you could look at surrounding areas. That can be, that clearly can be, adjustment can be made.
All right.
I agree.
Okay, moving along to section 3.8, page 14 of the staff report 9 of the contract. There is a limit on 5 core employees that a contractor has. Say a contractor has 50 employees, he's been employing them all along, but he could only use 5 of them if they're not a member of the union. Is that correct? Maximum 5.
The number of the employees that the non-union contractors can bring is limited to 5, yes. Primarily, our experience is that our folks they're trained and skilled from our training facilities, from our apprenticeship training facilities. Most non-union contractors don't have apprenticeship training facilities. We represent the 14 trades, including the 15th would be
that
signatory.
wasn't my question, because I'm getting to that later anyway. Then there's a provision in that same section that all contractors shall require their core employees and any other persons employed other than through the referral process to register with the appropriate union hiring hall, if any, prior to their first day of employment. Does that mean that the core employees have to go to the hall, and do they have to pay a fee?
No, they go to the hall to fill out paperwork primarily for the benefit purposes, but they don't have to pay dues.
Okay, and then the question is, okay, the employees are required under state law on these public works projects, they're required to get prevailing wage, which specifies a minimum hourly along with a minimum benefit package. And it's pretty generous if you read the prevailing wage laws. So would the employees, what does this do for the employees? Would they get even more? How does, why is it in the employees' interest to do this? Because it seems like they're going to lose part of their wage to a union dues when otherwise they get the whole thing.
Well, again, as we mentioned, core employees don't pay dues, number one. Number two, the prevailing wage is based on the entire labor cost. In our experience, we're able to provide the best medical benefit plans and pension plans. And contractors don't even have pension plans. They have maybe a defined savings plan. So what they normally do will put the money on the check and let the worker fend for themselves and go find health care or go find a retirement plan. Whereas we have that already established, and it enables that employer to pay into that fund, and that worker gets protection that way.
Okay, now going on to the next page, section 3.8.3. that it's prior to each contractor performing any work on the project, each contractor shall provide a list of his core employees to the CWA administrator and the Trades Council. If you don't do it, you are prohibited from using any core employees. And then upon a request by any party to the agreement, the contractor hiring any core employee shall provide satisfactory proof, i.e. payroll records, quarterly tax records, driver's license, voter registration, postal address, and such governmental documents evidencing the core employee's qualification as a core employee. What on earth does half of this have to do with someone's qualification? Their voter registration? Seriously?
Because we want to make sure that we're providing local hire also to that matter. What we have learned sometimes is contractors will bring workers from out of town and they'll register them in a local hotel or find another address. And so we want to make sure that there's transparency, there's forthright and honesty in the process, and that you get your local hire as a city, and that the workers are qualified based on the years of numbers of hours and years of experience.
Well, I would think that the driver's license would be more reliable than voter registration, partly because you could re-register by mail at any time. And further, what about people who either don't vote or can't vote? Oh, well.
I believe these are options. I don't believe that each and every one of them is required. Is that correct?
Because I just feel that it's really, this is terribly invasive. I just feel this section is terribly, terribly invasive. But
it's disjunctive, right? They're just
yeah, but it gives someone the right
examples.
It gives someone the right to ask to require some very, very invasive documents.
No, it's just an example of things that it's just a parenthetical, i.e. meaning not.
Well, it's examples, but that also
as.
means they can be required. Like, for example, if I want to get for your driver's license now, your real ID, you could bring a utility bill. That's not on here, and I'd find a utility bill a lot less invasive than my tax records or my voter registration.
It's a non-exclusive list.
Anyway, I just thought this was terribly invasive. And then also that the employer shall make and transmit all deductions for union dues, fees, and assessments that have been authorized. What does that come out to in dollars and percent of the wages?
Yeah, at this point, so the dues are obviously all different per every union's bylaws and constitution, so that they fluctuate, they vary, they're different. So it's hard to address any one of the trades. Mayor Pro Tem, could I also invite Ron Miller to some of these questions?
Absolutely. Mr. Miller, come on, if you can answer any of these questions.
I would hope that we would have had somebody on staff who could have answered some of this too, but anyway. So because I would like to know, like, when we're looking at the deductions, how much is this costing the employees?
So it doesn't cost the employee anything. The employee doesn't pay any dues. The purpose for the core employee part, for verification, the non-union employers always say that they have to bring their core key people, and we want them to bring their key people onto the projects. But a lot of times these guys pick up their key people the day before the job at the Home Depot parking lot. It's not really their employee. So we just want a little proof showing that this employee has worked for this contractor the required amount of time, so that we do know it's a key personnel, and it's not somebody that they're just picking up to use for day labor. And that happens, believe me.
Okay. Section 3.14, out-of-state workers in determining compliance with the targeted hiring goals of section 3.5 above, which is the local hire requirement. Hours of project work performed by residents of states other than California will be excluded. So if you have 100 employees and 95 of them are from Nevada or Arizona, that's okay under this agreement?
It wouldn't,
Because it's
it wouldn't figure in for the local hire.
So basically, local hire refers to employees from the state of California have to be from this part of the state of California, but they don't have to be from, but your employees don't even have to be from this state.
No, I think the language is intended to say that you don't get to count somebody who's from out of state in your compliance.
Right.
Well, it says they'll be excluded from the calculation, and obviously
the calculation is
they're out of state, so this would be redundant. So what calculation are they excluded from? It sounds as if the plain language basically states that you could hire as many people from out of state as you want, but the ones from California have to be 35% local, or at least try to be 35% local.
That's not what is intended to read, and I don't read it that way. The language is intended to say that we don't, if you've got somebody who is a resident out of state, even part-time, if they live out of state part-time and live here part-time, they don't count towards that compliance goal. That's the calculation that we're talking about.
Well, maybe that needs to be said because section 3.5 already specifies what zip codes you have to live in, and they're all in Orange County. So then this is superfluous. I mean, it makes no sense. Because to me, the plain language says you don't include residents of other states in the overall calculation. So that language is ambiguous then.
I'm sorry, if you remember, there's a hierarchy in that section. So there's veterans and there's a hierarchy. So I think the point
actually that's not the plain language. The plain language is you live in one, it doesn't say these are the priorities. It just says as further described in this section, and then it says 3.5.1 residents of the city of Costa Mesa and other Orange County cities as reflected in the zip code list. That's the first list, but it doesn't say that it has any priority over anybody else. Then the next one, or that Costa Mesa has any priority over anyone else. Then the next section is veterans, regardless of residency, primarily blah, blah, blah. And then graduates.
Excuse me, because I mean, you know, it is late and I just want to do a little bit of control here. Why don't we just ask the open-ended question and let our attorney or the other representatives answer is what is meant by this section 3.15 out-of-state workers, and how does that impact the calculation?
May I ask a point of order, please?
Yeah, I would like to finish my questions. Oh, well, I'd like to hear the point of order first, because I think those are.
What's the point of order?
How is it fair, transparent, appropriate to have two people engaging with us as if they're on the council that are proponents of this PLA, but nobody expressing an opposite point of view? You know, from the business trades associations, the building trades associations, that have some concerns about this as well. They could be answering questions as well and providing some balance here. I have an awful lot of questions, and this has just been brought out of the blue anyways. So I would like to get them on the call as well.
No, I think the answer, if I were to answer that question, but we'll let our city attorney answer it, is because they were, excuse me.
Except for I had the floor.
No, look it, I'm presiding over this, so I decide who has the floor. He made a point of order, and I'm going to respond to it. They're parties to the agreement, so I think it's reasonable to have this discussion with them if they can answer questions. But Kim or Ms. Barlow, is there anything as part of a point of order that prevents them from responding to these questions?
No, in fact, I think it's important because when any council member has questions, about details that are really within the unique purview of the labor representatives, I think it's important to allow them to answer these questions, just as we would, you know, anyone else who is a party to a contract. I'm not encouraging or inviting Mr. Madrano or Mr. Miller to take any advocacy position. And in fact, if they do that, I'm going to stop them myself if you don't do it first. They are at this point allowed to participate in this conversation to answer questions that are being posed by the council members. That's what their purpose is for being here.
But by the way, if any council member doesn't want to hear from them, that's fine. So Council Member Guinness, if you want to exclusively direct your questions to staff, that's your prerogative.
I prefer that staff answers. There were a few that staff was unable to answer, which was disappointing because staff theoretically was working on this agreement and should know what it all says.
It would have been very helpful that if we'd had any questions ahead of time that we could have then
okay, let me respond to that. We received this Thursday night. How long has this been in the works? When did negotiations on this agreement commence?
Actively, just within the last few weeks, I believe.
And at whose direction?
We received several requests for this, and we agreed as staff that we would look into it. It had proved beneficial to other cities, and we thought it was worth looking at.
You say a few weeks. Could you be more specific? Because we keep hearing about COVID. We don't have time for anything.
Yep.
And clearly there was time for this.
I'd had to go back and look through my emails. I apologize. As you know, I've been pretty busy. And I know that Mr. Setharaman has also been extremely busy.
I know, that's why I'm curious as to how this kind of popped up.
I do know that we had some models of agreements from other cities probably more than a year ago, but we had not had time to look at it. We did see that as we were getting ready for new budget year, that this is something that had been requested several times by different council members. It was time to bring it forward and have you consider it, whether you wanted to move forward or not.
And then who negotiated on this?
It was primarily me, although I worked closely with Mr. Setharaman and Mr. Mejia to ensure that the changes that we were making to some of the other agreements that we had seen were specific and focused on what were Costa Mesa's needs.
And normally when we have any sort of agreement, we appoint a negotiator. So how did this come about?
No, we appoint a negotiator when we're doing labor agreements. This is a kind of a different thing. This is not the kind of agreement that we are dealing with our own unions, associations of employees. This is not within the purview of that thing. This is a kind of an agreement that I think was primarily focused on the needs of staff and the expertise of Mr. Setharaman and Mr. Mejia and your city attorney's office. This was not a negotiation with an association.
Well, I beg to differ. We appoint negotiators for real property. We appoint negotiators for development agreements. So it's common.
We designate.
Hold on one second. We're in the section where we're asking questions. So
yeah, and that was
rather than arguing.
Okay.
There'll be a time when you can argue.
So apparently I'm offering clarification to something that I believe was not correct. And I believe I should be allowed to offer a point of clarification when the response maybe leaves out some stuff. So was there any consultation with any council member as to what they would like to have in the agreement, similar to what we had in the development agreement where we all offered with One Metro West, where we all offered input?
No.
Okay. and does the can ordinance or would the coin ordinance or something, or both cans of policy, would that apply at all? The public disclosure requirements in particular.
Are you talking about our
where we do labor negotiations? Because this is sort of a labor negotiation.
No, this is not a labor negotiation. We're not negotiating for our own employees. The transparency and negotiations policy applies to our negotiations with our associations.
But in any case, I'm going to ask, does anyone have any ex partes to report on this? It's not required, but I'm just asking.
Yeah, I talked to Mr. Medrano about it.
Okay. Because this is indeed quite strange that it's just coming up. But anyway, I'm going to go continue with my questions that I had initially. Because what the intent is one thing. We already can see where the stated intent in the staff report differs from the plain language of the contract. So what someone intended differs from what something says. And that actually happens in state law sometimes, and then they have to do cleanups. What happens when push comes to shove, it's not what you thought you wanted to do, it's what you put down on paper. So that's number one. Anyway, stewards, section 4.2. And yes, I would like to add that I would have loved to have had some discussion on this in advance. Number one, it appeared fully formed Thursday night. I had a meeting scheduled with our city manager on Friday, and I actually had some questions about the marijuana thing too. She canceled. I sent a phone message that I really felt I needed to talk to her about several things. Unfortunately, we have had no contact since then. So I'm sorry, but I wanted to talk about this, but I don't know whether it's lame duck syndrome or what, but I have not had the opportunity to do so. And I think that's very unfortunate as well. But I will continue. Section 4.2.
Councilmember Gannis, I didn't mean to infer that you'd done anything wrong. I was simply saying it would have been helpful to us if we had known we could have gotten answers to your questions ahead. And
it would have been helpful to me too.
And you could have called me at any time.
Okay. I had something else that I requested that I've yet to hear from on you. But anyway, let's see. Section 4.2, stewards. Now, stewards receive the regular rate of pay and there will be no non-working stewards. Does that mean that they're a regular person who has a regular job, but they kind of are a steward? That's sort of like a little extra thing they do. They're not a full-time steward. They actually are hammering nails or pouring cement or something.
That is my understanding.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we move along to wages and benefits. Okay, there's a reference to prevailing wage. However, it's my understanding that's already required by state law. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I asked about vesting. That's there. On the hours of work, we say 8 hours with a half-hour unpaid lunch. I've had contractors that take a half hour. I've had contractors where their whole crew goes away for an hour. Some days they take a half hour, other days they take an hour. I don't really monitor them, but I figure as long as they get the work done for what they told me they were going to do it for. But why are we specifying how long the lunch hour would be?
I think it refers to a minimum half hour.
Yeah, maybe that should say minimum then. Because I found it odd. Because some locations it's tough to do that.
There's some language that allows flexibility. That's why you see it's a much longer range than 8 hours that the workday it consists of. Those are the limits.
Okay, I just thought it was peculiar that we had not just minimum half-hour lunch break, but it just said lunch shall be a half hour. That's just struck me as odd. Okay, We also have the starting and quitting times. And the last shift would start on or before 6 p.m. and the first shift on or after 6 a.m. Now, as we see with the freeway project and some of our other roadway projects, it's preferable to do them at night when there's no cars on the street. So how does this seems like it could impair our ability to do nighttime activities? What exception do we have to this work schedule and where is it?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Guinness, if I may, I believe that those schedules and those hours pertain to different wages that the specific workers will get. For example, if they're working the evening shift, there will be a differential pay for those individuals, similar to overtime, but they are not prevented from working beyond those hours, except that the rates will apply, or different rates will apply to different hours.
But that's not what this says. If 2 shifts are worked, each shall consist of 8 hours of continuous work, exclusive of 1/2 hour non-paid lunch period for 8 hours. The last shift shall start on or before 6 p.m. The first shift starting at or after 6 a.m. That has nothing to do with shift differentials. It just says basically you don't start any shifts after 6 p.m. or start them before 6 a.m.
He answered your question. Hey,
No, he didn't answer my
Councilmember
question.
Guinness, Councilmember Guinness, can you triage some of these questions so we have time for some of the other council members and the public to speak?
I have a lot of questions. I would have liked to have taken care of them earlier. Number one, we just got this Thursday. I read it very thoroughly. I have not received responses on other questions. So I'm not going to move forward without getting answers. And the problem is the answers are not addressing the question. I got an answer that says that you can't.
Okay. I get it. It's just making it worse. It's making it worse. Ask all your questions.
Okay. So my question was, is there an exception here someplace that would allow us to do nighttime work? Because as the plain language says that we can't start a shift after 6 p.m. Is there an exception within this agreement that would allow us to do street work at night? That was my question. It wasn't about shift differentials.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Guinness, the way I think I read the 641 is if you have 2 consecutive shifts, that's how they would work. But if there is only 1 shift that works at night, that's a different situation.
So you could have 1 night shift and not any day shift, but you can't have a night shift if you do have a day shift?
There could be 2 separate shifts altogether. I mean, we may have a total night work project that happens only at night. And we have situations like that where we work only at nighttime and we won't have any in the daytime.
Okay, so we could have a night shift, but only if it's the only shift there is?
That's right.
Okay. And then the master labor agreement, there's a reference to the expiration of a master labor agreement. Is that likely to occur? Are there any of these master labor agreements that are about to expire?
Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to defer that to Mr. Medrano.
Yeah, he might be the appropriate person on that.
Yeah.
Well, I can answer that. The master labor agreements do have expiration dates. This language sets up a process to where the projects keep going. Your projects do not stop while they're renegotiating or extending the agreement. So this sets it into play. It gives the contractor a choice to pick the way he's going to handle it, but the projects do not stop. That's the benefit of this agreement. It has a no strike clause and it has a lot of components in it that help your projects continue.
So how do the master labor agreements expire? Because it sounded like they were just kind of standard agreements that that went by project.
These are agreements that are negotiated between the trades and their contractors.
Okay, so the contractor for each project would, if it were a new contractor, then he would have a new agreement.
The contractor for each trade.
Yeah.
You have contractors that do plumbing. You have contractors that do electrical. They
So
have
basically, we have a contractor who's never worked under the system before, and then they negotiate one of these with each of the various trade groups.
They don't negotiate. If it's a contractor that's coming in like a non-union contractor, they're going to sign on to this agreement. That's all they do.
Okay, but then does the standard agreement that everybody signs like expire at some point, or does the signatory expire, like you sign on for a year at a time or something?
The signatory contractors have an agreement with the different unions. They do expire, but they renegotiate new agreements to keep their work going.
Well, if they have a new job, if they've never been with us, wouldn't they just sign on to an agreement for the duration of the project?
That's basically what happens, yes.
Okay. And then if the best efforts to end violation, there's basically looks like a contractor labor dispute, and there's certain things that are laid out. Does this have any potential to leave the city in the middle?
No.
Okay. And then as far as the arbitrators, usually when you go to arbitrate, each side says, okay, I want, here's the 3 guys I like, here's the 3 guys you like, and then you find somebody mutually agreeable. How was this list of 4 individuals selected?
I can answer that question. Several of the proposed arbitrators were actually suggested and were referenced in some of the other agreements that we looked at. But I actually did some digging and consultation. And in fact, there was one arbitrator on one of the other city agreements that I struck. And I added another arbitrator that I felt was better. But remember, these arbitrations will be between the contractor and the unions, not involving the city.
Well, yeah, but it just seemed odd that there would be a whatever.
But I'm confident that the list includes rational, intelligent, and fair arbitrators.
Okay. The Southwest, there's a lot of references here to the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. Now, they are on this list at the back, but where there's contact information. But why is the Southwest Regional Council called out? They're not affiliated? They're not part of the Orange County LA Council? Or how does that work? And why are they called out?
That's correct. They're not part of the building trades, but they do sign on to these agreements. And basically that language is in there so that if they have an arbitration, the arbitration jurisdictional dispute, which is the type of infraction, all the other trades go back to Washington, D.C., where their headquarters are at. This language is in here to allow the carpenters to have their arbitration happen here in Los Angeles.
Excuse me. You know what? I think it's getting to the point now where, obviously you need more time to get your questions answered. It's 1:15. I want to change my vote on whether we go forward. I'll just make a motion that we adjourn the meeting, continue this item to our next regularly scheduled meeting, and then will the folks on the phone, will you meet with Councilmember Guinness if she wants to meet with you and answer all these questions?
Absolutely.
Can I get a second?
I would like to ask something though.
Let me see if I get a second.
I'll second.
All right, let's call for the question.
Well, wait. First, if there are people who've sat on the phone for all these hours, I think we ought to hear from them.
Nope. Well, that if I lose the motion, that's great, but there's no discussion on a motion to continue. So let's call for the question.
So you're not going to let the public comment?
They can comment at the when it gets brought up again.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Let me ask a question. Mayor Pro Tem, would you be willing to amend your motion to just listen to the looks like there's 10 hands, public comment, and then continue to the next meeting?
I'll support that.
I'll do that. I'll do that if under two conditions. Number one is this is their shot, so they can't come back and talk again when it gets brought up again, because that's a waste of everybody's time. And that's it. No more questions.
And then could we ask Brenda how many people are online?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, we currently, well, they're adding, more people are signing up, raising their hands.
Well, no, I'm not gonna amend my motion. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Mansour?
Is the motion simply to continue this to the next regular scheduled meeting?
Yes.
Correct.
Which would be in the first meeting in September, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Yes, September 1st.
All right, I'll do that, yes. It's what should have been done in the first place.
Councilmember Guinness?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to adjourn the meeting. And for all the folks that were on the line, thank you for sticking with us. Apologize for this. I didn't anticipate this was going to go on but this late when it started, but maybe I should have. And so I'm sorry if that's the case. So we'd like to adjourn the meeting for 3 people, all of whom have passed away recently. Dr. Larry Klein, a local doctor who died of COVID-19. Congressman John Lewis, a great civil rights leader and congressman. And the son of James Ferryman, Ryan Ferryman, who passed away much too soon. So may they all rest in peace. We're adjourned. Oh, does it look, I'm sure you guys don't have any further comments. Do you? Council member comments or anything like that?
I had